Chapter 1 The Stranger. It was corn planting time when the stranger followed the old trail into the Mutton Hollow neighborhood. All day a fine rain had fallen steadily, and the mists hung heavy over the valley. The lower hills were wrapped in winding sheet, dank and cold. The trees were dripping with moisture, and the stranger looked tired and wet. And by his dress, the man was from the world beyond the ridges, and his carefully tailored clothes looked strangely out of place in the mountain wilderness. His form stooped a little in the shoulders, perhaps from weariness, but he carried himself with an unconscious air of one long used to a position of conspicuous power and influence, and, while his well-kept hair and beard were strongly touched with white, the brown, clear-lit eyes that looked from under the shaggy brows told of an intellect unclouded by the shadows of many years. It was a face deeply marked by pride. Pride of birth, of intellect, of culture, the face of a scholar and a poet. But it was more. It was the countenance of one fairly staggering under the burden of disappointment and grief. And as the stranger walked, he looked searchingly into the mist on every hand, and paused frequently as if questioning the proper course. Suddenly he stepped quickly forward. His ear had caught the sharp ring of a horse's shoe on a flinty rock somewhere in the midst of the mountainside above. It was Jed Holland coming down the trail with a week's supply of cornmeal in a sack across his horse's back. As the figure of the traveler emerged from the mists, the native checked his horse to greet the newcomer with the customary salute of the backwood. "Howdy." The man returned Jed's meeting cordially, and rested his satchel on a rock beside the narrow path, and added, "I'm very glad to meet you. I fear that I am lost." The voice was marvelously pure, deep and musical, and like the brown eyes, betrayed the real strength of the man, denied by his gray hair and bent form. The tones were as different from the high-keyed, slurred speech of the backwoods as the gentleman himself was unlike any man Jed had ever met. The boy looked at the speaker in wide-eyed wonderment. He had a queer feeling that he was in the presence of a superior being. Throwing one thin leg over the old mare's neck and waving a long arm up the hill and to the left, Jed drawled, "That there's Dewey Ball. Down yonder's Mutton Hollow." Then, turning a little to the right and pointing into the midst on the other hand, he continued, "Gumption Ridge is up over there. Where are you trying to get, mister?" Where am I trying to get to? As the man repeated Jed's question, he drew his hand wearily across his brow. It doesn't much matter, boy. I suppose I must find some place where I can stay tonight. Do you live near here?" "Nope," Jed answered. "It's a right smart piece to where I live. This here's a grinding day, and I've been over to the mill on there in Fall Creek. The Matthews Mill it is. It'll be plumb dark before I get home. I allows you was a stranger in these parts soon as I catch sight of you. What might your name be, mister?" The other, looking back over the way he'd come, seemed not to hear Jed's question, and the native continued, "My name's Holland. Pap and Ma, they come from Tennessee. Pap, he was down there in the back now, and ain't right pert, but he'll be around a bit, I reckon. Preachin' Bill, he allows it's good for a feller to be low and down in the back once in a while. Says if it weren't for that, we'd get to standing so darn proud and straight we'd be plumb over backwards." A bitter smile crossed the face of the older fellow. He evidently applied the native's philosophy in a way unguessed by Jed. Very true indeed," he mused. Then he turned to Jed and asked, "Is there a house nearby?" "Well, Jim Lane lives up the trail about a Carter. Ever hear tell of old Jim?" "No, I've never been in these mountains before."
Well, now maybe you heard tell of Jim or Sammy. Them there's low Jim, he knows a heap more than old man Dewey cave that lets on, his place being so nigh. Reckon you know about Colonel Dewey. Him's that bowls up there's is named for. Maybe you come to look for the big mine they say's in the cave. I can help you hunt for it if you want me to, mister.
No, said the other. I'm not looking for mines or lead or zinc. There's greater wealth in these hills and forests, young man.
Oh, you don't say. Jim Wilson always allowed that must be gold in them there hills. Maybe they're so dad burned rough. Let me help you, mister. I'd like maybe well to get some clothes like them.
I don't speak of gold, my boy, the stranger answered kindly. But I mustn't keep you longer or darkness will overtake us. Do you think this Mr. Lane would entertain me? Jed pushed a hand up under his tattered old hat and scratched a while before he answered.
Well, I don't know about entertaining, mister, but almost anybody will take you in.
He turned and looked thoughtfully on up the trail.
I don't guess Jim'd be home, though, 'cause I'd see Sammy a-fixin' to go over to Matthew's when I come past. You know the Matthews, I reckon.
There was a hint of impatience now in the deep voice. No, I told you that I hadn't never been in these mountains before. Will Mr. Matthews keep me, do you think? Jed, who was still looking up the trail, suddenly leaned forward and pointed into the timber to the left of the path and said in an excited voice,
Look at that there, mister. Yonder there by that big rock.
The stranger looked, thought he saw a form weird and ghost-like in the midst, flirting from tree to tree, but even as he looked, it vanished among the hundreds of fantastic shapes of the gray forest. What is that? He asked.
The native shook his head. Darned if I know, mister. You can't never tell. There's mighty strange things stirring on this here mountain in the holler down yonder. Say, mister, d'ye ever see a haunt?
The gentleman didn't understand.
A haunt, or a ghost, some folk call 'em,
Explained Jed.
Bud Wilson, he sure's seen old Mats.
The other interrupted. Really, young man, I must be on my way. It's already late, and you know I have to find a place to stay for the night yet.
Oh, that's all right, mister,
replied Jed.
Ain't no call to worry. You can stay anywhere. Where do you live when you're to home?
Again, Jed's question was ignored. So you think, then, Mr. Matthews would take me in?
Oh, yes. They'll take anyone in. I know they're to home 'cause they're a-fixin' to leave the mill when I left about an hour ago. Was the river up much when you come across?
As the native spoke, he was still peering uneasily into the woods. I didn't cross the river. How far is it to this Matthews place, and how do I go about getting there?
Oh, you just foller this old trail. It'll take you right there. Good road all the way, about 3 mile, I'd say. Did you come from Springfield or St. Louis, maybe?
The man lifted his satchel from the rock as he answered. No, I don't neither live in Springfield or St. Louis. Thank you very much, though, for your assistance. I'll be on my way now. I best hurry or night's going to overtake me, and I won't be able to find the path.
Oh, it's a heap lighter when you get up in the hills above the fog,
said Jed, lowering his leg from the horse's neck and settling the meal sack, preparing to move on.
But I'd be a heap rather'n that it was you than me going up to the Dewey tonight.
He was still looking up the trail.
Reckon you must be from Kansas City or maybe Chicago. I heard tell there's mighty big towns.
The stranger's only answer was a curt "Goodbye," as his form vanished in the midst. Jed turned and dug his heel vigorously into the old mare's flanks as he ejected softly,
Well, I'll be doggone. Must be from New York. Sure about that.
Slowly the old man toiled up the mountain, up from the midst of the lower ground to the ridge above, and as he climbed unseen by him, a shadowy form flit from tree to tree in the dim, dripping forest. As the stranger came in sight of the Lane cabin, a young woman on a brown pony rode out to the gate and up the trail before him, and when the man reached the open ground on the mountain above and rounded the shoulder of the hill, he saw the pony far ahead, leaping easily along the little path. A moment he watched, and the horse and rider passed from sight. The clouds were drifting far away. The western sky was clear with the sun still above the hills. In an old tree that leaned far out over the valley, a crow shook the wet from his plumage and dried himself in the warm light, while far below the mists rolled, and on the surface of that grey sea the traveller saw a company of buzzards wheeling and circling above some dead thing hidden in its depth. Wearily the man followed the old trail towards the Matthews place, and always as he went, in the edge of the gloomy forest, flitting there that shadowy form. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Sammy Lane. Preachin' Bill says, "It's a plumb shame there ain't more men in this world built like old man Matthews and that there boy of his. Men like them ought to be as common as the other kind, and would be too, if folks cared half as much about breedin' folks as they do about raisin' hogs and horses." Mr. Matthews was a giant, fully 6 foot 4 inches in height, with big bones and broad shoulders and mighty muscles. At log rollin' and choppin' bees, in the field or at the mill, or in any of the games in which the backwoodsman tries his strength, no one had ever successfully contested his place as the strongest man in the hills. And still, throughout the countryside, the old folks tell with pride tales of the marvelous feats of strength performed in the days when old Matt was young. Of the son, young Matt, the people called him, it is enough to say that he seemed made of the same metal and cast as the same mold as his father, a mighty frame, softened yet by young manhood's grace, a powerful neck, and well-posed head with wavy red-brown hair, and blue eyes that had in them the calm of summer skies or the glint of battle steel. It was a countenance fearless and frank, but gentle and kind, and the eyes were honest eyes. Anyone meeting the pair as they walked with the long swinging stride of the mountaineer up the steep mill road that grey afternoon would have turned for a second look. Such men are seldom seen. When they reached the big log house that looked down upon the hollow, the boy went at once with his axe to the wood pile, while the older man busied himself with the milking and other chores about the barn. Young Matt had not been chopping long when he heard, coming up the hill, the sound of horses' feet on the old trail. The horse stood at the house, and a voice that stirred the blood in the young man's veins called, "Howdy, Aunt Molly." Miss Matthews appeared in the doorway. By her frank countenance and kindly look one would have known her at a glance as the boy's mother. "Land's sakes, if it isn't Sammy Lane! How are you, honey?" "I'm all right," answered the voice. "I've come over to stop with you tonight. Dad's away again. Mandy Ford stayed with me last night, but she had to go home this evening." The big fellow at the woodpile drove his axe deeper into the log. "Well, it's about time you was coming over," replied the woman in the doorway. "I was telling the men folk this morning that you hadn't been nigh over here in a whole blessed week. Mr. Matthews allowed you maybe you've been sick." The other returned with a gay laugh. "I've never been sick a minute in my life that anyone ever heard tell of. I'm powerful hungry, though. You better put on another pan of cornbread." She turned her pony's head towards the barn. "Oh, it seems that you're always hungry," laughed the older woman in return. "Well, just go on out to the barn, and
The men will take your horse and then come right in, and I'll mighty soon have something to fill you up."
Operations in the woodpile suddenly ceased, and young Matt was first at the barnyard gate. Miss Sammy Lane was one of those rare young women whose appearance is not to be described. One can, of course, put it down that she was tall, beautifully tall, with the trimness of a young pine, deeply bosomed, with limbs full rounded and fairly tingling with life and strength of perfect womanhood. And it may be said that her face was a face to go with one through the years, and to live still in one's dreams when the sap of life is gone, and, withered and old, one sits shaking before the fire. A generous, loving mouth, red-lipped and full-arched, with the corners tucked in perfect, and perfect teeth in between. A womanly chin and nose, with character enough to save them from being pretty. Hair dark and touching a touch of gold with the umber and the shadows. A brow full broad, set over brown eyes that had never been taught to hide behind their fringed veils, but looked always square out at you with a healthy look of good comradeship, a gleam of mirth, or a sudden, wide questioning gaze that revealed depth of soul within. But what is the use? When all this is written, those who knew Sammy will say, "'Tis but a poor picture, for she is something far more than all this." Uncle Ike, the postmaster at the Fork, did it much better when he said to the preachin' Bill, the night of the doin' at the Cove School, "By thunders, that gal of Jim Lane's just plumb fills the whole house. Why, when she comes a ridin' up to the office on that brown pony of hers, I'd be dad burned if she don't pretty near fill the whole outdoors, blast darn it." And the old shriveled up old hillsman who keeps the ferry removed his cob pipe long enough to reply with all the emphasis possible in his squeaky voice,
"She sure do, Ike, she sure do. I've oughta thought it don't look just fair for God Almighty to make such a woman that ary a man to match her. Makes me feel plumb ashamed myself to stand round the same country with her. It sure do, Ike, it sure do."
Greeting the girl, the young man opened the gate for her to pass.
"I've been looking for you all over,"
said Sammy, a teasing light in her eyes.
"Didn't you know that Mandy was stopping in with me? She's been a-dying to see you."
"I'm mighty sorry," he replied, fastening the gate and coming to the pony's side. "Why didn't you tell me before? I reckon she'll get over it all right, though," he added with a smile as he raised his arms to insist the girl to dismount. The teasing light vanished as the young woman placed her hands on the powerful shoulders of the giant, and as she felt the play of the swelling muscles that swung her to the ground so easily, her face flushed with admiration. For the fraction of a minute she stood there facing him, her hands still on his arms, her lips parted as if to speak, and then she turned quickly away and without a word walked towards the house, while the boy, pretending to busy himself with the pony's bridle, watched her as she went. When the girl was gone, the big fellow led the horse away to the stable, where he crossed his arms upon the saddle and hid his face from the light. Mr. Matthews, coming quietly to the door a few minutes later, saw the boy standing there, and the rugged face of the big mountaineer softened at the sight. Quietly he withdrew to the other side of the barn, to return later when the saddle and bridle had been removed, and the young man stood stroking the pony as the little horse munched his generous feed of corn. The elder man laid his hand on the broad shoulder of the lad so like him, and looked full into the clear eyes. "Is it all right, son?" he asked gruffly, and the boy answered as he returned his father's look, "It's all right, Dad." "Then let's go on in for supper. Mother called supper some time ago." And just as the little company were seating themselves at the table, the dog in the yard barked loudly. Young Matt went to the door. The stranger, whom Jed had met on the old trail, stood at the gate. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Voice Out of the Mist. While young Matt was gone to the corral in the valley to see that the sheep were safely folded for the night, the two women were busy in the house with their after-supper work. Mr. Matthews and his guest sat on the front porch. "My name is Howitt, Daniel Howitt," the man said in the answer to his host's question. But as he spoke there was a manner that had a touch of embarrassment, and he continued quickly as if to prevent further question. "You have two remarkable children, sir. That boy is the finest specimen of manhood I have ever seen, and the girl is remarkable. Just remarkable, sir. You will pardon me, I'm sure, but I'm an enthusiastic lover of my kind, and I certainly have never seen such a pair." The grim face of the elder Matthews showed both pleasure and amusement. "You're mistaken, mister. The boy is mine, all right, and he's all that you say and more, I reckon. I doubt if there's a man in the hills that can match him today, not except Welsh Gibbs, and he's a mighty good boy, too. But the girl is a daughter of a neighbor and no kin at all." "Indeed!" exclaimed the other. "So you only have one child, then?" The amused smile left the face of the old mountaineer as he answered slowly. "There was 6 boys, sir. This one, Grant, is the youngest. The others, they lie over there." He pointed with his pipe to where a clump of pines not far from the house showed dark and tall against the last red glow of the sky. The stranger glanced at the big man's face in quick sympathy. "I only had 2, a boy and a girl," he said softly. "The mother and the girl have both been gone now for 20 years. The boy, he grew to be a man, but now he's left me." The deep voice faltered. "Pardon me, sir, for speaking of this, but my lad was so much like your boy over there. He was all I had, and now I'm very lonely, sir." There was a bond of fellowship in sorrow that knows no conventions. As the two men sat in the hush of the coming night, their faces turned toward the sober group of trees, they felt strongly drawn to one another. The mountaineer's companion spoke again, half to himself. "I wish that my dear ones had a resting place like that. In the crowded city cemetery, the ground is always shaken by the trampling of funeral processions." He buried his face in his hands. For some time the stranger sat thus, while his host spoke no word, and then lifting his head, the man looked away over the ridges just touched with the lingering light, and the valley below wrapped in the shadowy mist. "I came away from all of that because I said I must, and because I was hungry for just this." He waved his hand towards the glowing sky and the forest-clad hills. "This is good for me. It somehow seems to help me just to know how big God is. One could find peace here, surely, sir. One could find it here. Peace and strength." The mountaineer puffed hard at his pipe for a while, and then said gruffly, "Seems that way, mister, to them that don't know. But many's the time I've wished to God I'd never seen these here Ozarks. I used to feel just like you do, but I can't no more. They remind me now of him that blackened my life. He used to take on powerful about the beauty of the country, and all the time he was a turning it into a hell for them that had to stay here after he was gone." As he spoke, the anger and hatred grew dark in the giant's face, and the stranger saw the big hands clench and the huge frame grow tense with passion. And then, as if striving to not be ungracious, the woodsman said in a somewhat softer tone, "You can't see much of it this evening, though, account of the mist. It'll fair up by morning, I reckon. You can see a long way from here on a clear day." "Yes, indeed," replied Mr. Howard in an odd tone. "One can see far from here, I am sure. We who live in the city see but little farther than across the street. We spend our days looking at the work of our own and our neighbors' hands, and small wonder our lives have so little of God in them when we come to touch with so little that God has made." "You live in a city, then, when you're at home?" said Mr. Matthews, looking curiously at his guest. "I did, when I had a home. I can't say that I live anywhere now, though." Old Matt leaned forward in his chair as if to speak again, and then paused. Someone was coming up the hill, and soon they distinguished the stalwart form of the son. Sammy, come from the house with an empty bucket, met the young men at the gate, and the two went forward towards the spring together. In silence, the men on the porch watched the moon as she slowly pushed her way up through the leafy screen on the mountain wall. Higher and higher she climbed until her rays fell into the valley below, and the drifting mists from the ridge to ridge became a sea of ghostly light. It was a weird scene, almost supernatural in its beauty. And then, from down on the spring, a young girl's laugh rose clearly, and the big mountaineer said in a low tone, "Mr. Howitt, you've got an education. It's easy to see that. I've always wanted to ask someone like you, do you believe in haunts? Do you reckon folks ever come back once they're dead and gone?" The man from the city saw that his big host was terribly in earnest, and answered quietly, "No, I don't believe in such things, Mr. Matthews, but if it should be true, I don't see why we should fear the dead." The other shook his head. "I don't know. I don't know, sir. I always said I didn't believe, but some things is mighty queer." He seemed to be shaping his thought for further speech, when again the girl's laughter rang clear along the mountainside, and the young people were returning from the spring. The mountaineer relit his pipe, while Matt and Sammy seated themselves on the step, and Miss Matthews come from the house and joined the group. "We just naturally got to find somebody to stay with them sheep, Dad," said the son. "There ain't nobody there tonight, and as near as I can make out, there's 3 ewes and their lambs missing. There ain't a bit of use in us trying to depend on Pete." "I'll ride over on to Bear Creek tomorrow and see if I can get that fella Buck told us about," returned the father. "You find it hard to get help out here on the ranch?" inquired the stranger. "Yes, sir, we do," answered old Matt. "We had a good enough fellow till about a month ago. Seemed then we'd been getting along the best as we can. But with some staying out on the range and not coming in, and the wolves getting into the corral at night, we'll lose mighty nigh all the profits this year. The worst of it, there ain't much show to get a man, unless that one over there in Bear Creek will come. I reckon, though, he'll be like the rest." He sat staring gloomily into the night. "Is the work that difficult?" Mr. Howard asked. "Difficult? No. There ain't nothing to do but tending the sheep. The man has to stay at the ranch of nights, though." Mr. Howard was wondering what staying at the ranch nights could have to do with the difficulty when up from the valley below. From out of the darkness and the mists came a strange sound. A sound as if someone was singing a song without words. So wild and weird was the melody, so passionately sweet the voice, it seemed impossible that the music should come from human lips. It was more as though some genie of the forest-clad hills wandered through the mist, singing as he went with joy of his possessions. Miss Matthews came close to her husband's side and placed her hand upon his shoulder as he half rose from his chair, his pipe fallen to the floor. Young Matt rose to his feet and moved closer to the girl, who was also standing. The stranger alone kept his seat, and he noted the agitation of the others in wonderment. For some moment the sound continued, now soft and low, with the sweet sadness of the wind in the pines, and then, clear and ringing, it echoed and re-echoed across the mountain. Now, pleadingly, as though a soul in darkness prayed, a gleam of light again, raising, swelling, exalting, as in glad triumph, only to die away once more to the moaning wail, seemed at last to hopelessness lose itself in the midst. Slowly, old Matt sank back into his seat, and the stranger heard him mutter, "Poor boy, poor boy." Aunt Molly was weeping. Suddenly Sammy sprang from the steps, running down the walk to the gate, and sent a clear, piercing call over the valley. "Oh, Pete!" The group on the porch listened intently, and again the girl called, and yet again, "Oh, Pete!" But there was no answer. "It's no use, honey," said Miss Matthews, breaking the silence. "It just ain't no use." And the young girl came slowly back to the porch. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. A Chat with Aunt Molly. When the stranger looked from his window the next morning, the valley was still wrapped in its gray blanket. But when he and his host came from the house after breakfast, the sun had climbed well above the ridge, and save a long, loosely twisted rope of fog that hung above the distant river, the mists were gone. The city man exclaimed with delight at the beauty of the scene. As they stood watching the sheep, the white specks in the distance, climbing out of the valley where the long shadows still lay, to the higher, sunlit pastures, Mr. Matthews said, "We've all been talking about you this morning, Mr. Howitt, and we'd like mighty well to have you stop with us for a spell. If I understood right, you're just out for your health anyway, and you'll go a long ways, sir, before you find a healthier place than this right here. We ain't got much such as you're used to, I know, but what we have is yours, and would be right proud to have you make yourself at home for as long as you'd like to stay. You see, it's been a while since we met up with somebody like you, and we count it a real favor to have you with us." Mr. Howitt accepted the invitation with evident pleasure, and soon after, the mountaineer rode away to Bear Creek on his quest to find a man to herd sheep. Young Matt had already gone with his team to the field on the west hillside of the house, and the brown pony stood at the gate ready for Sammy Lane to return to her home on Dewey Bald. "I'd like the best in the world to stay, Aunt Molly," she said in answer to Miss Matthews' protests. "But you know that there's no one at home to feed the stock, and besides, Mandy Ford will be back sometime today." The older woman's arm was around the girl as they went down the walk. "Oh, you must come over real often now, honey. You know it won't be long till you'll be a-leaving us for good. How do you reckon you'll be like being a fine lady and living in the city with them big folks?" The girl's face flushed, and her eyes had that wide, questioning look as she answered slowly, "I don't know, Aunt Molly. I ain't never seen a sure enough fine lady. I reckon them city folks are a heap different from us, but I reckon they're just human. It would be nice to have lots of money and pretties, but somehow I feel that there's a heap more than that to think about. Anyway," she added brightly, "I ain't going for a spell yet, and you know Preachin' Bill, what he says, there ain't no use in worrying about chopping till the dogs have treed the coon. I'll be sure to come over every day." Miss Matthews kissed the girl, and then, standing on at the gate, watched until pony and rider had disappeared into the forest. Later, Aunt Molly, with a woman's fondness for a quiet chat, brought the potatoes she had prepared for dinner to sit with Mr. Howitt on the porch.
I declare I don't know what we'll do without Sammy. I just can't bear of thinking her going away.
The guest, feeling that some sort of reply was expected, asked, "Is the family moving from the neighborhood?"
Oh, no, sir, there's no family to move. Just Sammy and her pa, and Jim Lane won't leave this country again. You see, Ollie Stewart's uncle, his brother, father's brother it is, ain't got no children of his own, and he wrote for Ollie to come and live with him in the city. He'll go to school and learn the business, foundry and machine shops or something like that. And if the boy does what's right, he'll get it some day. Ollie and Sammy has been promised ever since the first talk began about his going, but they'll wait now until he gets through with his schooling. It'll be mighty nice for Sammy, marrying Ollie, but we'll miss her awfully. The whole country will miss her too. She's just the life of the neighborhood, and everybody allows that there's never another girl like her. The poor child. She ain't never had no mother since she was a little trick, and she's always come to me for everything, like us being close neighbors and all. Oh, Lord, sir, I don't blame her a mite for wishing to go with her daddy a running with that ornery Wash Gibb the way he does."
Again the man felt called to exhibit his interest. "Is Mr. Lane in business with this man Gibbs?"
"Oh, Lord, no. That is, don't nobody know any business. I reckon it's all on account of those old bald knobbers. They used to hold their meetings on top of Dewey yonder over there, and folks do say a man was burned there once because he told some of their secrets. Well, Jim and Wash's daddy, and Wash all belonged, though Wash himself wasn't much more than a boy then, and when the government broke up the gang, old man Gibbs was killed, and Jim went to Texas. It was there that Sammy's ma died. When Jim come back, it wasn't long before he was mighty thick again with Wash and his crowd down there on the river, and he's been that way ever since. There's them that say it's the same old gang what's left of them, and some thinks that Jim and Wash knows that all about the old Dewey mine."
Mr. Howard, remembering his conversation with Jed Holland, asked encouragingly, "Is this mine a rich one?"
"Don't nobody rightly know about that, sir,"
answered Aunt Molly.
"That's how it was. Way back before the Injuns was making trouble 'cause the government was moving them west to the territory, this old man Dewey lived up there somewheres in the mountains. He was a mighty queer old fella. Didn't mix up with the settlers at the time, except old Uncle Josh Henslin's boy, who wasn't rightly smart, and didn't know nobody when he come from nor nothing. But all the same, 'twas him that warned the settlers of the trouble, and helped all of them through scouting and such. And one time when they was all out of bullets and didn't have nothing to make them out of, Colonel Dewey took a couple men and some mules up that mountain yonder in the night, and when they got back they was just loaded down with lead, but he wouldn't tell nobody where he got it. As long as he was with them, the men didn't dare tell. Well, sir, them 2 men was killed soon after by the Indians, and when the trouble was finally over, old Dewey disappeared, and ain't never been heard tell of since. They say the mine is somewhere in a big cave, but nobody's never found it, though there's them that say the bald knobbers use the cave to hide their stuff in, and that's how Jim Lane and Wash Gibb knows where it is. It's mighty queer. You can see for yourself that lost creek down yonder that just sinks clean out of sight all at once. There must be a big hole in there somewhere."
Aunt Molly pointed with her knife to the little stream that winds like a thread of light down into the hollow.
"I tell you, sir, those hills is pretty to look at, but there ain't much here for a girl like Sammy, and I don't blame her a mite for wanting to leave. It's a mighty hard place to live, Mr. Howitt, and it's dangerous too sometimes."
There's hardships in the city and dangers as well, Mrs. Matthews. Life there demands almost too much at times. I often wonder if it's worth the struggle.
Oh, I guess so, replied Aunt Molly. But it don't seem like it could be so hard as it is here. I tell Mr. Matthews we've clean forgotten the ways of civilized folks. Altogether, though, I suppose we've done as well as most, and we oughtn't to complain.
The old scholar looked at the sturdy figure in its plain calico dress, at the worn hands busy with their homely task, the patient, kind face across which time had plowed many a furrow, in which to plant the seeds of character and worth. He thought of other women who sat with him at hotel verandas, at fashionable watering places, women gowned in silks and laces, women whose soft hands knew no heavier task than the flimsy fancy work they toyed with, and whose greatest care, seemingly, was that time should leave upon their face no record of the passing years. And this is the stuff, he said to himself, that makes possible civilization to produce them. Aloud he said, "Did you ever talk about going back to your old home?"
Oh, no, sir, not now.
She rested her wet hands idly on the edge of the pan of potatoes and turned her face towards the clump of pines.
We used to think we'd go back some time. Seemed like at first I couldn't stand it, and then the children come, and every time we laid one of them over there I thought less about leaving. Until now we never talk about it no more. Then there's our girl, too, Mr. Howitt. No, sir, we won't be leaving these hills now.
Oh, you had a daughter as well. I understood from Mr. Matthews that your children were all boys. Aunt Molly worked a few minutes longer in silence and then arose and turned towards the house.
Yes, sir, there was a girl. She's buried under that biggest pine you see off there, a little to one side. We don't never talk about her. Mr. Matthews can't stand it. Seems like he ain't been the same since it happened. 'Twa'n't natural for him to be so rough and short. He's usually just good and kind inside as any man ever could be. He's real taken to you, Mr. Howitt, and I'm mighty glad that you stopped for a spell, for it will do him good. If it hadn't been for Sammy Lane running in every day or two, I don't guess he could have stood it at all. I sure don't know what we'd do when she's gone, though. And then there's the ranch in Mutton Hollow. But I reckon I'd better not try and tell you all about that. I wish Mr. Matthews would, though. Maybe he will. You know so much more than us. I know you could help us, or maybe even tell us some things.
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Just Nobody. After the midday meal, while walking about the place, Mr. Howitt found a well-worn path. It led him to the group of the pines not far from the house, where 5 rough headstones marked the 5 mounds placed side by side. A little apart from those, there was another mound, alone. Beneath the pines, the needles made a carpet, firm and smooth, figured by the wild wood bin that clambered over the graves. Moss had gathered on the headstones, and the wind, in the dark branches above, moaned ceaselessly. About the little plot of ground a rustic fence of poles was built, and the path led to a stile which one might enter the enclosure. The stranger seated himself upon the rude steps. Below and far away he saw the low hills, rolling ridge on ridge like the waves of a great sea, until in the blue distance they were so lost in the sky that he could not say which was mountain and which was cloud. His poet heart was stirred at the sight of the vast reaches of the forest, all shifting light and shadows, the cool depths of nearby woods, with the sunlight filtering through the leafy arches and streaks, in patches of gold on green, and a wide, wide sky, with fleets of cloud ships sailing to unseen ports below the hills. The man sat very still, and as he looked, the worn face changed, and once, as if some pleasing memory, he smiled. A gray squirrel with bright eyes full of curiosity regard peeped over the limb of an oak. A redbird hopped from bush to bush, whistling to his mate, and a bob's white quick call came from a nearby thicket. The dreamer was aroused at last by the musical tinkle of a bell. He turned his face towards the sound, but could see nothing. The bell was coming nearer. It came nearer still. And there he sat and saw then through the trees small moving patches of white. An old ewe, followed by 2 lambs, came from behind a clump of bushes, and the moving patches of white shaped themselves into other sheep feeding into the timber. Mr. Howitt sat quite still, and while the old ewe paused to look at him, the lambs took advantage of the opportunity until their mother was satisfied with her inspection and, by moving on, upset them. Soon the whole flock surrounded him, and, after the first lingering look of inquiry, paid no heed to his presence. Then, from somewhere among the trees came the quick, low bark of a dog. The man looked carefully in every direction. He could see nothing but the sheep, yet he felt himself observed. Again came the short bark, and this time a voice. A girl's voice, Mr. Howitt thought, said, "It's all right, Brave. Go on, brother." And from behind a big rock not far away a shepherd dog appeared, followed by a youth of some 15 years. He was a lightly built boy, a bit tall for his age perhaps, but perfectly erect, and his every movement was one of indescribable grace, while he managed somehow to wear his rough backwoods garments with the air of distinction, as remarkable as it was charming. The face was finely molded, almost girlish, and with the large grey eyes in its frame of yellow golden hair. It was a sad face when in repose, yet wonderfully responsive to every passing thought and mood. But the eyes, with their strange expression and shifting light, proclaimed the lad's mental condition. As the boy came forward in a shy, hesitating way, an expression of amazement and wonder crept into the stranger's face. He left his seat and started forward. "Howard," he said. "Howard." "That's not his name, mister. His name's Pete," returned the youth in low, soft tones. In the voice and manner of the lad, no less than his face and eyes, Mr. Howard read his story. Unconsciously he echoed the words of Mr. Matthews. Poor Pete. The dog lifted his head and looked into the man's face, while his tail wagged a joyous greeting, and as the man stopped to pat the animal and speak a few kind words, a beautiful smile broke over the delicate features of the youth. Throwing himself upon the ground, he cried, "Come here, Brave," and taking the dog's face between his hands, said in confidential tones, ignoring Mr. Howitt's presence, "He's a good man, ain't he, brother?" The dog answered with a wagging tail, "We sure like him, don't we?" The dog gave a low bark. "Listen, Brave, listen." He lifted his face to the tree tops and then turned his ear to the ground, while the dog, too, seemed to hearken. Again that strange smile illuminated his face. "Yes, Brave, we sure do like 'em. And the tree things like 'em, too. And the flowers, and the little flower things that know everything, they're all singing to Pete 'cause he's come. Did you see the flower things in his eyes and hear the trees a-talking to his voice, Brave? And see, brother, the sheep like 'em, too." Pointing towards the stranger, he laughed aloud. The old ewe had come quite close to the man, and one of the lambs was nibbling on his trouser leg. Mr. Howard seated himself on the stile again, and the dog, released by the youth, came to lie down at his feet, while the boy seemed to forget his companions and appeared to be listening to voices unheard by them, now and then nodding his head, moving his lips to answer. The old man looked long and thoughtfully at the youth, his own face revealing a troubled mind. This then was Pete. Poor Pete. "Howard," whispered the man, "the perfect image." And then again he said half aloud, "Howard." The boy turned his face and smiled. "That ain't his name, mister. His name's Pete. Pete seen you yesterday over on Dewey, and Pete he heard the big hills and the woods a-singing when you talked. But Jed he didn't hear. Jed he don't hear nothing but himself. He can't. But Pete he heard, and all Pete's people too. And the gray mist things, they come out and danced along the mountains 'cause they're so glad that you come. And Pete went along with you along the old trail. Course, though, you didn't know. Do you like Pete's people, mister?" He waved his hands to include the forest, the mountains, and the sky, and there was a note of anxiety in the sweet voice as he asked again, "Do you like Pete's friends?" "Yes, indeed, I like your friends," replied Mr. Howard heartily, "and I'd like to be your friend, too, if you'll let me. What's your other name?" The boy shook his head. Not me. Do you like Pete?" The man was puzzled. "Are you not Pete?" he asked. The delicate face grew sad. No, I'm not Pete. Pete, he lives in here." He touched himself on the breast. I'm... A look of hopeless bewilderment crept into his eyes. "I don't know who I am. I'm just nobody. Nobody can have no name, can he?" He stood with a downcast head, and then suddenly he raised his face, and the shadows lifted as he said, "But Pete, he knows, mister. Ask Pete." A sudden thought came to Mr. Howard. "Who's your father, my boy?" Instantly the brightness vanished, and again the words were a puzzled moan. "I ain't got no father, mister. I ain't me. Nobody can have no father, can he?" The other spoke quickly. But Pete has a father. Who is Pete's father?" Instantly the gloom was gone and the face was bright again. "Sure, mister, Pete's got a father, don't you know? Everybody knows. Look." He pointed upward to a break in the trees, to a large, cumulus cloud that had assumed a fantastic shape. "He lives in them white hills up there. You see him, mister? Sometimes he takes Pete with him up through the sky, and of course I go along. We sail and we sail and we sail with the big bird things up there while the sky things sing, and sometimes we play with the cloud things all day in them white hills. Pete says he'll take me away up there where the star things live. Some day we won't never come back again, and I won't be nobody no more, and Aunt Molly says she reckon Pete's knows. Course, I'd hate mightily much to go away from Uncle Matt and Aunt Molly and Matt and Sammy, 'cause they're pretty good to me. But I just gotta go where Pete goes, you see, 'cause I ain't nobody, and nobody can't be nothing, can he?" The stranger was fascinated by the wonderful charm of the boy's manner and words, as the lad's sensitive face glowed or was clouded by each wayward thought, and the music of his sweet voice rose and fell. Mr. Howard told himself that one might easily fancy the child some wandering spirit of the woods and hills. Aloud he asked, "Has Pete a mother too?" The youth nodded towards the big pine that grew to one side of the group, and lowered his voice and replied, "That's Pete's mother." Mr. Howard pointed to the grave. "You mean she sleeps there?" No, not there. There." He pointed to the big tree itself. "She never sleeps, don't you hear?" He paused. The wind moaned through the branches of the pines,
And drawing closer to the stranger's side, the boy whispered, "She always talks that way. Always. And it makes Pete feel bad. She wants somebody. You hear her calling and calling and calling. He'll sure come someday, mister. He sure will. Say, do you know where he is?" The stranger, startled, drew back. "No, no, my boy, certainly not. What do you mean? Who are you?" Like the moaning of the pines came the reply, "Nothing, mister. Nobody can't mean nothing, can they? I'm just nobody. But Pete lives in here. Ask Pete." "Is Pete watching the sheep?" asked Mr. Howard, anxious to divert the boy's mind to other channels. "Yeah, we're tending them now. But they can't trust us, you know. When they call Pete, he just goes, and of course I gotta go along."
"And who is it that calls Pete?"
"Why, don't you know? I allowed you knowed about them things. They called Pete last night. The moonlight things were out and all the shadowy things. Didn't you see them, mister? The moonlit things, the wind, the stars, the shadow things. And all the rest played with Pete in the misty shadows. And of course I was along. Didn't you hear singing? Pete, he's always singing that way when the moonlight things go out. Seems he just can't help it."
"Well, what becomes of the sheep when Pete's away?"
The boy shook his head sadly. "Sometimes they get so lost that young Matt can't never find them. And sometimes wolves get 'em. It's too bad, mister, it sure is."
Then, laughing aloud, he clapped his hands.
"There was a feller at the ranch to keep 'em, but he didn't stay. No, no, he didn't stay, you bet he didn't. Pete didn't like 'em. Brave didn't like 'em. Nothing didn't like 'em. The trees wouldn't talk when he was around. The flowers died when he looked at 'em. And all the birds stopped singing and went away over the mountains. He didn't stay, though." Again he laughed. "You bet he didn't stay. Pete knows."
"Well, why'd the man go?" asked Mr. Howard, thinking to solve a part of a mystery at least. But the only answer he could draw from the boy was,
"Pete knows. Pete knows."
Later, when the stranger returned to the house, Pete went with him. At the big gate they met Mr. Matthews, returning unsuccessfully from his trip. "Hello, boy," said the big man. "How's Pete today?" The lad went with a glad face to meet the giant mountaineer. It was clear that the two were of the warmest friends.
"Pete's mighty glad today, 'cause he's come."
He pointed to Mr. Howard. "Oh, does Pete like him?"
The boy nodded. "All Pete's people like him. Ask him to keep the sheep, Uncle Matt. He won't be scared at the shadow things at night."
Mr. Matthews smiled as he turned to his guest. "Well, Pete never makes a mistake in his judgment of men, Mr. Howard. He is different from us ordinary folks, as you can see, but in some things he knows a heap more. I'm mighty glad he's took up with you, sir. All day I've been thinking I'd tell you about some things I don't like to talk about. I feel after last night that you'd understand, maybe, and might help me. You have education, but still I've been a little afraid, us being such strangers. I know I'm right now, 'cause Pete says so. If you weren't the kind of man I think you are, he'd never took up to you like he has." That night, the mountaineer told the stranger from the city the story that I have put down in the next chapter. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Story. Slowly the big mountaineer filled his cob pipe with strong, home-grown tobacco, watching his guest keenly the while from under heavy brows. Behind the dark pines the sky was blood-red, and below, Mutton Hollow was fast being lost in the gathering gloom. When his pipe was lit, old Matt said, "Well, sir, I reckon you think some things you've seen and Heard since you come last night are mighty queer. I ain't sayin' neither, but what you got reasons for thinkin' so?" Mr. Howard made no reply, and after puffing a few moments in silence, the other continued. "If it weren't for what you said last night, making me feel like I wanted to talk to you, and Pete a taken up with you the way he has, I wouldn't be telling you what I'm going to now. There are some trails, Mr. Howard, that aren't pleasant to go back over. I didn't allow to ever go back over this one again. Did you and Pete talk much this afternoon?" In a few words, Mr. Howard told of his meeting with the strange boy and their conversations, and when he had finished, the big man smoked in silence. It was as if he found it hard to begin. From a tree on the mountainside below, a screech owl sent up his long, quivering call, and a bat darted past in the dusk, and away over on Compton Ridge a hound bayed. The mountaineer spoke. "That's Sam Wilson's dog, Ranger. Must have started a fox." The sound died away in the distance. Old Matt began his story. "Our folks all live back in Illinois, and if I do say so, they are all good stock as you'll ever find, but there was a lot of us, and I always had a notion to settle in a new country, where there was more room, like, and land wasn't so dear. So when wife and I was married, we come out here. I recollect we camped at the spring below Jim Lane's cabin, on yon side of Old Dewey there. That was before Jim was married, and a wild young buck he was too, as ever you'd see. The next day, wife and I rode along the old trail till we struck this gap, and here we've been ever since. We've had our ups and downs like most folks, sir, and sometimes it looks like they're mostly downs. But we got along, and last fall I bought in the ranch down there in the hollow. The boy was just 18, and we thought then that he'd be making his home there some day. I don't know how that'll be now, but there was some other reason, too, why we wanted the place, and you'll see when I get to that. There was 5 other boys, as I told you last night. The oldest 2, they'd be men now. And the girl," his voice broke. "The girl was the 3rd. She was 20 when we buried her over there. That was 15 years ago, come the middle of next month. Everybody allows she was a mighty pretty baby, and being the only child, I reckon we made more of her than we did of the boys. She grew up into a mighty fine young woman, too, strong, and full of fire and go, just like Sammy Lane. Seems to wife and me when Sammy round that it's our own girl come back, and we've always wondered and hoped that she and Grant would take the ranch over down yonder. But I reckon that's all over now that Olly Stewart has come into such a fine thing in the city. Anyway, it ain't got nothing to do with what I'm telling you. She didn't seem to care about nothing at all for none of the neighbor boys like most girls do. She'd go with them and have a good time, all right, but that was all. 'Peared like she'd rather be with her brothers or her mother, me. Well, one day when we was out on the range a-riding for stock, she'd often go with me that way. We met a stranger over there at the deer lick in the big low gap coming along the old trail. He was a fine-looking man, as you'd ever see. Big and grand-like, with lightish hair, kind of wavy, and a big mustache like his hair, and fine white teeth showing when he smiled. He was sure good looking, damn him. And with his fine store clothes and smooth way of talking and acting, ain't no wonder she took up with him. We all did, for that fact. I used to think God never made a finer body of a man. I know now that hell don't hold a meaner heart than the one in that same fine body. And that's something that bothers me a heap, Mr. Howard. As I say, our girl, she was built just like Sammy Lane, and so far as looks she'd go for his dead match. Used to wonder, when I'd look at them together, if there ever was such another fine-looking pair. I ain't gonna bother telling you his name. There ain't no call to, as I can see it. There might be some decent man named the same, but he was one of these here artist fellas, and had come into the hills to paint, he said. A smothered exclamation burst from the listener. Mr. Matthews, not noticing, continued. He sure did make a lot of pictures, and they seemed mighty nice to us, though of course we didn't know nothing about such things. There was one big one he made of Maggie that was natural as life. He was always drawing of her in one way or another, and had a lot of little pictures that didn't amount to much and that he'd never finished. But this big one he worked at, off and on all summer. It was sure fine with her standing by the ranch spring, holding out a cup of water and smiling like she was offering you a drink. It was well that the night had fallen. At old Matt's words, the stranger shrank back into his chair, his hands raising as if to ward off a deadly blow. He made a sound in his throat as if to cry out, but could not for horror or fear. But the darkness hid his face, and the mountaineer, with mind intent upon his story, did not heed. He took an old cabin at the foot of the hill near where the sheep corral is now, and fixed it up to work in. The shack had been built first by old man Dewey, him that the mountain's named after. It was down there he painted the big picture of her standing by the big spring. We never thought nothing about her being with him so much. Country folk is that way, Mr. Howard. Though we ought to have known better. We sure ought to have known better. The old giant paused and for some time sat with his head bowed, his forgotten pipe on the floor. Well, he began again. He stopped with us all that summer, and then one day he went out as usual and didn't come back. We hunted the hills out for signs, thinking maybe he met up with some trouble. He'd sent all his pictures away the week before, Jim Lane hauling them to the settlement for him. The girl was nigh about wild and rode with me all during the hunt, and once when we saw some buds of hers circling, she gave a little cry and turned so white that I suspicioned maybe she got to thinking more of him than we knew. Then one afternoon, when we were down yonder in the hollow, she says all kind of sudden like, Daddy, it ain't no use riding any more. He ain't met up with no trouble. He's left all the trouble with us. She looked so peaked and her eyes were so big and staring that it come over me in a flash what she meant. She saw in a minute that I sensed it and just hung her head. Then we come home. Well, she just kept getting worse and worse, Mr. Howard. Appeared to be fading away like I watched them big glade lilies do when the hot weather comes. About the only time she would show any life at all was when someone would go for the mail, when she'd always be at the gate a-waiting for us. And then, one day, I let her come. I brung it myself. She gave a little cry when I handed it to her and run into the house most like her old self. I went on out to the barn to put up my horse, thinking that maybe it was going to be all right after all, but pretty soon I heard a scream and then a laugh. 'Fore God, sir, that laugh's a ringing in my ears yet. She was raving mad when I got to her, just a laughing and a screeching, trying to hurt herself, all the while calling for him to come. Well, I read the letter afterward. It told over and over how he loved her, and how no woman could ever be to him what she was, and that they were made for each other, and all that. And then it went on to say how he couldn't never see her again. Told about what a grand old family he was, and how his father was so proud and expecting such a great thing from him that he didn't dare tell that them being the last here out in the old family, and her being a backwoods girl without any schooling or nothing. Oh, my, faltered the stranger's voice in the darkness. Old Matt talked in a hard, easy tone. Course, it was all wrote out nice and smooth like he talked, but that's the sense of it. He finished it by saying that he'd be on his way to the old country when the letter reached her, and that there'd be no use to try and find him. The girl quieted down for a spell, but her mind never come back. She just went plumb crazy, but she seemed kind of dazed and lost like, and wouldn't take no notice of nobody. Acted all the time like she was expecting to come, and she'd stand out there by the gate for hours at times, watching the old trail and talking low to herself. Pete is her boy, Mr. Howard, and as you've seen, he ain't just right. Seems like he was marked some way in his mind, like you've seen some other folks marked on their bodies. We've done our best for the boy, sir, but I don't guess he'll ever do any better. Once for a spell we tried keeping him at home, but he'd get right sick and would have died right off if we didn't let him go. It was downright pitiful to see. Everybody knows there ain't nothing in the woods that hurt him nohow, so we just let him come and go as he likes, and he just stops with the neighbors whenever he happens in. Folks, they're all good to him as they can be, 'cause everybody knows how it is. You see, sir, people here don't think nothing of woods colt, nohow, but we're raised different. As my wife says, we've mostly forgotten civilized ways, but I guess that there's some things a man that's been raised right just can't never forget. Well, she died when Pete was born, and the last thing she said was, "He'll come, Daddy, he'll come." Pete says the wind sings in that big pine over her grave is some a-callin' for him yet. It's mighty queer how the boy got that notion, but you see that's the way it is with him. And that's not all, sir. The big man moved his chair nearer to the other and lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. Folks say that she's come back. There's them that swear they've seen her round the old cabin where they used to meet when he painted her picture. That big one, you know. Just before I bought the ranch, it was first, and that's why we just can't get no one to stay with the sheep. I don't know, Mr. Howard. I just don't know. I thought a heap about it, and I ain't never seen it myself, and it appears to me that if she could come back at all, she'd sure come back to her old daddy. And then again, I figure it so that, being took the way she was, part of her's dead, to speak. From the time she got that letter, her mind so set on his coming back that maybe somehow, you see, that maybe she is sort of waiting for him there. Many's the time I've prayed all night that God would let me meet him once again, just once. Or that proud father of his, just once, sir. I'd gladly go to hell if only I could meet them first. If she is waiting for him down there, he'll come. He'll sure come. Hell couldn't hold him against such as that,
And when he comes. Unconsciously, as he spoke the last sentences, the giant's voice took a tone of terrible meaning, and he slowly rose from his seat. When he uttered the last words, he was standing erect, his muscles tense, his powerful frame shaking with passion. There was an inarticulate cry of horror as the mountaineer's guest started to his feet. A moment he stood, and then sank back into the chair, a cowering, shivering heap. Long into the night the stranger walked the floor of his little room under the roof, his face drawn and white, whispering half-aloud things that would have startled his unsuspecting host. My boy, to do such a thing as that. Howard, oh, that I should live to be glad that you're dead. And that picture, his masterpiece, that picture that made his fame. A picture he would never know, never part with, and that we could never find. I see it now. Once he paused to stand at the window, looking down upon the valley. The moon had climbed high above the mountain, but beneath the flood of silver light the shadows lay dark and deep in Mutton Hollow. And then, as he stood there, from out of the shadowy gloom came the wild, weird song they had heard the evening before. The man at the window groaned. The song sank to a low, wailing moan, and he could hear it again, the wind in the pine above the grave of the murdered girl. She was calling. Would he come back? Back from the grave could he come? The words of the giant mountaineer seemed burned into the father's brain. Hell couldn't hold him against such as that. Then the man with the proud face, the face of a scholar and poet, drew back from the window, shaking with a fear he could not control. He crept into a corner and crouched upon the floor. With wide eyes he stared into the dark, and he prayed. And this is how it came to be that the stranger, who followed the old trail along the higher sunlit ground, followed also the other trail down into the valley where the gloomy shadows are, there to live at the ranch near the haunted cabin, the shepherd of Mutton Hollow. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. What is Love? Sammy Lane rode very slowly on her way home from the Matthews place that morning after the stranger had arrived. She started out at her usual reckless gait, but that was because she knew that young Matt was watching her. Once in the timber, the brown pony was pulled to a walk, and by the time they came out into the open again, the little horse, unrebuked by his mistress, was snatching mouthfuls of grass as he strolled across the trail. Sammy was thinking very seriously. Aunt Molly's parting question had stirred the girl deeply. Sammy had seen few people who did not belong in the backwoods. The strangers she had met were hunters or cattlemen, and these had all been in dress and manner not unlike the natives themselves. This man, who had come so unexpectedly out of the mist the night before, was unlike anyone the young woman had ever known before. Like Jed Holland, she felt somehow as if he was a superior being. The Matthews families were different in many ways from those born and raised in the hills, and Sammy's father, too, was different, but this stranger, it was quite as though he belonged to another world. Coming to the big, low gap, the girl looked far away to the blue line of hills miles and miles away. The stranger had come from over there, she thought, and then she fell to wondering what that world beyond the farthest cloud-like ridge was like. Of all the people Sammy had ever known, young Stuart was the only one who had ever seen over the edge of that world to tell her about it. Her father and her friends, the Matthews, never talked of the old days. She had known Olly from a child. With young Matt, they had gone to and from the old schoolhouse along the same road. Once before Mr. Stewart's death, the boy had gone with his father for a day's visit to the city, and even after had been a hero to his backwoods schoolmates. It was this distinction, really, that first won Sammy's admiration and made them sweethearts before the girl's skirts had touched the tops of her shoes. Before the woman in her was fairly awake, she had promised to be his wife, and they were going away now to live in that enchanted land. Spying an extra choice bunch of grass a few steps to one side of the path, Brownie suddenly turned towards the valley, and the girl's eyes left the distant ridge for the little cabin and the sheep corral in Mutton Hollow. Sammy always spoke of that cabin as young Matt's house, and all unbidden now the thought came, who would live with the big fellow down there in the valley when she was gone far away to make her home with Olly and his people in the city? An impatient tug at the reins informed Brownie that his mistress was aware of his existence, and for a time the pony was obliged to pass many a luscious bunch of grass. But soon the reins fell slack again. The little horse moved slowly and still more slowly until, by the relaxed figure of his rider, he knew he was safe again to browse on the grass alongside the path. And so, wondering, dreaming, Sammy Lane rode down the trail that morning. The trail that is nobody knows how old. And on the hill back to the Matthews house, a team was standing idle in the middle of a field. At the big rock on the mountainside, where the trail seemed to pause a moment before starting up to the valley, the girl slipped from her saddle and, leaving Brownie to wander at will, climbed to her favorite seat. Half reclined in the warm sunshine, she watched the sheep feeding nearby, and laughed aloud as she saw the lambs with wagging tails greedily sucking at their mother's sides. Nearby, in a black haw bush, a mother bird sat on her nest. A gray mare with a week-old colt following on unsteady legs came over the ridge, and not far away a mother sow with 10 squealing little pigs came out of the timber. Keeping very still, the young woman watched until they disappeared around the mountain. And then, lifting her arms above her head, she stretched her lithe form out upon the warm, rocky couch with the freedom and grace of a wild thing of the woods. Sammy Lane knew nothing of the laws and customs of the so-called best society. Her splendid young womanhood was not the product of those social traditions and rules that killed the instinct of her kind before it was fairly born. She was as free and as physically perfect as any of the free creatures that lived in the hills, and keenly alive to the life that throbbed and surged about her. Her woman's heart and soul responded to the spirit of the season. The droning of the bees and the blossoms that grew in the crannies of the rock, the tinkle, tinkle of the sheep's bells as the flock moved slowly in their feeding, and the soft breathing of Mother Earth was in her ears, while the gentle breeze that stirred her hair came heavily with the smell of growing things. Laying so, she looked far up into the blue sky where a buzzard floated on lazy wings. If she were up there, perhaps she could see the world beyond the hills. And then suddenly a voice came to her, Aunt Molly's voice. "How do you reckon you'll like being a fine lady, Sammy, a-livin' in the city with the big folks?" The girl turned on her side, raising up on one elbow, looked again at Mutton Hollow with its little cabin half hidden in the timber. And as she looked, slowly her rich red life colored her cheek and neck and brow, and with a gesture of impatience, Sammy turned away to her own home on the southern slope of the mountain, just in time to see a young woman ride into the clearing and dismount before the cabin door. It was her friend, Mandy Ford. The girl on the rock whistled to her pony and, mounting, made her way down the hill. All that day the strange guest at the Matthews place was the one topic of conversation between the girls. "Shucks,"
said Mandy, when Sammy had finished a very minute descript of Mr. Howitt.
He's just some revenue, likes as not.
Sammy tossed her head.
Revenue? You ought to see 'em. Revenues don't come in such clothes as them, and they don't talk like him neither. You can't never tell about revenues, retorted the other. Don't you mind how they fooled everyone over the bend last year? He was just as common, and folks all allowed he was just one of them. But this one ain't like anyone we've ever met up with, and that's just it, returned Sammy.
Mandy shook her head.
You say he ain't hunting. He sure ain't buying cattle this time of year, and he ain't wanting to locate a comin' on afoot. What else can he be but revenue?
To which Sammy replied with an unanswerable argument.
Look here, Mandy Ford, you just tell me, would a low-down revenue ask a blessin' like Parson Bigelow's does?
At this, Mandy gave up the case and sang in despair.
Well, what's he doing here, then? 'Tain't likely he's done come into the woods for nothing. Well, he told old Matt that he was sick and tired of it all, answered the other. Well, does he look like he's ailing?
Sammy replied slowly.
I don't reckon that's the kind of sickness he meant. And when you look right up close into his eyes, he does appear kind of used up.
In connection with this discussion, it was easy to speak of Miss Lane's fairy prospects, for it was not the stranger from the city. And was not Sammy going to live in the land of wonders? The two girls were preparing for the night when Sammy, who was seated on the edge of the bed, paused with one shoe off to ask thoughtfully,
Mandy, what is love anyhow?
Mandy looked surprised.
Well, I reckon you ought to know, she said with a laugh. Olly's been hanging around you ever since I can remember.
Sammy was struggling with a knot on the other shoelace.
Yeah,
she admitted slowly.
I reckon I had ought to know, but what do you say it is, Mandy? Why, it's just caring for somebody more'n anyone else in the whole wide world.
Is that all? The knot was still stubborn.
No, that ain't all. It's going to live with somebody and letting them take care of you instead of your own folks.
Sammy was still struggling with the knot.
And it's a cooking and a scrubbing and a mending for 'em, and sometimes it's a splitting wood and doing chores, and I reckon that's all.
Just then the knot came undone and the shoe dropped to the floor with a thud, and Sammy sat upright.
No, it ain't, Mandy. It's a heap more than that. It's nursing babies and taking care of 'em till they're grown up, and then when they're big enough to take care of themselves, you're old and in the way like Grandma Bowles. It's a looking back over it all and being glad that you done married the man you did. It's a heap more than just living with a man, Mandy. It's a doing all that and without ever once wishing he was someone else.
Well, this was too much for Mandy. She blushed and giggled and then remarked as she gazed admiringly at her friend.
Well, you look mighty fine, Sammy, when you're all fixed up with them pretties when you and Olly get married. I wish my hair was as bright and shiny as yours. How do you reckon you'll like being a fine lady anyhow?
Here it was again. Sammy turned upon her helpless friend with,
How would I know if I like it or not? What is being a fine lady anyhow? Why, it's being a fine lady is living in a big house with carpets on the floor and looking glasses and not having no work to do and wearing pretty clothes with lots of rings and things and she paused and added with triumph, and a riding in a carriage.
That wide questioning look was in Sammy's eyes as she returned.
It's a heap more than that, Mandy. I don't just sense what it is, but I know it tain't all them things that makes it sure enough, lady. 'Tain't the clothes he wears that makes Mr. Howard different than the folks we know, and he don't wear no rings, and he walks. He's just different 'cause he's different, and would be, no matter what he had on or where he was.
This, too, was beyond Mandy. Sammy continued as she finished her preparations for retiring.
This here house is plenty big enough for me. Leastwise, it would be if it had one more room like the cabin in Mutton Hollow. Carpets would be mighty dirty and unhandy to clean when the men come in tramping with their muddy boots. I wouldn't want to wear no dresses so fine I couldn't knock round in the bushes with them. And it would be awful to have nothing to do. And as for a carriage, I wouldn't swap Brownie for a whole city full of carriages.
She slipped into bed and stretched out luxuriously.
Do you reckon I could be a fine lady and be just as I am now, living here in the hills?
The next day Mandy went back to her home on Jake Creek, and in the evening Sammy's father with Wash Gibbs returned, both men and horses showing the effects of a long, hard ride. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Why we ain't got no folks. Preachin' Bill says there's a heap of difference in most men, but Jim Lane now, he's more different than nary men you ever did see. Ain't no better neighbor'n Jim anywhere. Ride out his way any time to do you a favor. But you bet there ain't a man lives can ask Jim any fool questions while Jim's a-looking at him. I tried it once myself. Jim was a-waitin' at the ferry for Wash Gibbs, and we was a-talking along right pert 'bout crops and the weather and such, when I says I, like a dumb old fool, how'd you like it down in Texas, Jim, when you was there that time? Why, Gonnies, his jaw shut like a click, like he had cocked a pistol, and that look of him, why, he was plumb seen through you, comin' into his eyes, and he says, kind of quiet like, do you ever reckon that rain over in James yesterday raised the river that much? And before I knowed it, I was telling him how that old red bull of mine treed the Perkin boys when they was a-possum hunting. Many stories of the bald knobber days, when the law of the land was the law of the rifle and rope, were drifting about the countryside, and always, when these tales were recited, the name of Jim Lane was whispered, while the bolder ones wondered under their breath where Jim went so much with that Wash Gibbs, whose daddy was killed by the government. Mr. Lane was a tall man, well set up, with something in his face and bearing that told of good breeding southern blood, one would say, by the dark skin and the eyes, hair, and the drooping mustache of black. His companion, Wash Gibbs, was a gigantic man, taller and heavier even than the elder Matthews, but more loosely put together than old Matt, with coarse, heavy features and, as Grandma Bowles said, the look of a sheep-killing dog. Grandma, being very near her journey's end, could tell the truth even about Wash Gibbs, but others spoke of the giant only in whispers, save when they spoke in admiration of his physical powers. As the two men swung stiffly from their saddles, Sammy came running out to greet her father with a kiss of welcome. This little exhibition of affection between parent and child was one of the many things that marked the Lanes as different from the natives of that region. Your true backwoodsman carefully hides every sign of his love for either family or friends, and Wash Gibbs stood looking on with an expression upon his brutal face that had very little of human in it. Releasing his daughter, Mr. Lane said, "Got anything to eat, honey? We're a powerful hungry. Wash allowed we'd better tie up at the river, but I know that you'd be watching for us, and the horses are plumb beat." And Gibbs broke in with a coarse laughter. "I wouldn't mind killing a horse neither, if I was to get where you'd get at the end of a ride." To this Jim made no reply, but began loosening the saddle girths, while Sammy only said, as she turned towards the house, "I'll have supper ready for you directly, Daddy." While his host was busy caring for his tired horse, the big man, who did not remove the saddle from his mount, followed the girl into the cabin. "Can't even tell a feller howdy,"
he exclaimed as he entered the kitchen. I did tell you howdy, replied the girl sharply, stirring up the fire. 'Pears like you might have been a grain warmer about it, growled the other, seating himself where he could watch her. If I had been young Matt, or that skinny Oller Stewart, you'd been keen enough. Sammy turned and faced him with angry eyes. Look here, Wash Gibbs, I done told you last Thursday when you come for Daddy that you better leave me alone. I don't like you, and I don't aim to ever have anything to do with you. You done fixed yourself up with me at that time at the Cove picnic. I'll tell Daddy about that if you don't mind. I don't want to make no trouble, but you just quit pestering on me. The big fella sneered. Well, I figured you might change your mind about that some day. Jim ain't gonna say nothing to me, and if he did, words don't break no bones. I'm a heap the best man in this neck of the woods, and your pa knows it, and you know it too. Under his look, the blood rushed to the girl's face in a burning blush. In spite of her anger, she dropped her eyes and without an attempting reply returned to her work. A moment later, Mr. Lane entered the room. A single glance at his daughter's face and a quick look at Wash Gibbs as the bully sat following with wolfish eyes every movement of the girl, and Jim stepped quietly in front of his guest. At the same moment, Sammy left the house for a bucket of water, and Wash turned toward his host with a start to find the dark-faced man gazing at him with a look that few men could face with composure. Without a word, Jim's right hand crept stealthily inside his hickory shirt, where a button was missing. For a moment, Gibbs tried to return the look. He failed. Something he read in that dark face before him, some meaning light in those black eyes, made him tremble, and he felt rather than saw Jim's hand resting quietly now inside the hickory shirt near his left armpit. The big man's face went white under the tan, and his eyes wavered and shifted, and he hung his head and shuffled his feet uneasily, like an overgrown schoolboy brought sharply to task by the master. Then Jim, his hand still inside his shirt, drawled softly but with a queer metallic ring in his voice. Do you reckon it's gonna storm again? At the commonplace question, the bully drew a long breath and looked around. We might have a spell of weather, but I don't guess it'd be tonight. Then Sammy returned, and then they had supper. Next to his daughter, Jim Lane loved his violin, and with good reason, for the instrument had once belonged to his great-grandfather, who, tradition says, was a musician of no mean ability. Preachin' Bill allowed this was a heap of difference between a playing a violin and just a fiddlin'. You wouldn't know some fellers was a making music if you didn't see 'em a pattin' their foot, but it ain't that way with Jim Lane. He sure do make music, real music. As no one ever questioned Bill's judgment, it is safe to conclude that Mr. Lane's inherited something of his great-grandfather's ability alongside his treasured instrument. When the supper was over, and Wash Gibbs was gone on his way, Jim took the violin from its peg above the fireplace and tucked it lovingly under his chin, and gave himself to his favorite pastime while Sammy moved busily about the cabin, putting things right for the night. When her evening tasks were finished, the girl came and stood before her father. At once the music ceased, and the violin was laid carefully aside. Sammy seated herself on her father's knee. "Lord, child, you're sure getting grown up," said Jim with a mocking groan at her weight. "Yes, Daddy, I reckon I am grown. I'll be 19 come Christmas." "Oh, shucks," ejected the man. "It wasn't more'n last week that you was washing doll's clothes down there by the spring." The young girl laughed. "I didn't wash no doll's clothes last week," she said, and her voice changed in that wide, questioning look, the look that made one think so of her father, came into her eyes. "There's something I want to ask you, Daddy. You know, Olly's going away, and I was thinking about it all day yesterday, and Daddy, why ain't we got no folks?
Mr. Lane stirred uneasily, and Sammy continued.
There's the Matthews. They got kinsfolk back in Illinois. Mandy Ford's got uncles and aunts all over Long Creek, and Jed Holland's got Granddad and Ma, and even Preachin' Bill talks about a pack of kinfolk over in Arkansas. Why don't we have no folks, Daddy?
The man gazed long and thoughtful at the fresh young face of his child, and the black eyes looked into the brown eyes keenly, as he answered her questions with another question. Do you reckon you love him right smart, honey? Are you sure? Dead sure you ain't thinking of what he's got instead of what he is? I know it'd be mighty nice for you to be one of the fine folks, and there are big reasons why you oughta, but it's going to take a mighty good man to match you. A mighty good man. And the man you've got to live with, not his money.
Olly's good, Daddy, she returned in a low voice, her eyes fixed upon the floor.
Oh, I know. He wouldn't do nobody no harm. He's good enough that way, and I ain't faulting him, but you need to have yourself a man. A sure enough good man.
But tell me, Daddy, why don't we have no folks?
The faintest glimmer of a smile came into the dark face. You sure grown up, girl. You sure grown up, you sure have. And I reckon you might as well know. And then he told her. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Sammy Lane's Folks. It began on a big southern plantation where there were several brothers and sisters, with a gentleman father of no little pride and a lady mother of equal pride and great beauty. With much care for detail, Jim drew a picture of the big mansion with its wide lawns and flower gardens and tree-bordered walks, with its wealth of culture, its servants and distinguished guests. For, said he, when you get to be a fine lady, you ought to know that you got a good blood as well as the best thoroughbreds. And Sammy, interrupting his speech with a kiss, bade him to go on with his story. Then he told how the one black sheep of that proud southern flock had been cast forth from the beautiful home which, still hardly grown, and how, with his horse and gun and violin, the wanderer had come into the heart of the Ozark wilderness, with the print of moccasin feet were still warm on the old trail. Jim sketched broadly here, and for some reason did not fully explain the cause of his banishment, neither did he comment in any way upon its justice or injustice. Time passed, and a strong, clear-eyed, clean-limbed, deep-bosomed mountain lass, with all the mastering passion of her kind, mated the free, half-wild young hunter, and they settled in the cabin by the spring on the southern slopes of the Dewey. Then the little one came, and in her veins there was mingled the blue blood of the proud Southerners and the warm red life of her wilder mother. Again Jim's story grew rich in detail. Holding his daughter at arm's length, he looked at her through half-closed eyes. He said, "You're just like her, honey. You're mighty like her. The same eyes, and same hair, same mouth, same build, same way of moving, strong, but smooth and free. She could run clear to the top of Dewey or sit on a horse all day. Do you ever get tired, gal?" Sammy laughed and shook her head.
"I've run from here to the signal tree lots of times, Dad."
"You're just like the old folks, too," mused Jim. "Like them in what you think and say."
"Tell me more," said the girl. "Seems like I remember being in a big wagon, and there was a woman there, too. Was she my mother?"
Jim nodded, and unconsciously lowered his voice as he said, "It was in the old bald knobber time.
Things happen in them days, honey. Many the night I've seen the top of old Dewey yonder black with men. It was when things were broke up that your mother and me thought we could do better in Texas, so we went. Jim was again sketching broadly. Your mother left us there, girl. Seemed like she couldn't stand it, being away from the hills or something, and she just gived up. I never did rightly know how it was. We buried her out there, way out on the big plain. I remember her a little, whispered Sammy. Jim continued. Then after a time, you and me come back to the old place. Your mother named you Samantha, girl, but being as there was no boy, I always called you Sammy. It seemed right enough that way now, for you've sure enough been more of a son to me since we've been alone, and that's one reason why I learned you to ride and shoot with the best of them. There's them that say I didn't do right by you, bringing you up without any woman around the place, and I can't say that I know if I have or have not. But somehow I couldn't never think of no other woman as I ought, after living with your mother. Then there was Aunt Molly to learn you how to cook and do things about the house. I counted a good bit, too, on the old stock, and it showed up right. You're like the old folks, girl, in the way that you think, but you're like your mother in the way that you look. Sammy's arms went around her father's neck. You're a good man, Daddy Jim. The best daddy a girl ever had. And if I ain't all bad, that's on account of you. There was a queer look on the man's dark face. He had sketched some parts of his tale with a broad hand, indeed. The girl raised her head again. But, Daddy, I wish you'd do something for me. I don't like Wash Gibbs to be a-comin' here. And I wish you'd quit riding with him, Daddy. I'm afraid of him. He looks at me, and he's a bad one. I know he is, Daddy. Jim laughed, and again there was that odd metallic note in his voice. I've known him a long time, honey. Me and his daddy was together when he died, and you used to sit on Wash's knee when you were just a little tadpole. Not that he's so much older than you, but he was a man-sized at 15. You don't understand, girl, but I gotta go with him sometimes, but don't you fret. Wash Gibbs ain't gonna hurt me, and he won't come here more'n I can help, neither. Then he changed the subject abruptly. Tell me what you been doing while I was away. Sammy told of her visit to their friends at the Matthews place and of the stranger who'd come into the neighborhood. And as the girl talked, her father questioned her carefully, and several times the metallic note crept into his soft, drawling speech, while into his eyes came that particular searching look, as if he would draw from his daughter even more than she knew of the incident. Once he rose, and, going to the door, stood looking out into the night. Sammy finished with her answer to Mandy Ford's opinion of the stranger. You don't reckon a revenue would ask a blessing, do you, Daddy? It seems he just naturally wouldn't. God would make the victuals stick in his throat and choke him for sure. Jim laughed as he replied, I don't know, girl. I never heard of a revenue doing such a thing, but a feller can't tell. When Sammy left him to retire for the night, her father picked up the violin again and placed it beneath his chin as if to play. But he didn't touch the strings, and soon hung the instrument in its place above the mantel. Then, going to the doorway, he lit his pipe, and for a full hour sat looking up the old trail towards the Matthews place, his right hand thrust into the bosom of his hickory shirt, where the button was missing. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. A feat of strength and a challenge. What the club is to the city man in the general store, or the post office to the citizens of the country village, the mill is to the native of the backwoods. Made to saw the little rough lumber he needs in his primitive building, or to grind his corn into the rough meal that is his staff of life, the mill does more for the settler than this. It brings together the scattered population. It is the news center,
the heart of the social life and the hub of the industrial wheel. On grinding day, the Ozark mountaineer goes to the mill on horseback, his grist in a sack behind the saddle, or indeed taking place of the saddle itself. The rule is first come, first served. And so, while waiting his turn or waiting for a neighbor who will ride in the same direction, the woodsman has time to contribute his share to the gossip of the countryside or take part of the discussions that are of more or less vital interest. When the talk runs slow, there are games. Pitching horseshoes borrowed from the blacksmith shop. There's always a blacksmith shop nearby. Running or jumping contests, or wrestling or shooting matches. Fall Creek Mill, owned and operated by Mr. Matthews and his son, was located on Fall Creek in a deep, narrow valley, about a mile from their home. A little old threshing engine, one of the first few to take the place of the horsepower, and itself in turn already pushing to the wall by improved competitors, rolled the saw or the burr. This engine, which had been rescued by Mr. Matthews from the scrap pile of a Springfield machine shop, was accepted as evidence beyond question of the superior intellect and genius of the Matthews family. In fact, Fall Creek Mill gave the whole Mutton Hollow neighborhood such a tone of up-to-date enterprise that folks from the Bend or the mouth of the James looked upon the Mutton Hollow people with no little envy and awe, not to say even jealousy. The settlers came to the Matthews Mill from far up the creek, crossing and recrossing the little stream from Iron Spring and from Grander, and beyond Sand Ridge, following faint, twisting bridle paths through the forest, from the other side of Dewey Bald along the old trail, from the cove and from the post office at the forks and down the wagon road through the pinery, and from Wolf Ridge and the head of Indian Creek beyond, climbing the rough mountains. Even from the river bottom they came, yellow and shaking with ague, to swap tobacco and yarns, and to watch with never-failing interest the crazy old engine, as young Matt patted and coaxed and flattered her into doing his will. They began coming early that grinding day, 2 weeks after Mr. Howard had been installed at the ranch. But the young engineer was ready, with a good head of steam in the old patched boiler, and the smoke was rising from the rusty stack in a long twisted line above the motionless treetops. It was a great day for young Matt, great because he knew that Sammy Lane would be coming to the mill, and he would see and talk with her. Perhaps, if he was quick enough, he might even lift her from the brown pony. It was a great day, too, because Olly Stewart would be saying goodbye, and before tomorrow would be on his way out of the hills. Not that it mattered whether Olly went or not. It was settled that Sammy was going to marry young Stewart, and that was what mattered. And young Matt had given her up, and as he had told his father in the barn that day, it was all right. But still it was a great day, because Olly would be saying goodbye. It was a great day in young Matt's life, too, because on that day he would issue his challenge to the acknowledged champion of the countryside, Wash Gibbs. But young Matt did not know that this until afterwards, for it all came about in a very unexpected way. The company had been discussing the new arrival in the neighborhood and speculating as the probable length of Mr. Howard's stay at the ranch, and while young Matt was in the burr house with his father, they had gone over yet again the familiar instances of the ghost story. How Bud Wilson seen her as close as from here to the shop yonder. How Joe Grander's mule had gone plumb hog wild when he tried to ride past the old ruins near the ranch, and how Lem Wheeler, while out hunting that roan steer of his, had heard a moaning and a wailing under the bluff. Upon young Matthew's return to his engine, the conversation had been skilfully changed to Olly Stewart and his remarkable good fortune. From Olly and his golden prospects, it was an easy way to see Sammy Lane and to her coming of marriage. Buck Thompson was just concluding a glowing tribute to the girl's beauty of face and form when young Matt reached for an axe laying near the speaker. Said Buck, "Preachin' Bill allowed the other day it didn't make no difference how much money the old man left Olly. He'd be a poor sort of a man anyhow. And that there's a heap better men than him right here in the hills that Sammy could 'a' had for the asking." "Well, how about Matt?" called a young fella from the river. The big man's face flushed at the general laugh which followed, and he answered hotly as he swung his axe. "Well, you better ask Wash Gibbs. I hear he's the best man in these woods." "I reckon as how Wash can back his judgment there," said Joe. "Oh, Wash is sure a good man," remarked Buck, but there's another not so mighty far away that's pretty nigh holding his level." He looked significantly to where young Matt was making the big chips fly. "Ah," grunted Joe. "I tell you, gentlemen, that there man Gibbs is powerful. Yes, sir, surely he is. Tell you what I seed him do." Joe pulled a twist of tobacco from his hip pocket and settled down upon his heels, his back against a post. "Wash and me was a-going to the settlement last fall, and just this side of the camp house on Wilderness Road we struck a thrashing crew stuck in the mud with their engine. Had a breakdown of some kind. Something the matter with the hind wheel, and just as Wash and me drove up, the boss of the outfit was telling 'em to cut a big pole to try and pry out the hind end so that they could block her up and fix the wheel. Wash, he looks at him a minute, and then he says he, 'Hold on, boys, you don't nary need a pole.' 'What do you not know about an engine, you darned hillbilly?' says the old man sort of short. 'I don't know nothing about an engine, you prairie hopper,' says Wash, 'but I know you don't need no pole to lift that thing.' 'Well, how would you lift it then?' said the other fellow. 'Why, I just fetch a hold of it and lift it,' said Wash. Well, the gang, they burst themselves a laughing. 'Why, you blamed fool,' says the boss. 'Did you even know what that engine will weigh?' 'I don't cussed care what she'd weigh,' said Wash. 'She ain't planted there, is she?' And with that he climbs down from the wagon, and dad burned me if he didn't take holt of that hind end and lift one side clear up with that engine clean off the ground. Well, them fellers just stood there a-looking at him and beating to the stir. And, 'Well,' says Wash, still a-holding his kilt, 'slide a block under and I'll just mosey along.' Well, that there boss didn't say a word till he got a bottle from the box in that wagon and handed her over to Wash, and then he says kind of scared like, 'Where in the hell are you from, mister?' Well, Wash, he replies, he says, 'I'm just a kid from over on the Ozarks,' says Wash, and handed the bottle to me. Well, you ought to seen some of the men in my neighborhood, and then we went on." When the speaker had finished, there was a quiet for a little, and then the young man from the river drawled, "Well, how much did you say that engine weighed, Joe?" There was a general laughter at this, which the admirer of Gibbs took good-naturedly. "I don't know what she'd weigh, but she was about the size of that one there," he answered. With one accord, everyone turned to inspect the mill engine. "Well, that's a pretty good lift, Joe. Let's you and me take a pull at her, bud," remarked Lem Wheeler. The two men lifted and strained at the wheel, and then another joined them, and amid the laughter and good-natured rivalry of the crowd, the three tried in vain to lift one of the wheels, while Mr. Matthews, seeing some unusual movement, came into the shed and stood with his son in an amused witness of their efforts. "Are you sure this engine ain't bigger than the other one, Joe?" asked one of the group. "Well, I don't believe she weighs a pound more," replied the mountaineer with conviction. "I tell you, gentlemen, that man Gibbs is a wonder, he sure is." Old Matt and his son glanced quietly at each other, and the boy shook his head with a smile. This little byplay was lost in the men, who were interested in the efforts of different ones in groups of 3 to move the wheel. And when they had at last given up, the young man from the river drawled, "You right sure it wasn't after the boss gave you that bottle that Wash lifted her? Or wasn't it on the way home from the settlement?" When the laugh of this insinuation had died out, Buck said thoughtfully, "I'll tell you what, boys. I'd like to see young Matt give her a try." Mr. Matthews, who was just starting back to the Burr house, paused in the doorway, and all eyes were fixed upon his son. "Give her a try, Matt. Show us what you can do," called the men in chorus, but the young man, he shook his head and found something that needed his immediate attention. All that morning, in intervals, the mountaineers urged the big fella to attempt the feat, but he always put them off with some evasive reply or was too busy to gratify them. But after dinner, while the men were pitching horseshoes in front of the blacksmith shop, Buck Thompson approached the young engineer alone. "Look here, Matt," he said. "Why don't you try that lift? Darn me if I don't believe you could fetch it." The young giant looked around. "Well, I know I can, Buck. I lifted her yesterday while Dad was fixing the blocking. I always do it that way." Buck looked at him in amazement. "Well, why in thunder didn't you show the boys, then?" he burst forth at last. "Well, if I do, Wash Gibbs will hear of it for sure, and then I'll have to fight him to settle who's the best man." "Oh, good Lord!" ejected Buck with a groan. "If you're afraid of Wash Gibbs, that's the first thing I ever knowed you to be scared of." Young Matt looked at his friend steadily in the eyes as he replied, "I ain't afraid of Wash Gibbs. I'm afraid of myself. Mr. Howard says no man needs to be afraid of nobody but himself, and I've been thinking lately, Buck, and I see some things that I never seed before. I figure it that if I fight Wash Gibbs or anyone else just to see which is the best man, I ain't no better than he is. I reckon I'll have to whip him some day, all right. I ain't caring how soon it comes, but I ain't going to hurt nobody for nothing just because I can." Buck made no reply to this. Such sentiment was a little too much for his primitive notions, and he went back to the men by the blacksmith shop. It was not long, however, until the players left their game to gather once more about the engine. Lem Wheeler approached young Matt with a serious air. "Look here," he said. "We all want to see you try that lift." "I ain't got no time for fooling," replied the young man. "Dad's just pushing to get done before dark." "Aw, shucks," reported the other. "It won't take a minute. Just catch a hold of her and show us what you can do." "Why you all so keen about my lifting for, anyhow?" demanded the big fellow suspiciously. "I ain't never set up as being the strongest man of this country." "Well, you see, it's this way. Buck done bet me his mule colt agin mine that you could lift her, and we want you to settle the bet," exclaimed Lem. Young Matthews shot a glance at the mountaineer, who grinned joyously. "Yeah," said Buck. "That's how it is. I'm a-backing you. Didn't want you to hurt yourself for me, but I sure do need that colt of Lem's, and it's a dead match for mine." The giant looked at his friend a moment in silence, then burst into laughter, appreciating at Buck's hint. "Well, seeing as how you're backing me, Buck, I'll have to get that mule for you if I can." He shut off the steam, and as the engine came to a stop, stooped and with apparent ease lifted the rear wheel a full 4 inches from the ground. Loud exclamation of admiration came from the little group of men in the shed, and Lem turned with a long face. "Well, them colts, they're going to make a fine team, Buck," he said. "Well, you darn tootin'. Come on over and help me break 'em," replied Buck with another grin of delight. "Wait till Wash Gibbs hears about this. He'll be sure for breaking young Matt," put in another.
Best get your fighting clothes on, Matt. Well, I shall never rest easy till you done showed 'em." These and similar remarks revealed the general view of the situation, and while the men were discussing the matter, a thin, high-pitched voice from the edge of the crowd broke in. There's a good lift, all right, but it ain't nothing to what I'd seen when I was in the circus in the city." Young Matt, who had started the engine again, turned quickly. Olly Stewart was sitting on a horse nearby, and at his side, on the brown pony, was Miss Sammy Lane. They had evidently ridden up just in time to witness the exposition of the giant's strength. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Olly Stewart's Goodbye. Beside the splendidly developed young woman, Olly Stewart appeared but a weakling. His shoulders were too narrow, and he stooped. His limbs were thin, and his hair black and straight, and his eyes dull. As young Matt stepped forward, Olly dismounted quickly, but the big fellow was first at the brown pony's side, and Sammy's eyes shone with admiration, and, as the strong men felt their light, he was not at all sorry that he won that mule colt for Buck. "No," she said, declining his offered assistance. She did not wish to get down. They were going to the post office and would call for the meal on their way home. Young Matt lifted the sack of corn from Brownie's neck and carried it into the shed, and when he returned to the group, Olly was saying in his thin voice, "In the circus I seen in the city there was a fellow that lifted a man, big as Jed here, clear above his head with one hand." Buck turned to his big friend. His look was met by a grim smile that just touched the corners of the lad's mouth, and there was a gleam in the blue eyes that betrayed the spirit within. The lean mountaineer again turned to the company, while the boy glanced at Sammy. The girl was watching him, and had caught the silent exchange between the two friends. "Aw, shucks," said Buck. Matt could do that easy. Try it, Matt. Give Jed a try here. Just try it once," called the chorus. This time the big fellow needed no urging. With Sammy looking on, he couldn't resist the opportunity which Olly himself had presented, and without a word, but with a quick tightening of the lips, he stepped forward and caught Jed by the belt with his right hand, and then, before anyone could guess his purpose, he reached out with his other hand and grasped Olly himself in the same manner. There was a short step forward and a quick upward swing, and the giant held a man in each hand, at a full arm's length above his head. Amid the shouts of the crowd, still holding them in, he walked deliberately to the blacksmith's shop and back, and then lowered them easily to their feet, and then turned to his engine. Olly and Sammy rode away together, and up the green arched road, and the little company in the mill shed stood watching them. As the finely formed young woman and her inferior escort passed from sight, a tall mountaineer from the other side of Compton Ridge remarked, "I done heard Preachin' Bill say the other day that a mighty nigh all this here geawking and balking and kicking 'mongst the married folks comes because the teams ain't matched up right. Bill, he figures that God Almighty fixed it somehow so that the birds and the vermins don't make no mistakes, but left it plumb easy for men and women to make darn fools of themselves." Everyone grinned in appreciation, and another spoke up. "Well, according to that, I'll bet 4 bits if them two yonder ever do get into a double harness, there'll be pieces of the outfit strung from the parsons clean to the burying ground." When the laughter had subsided, Buck turned to see young Matt standing just outside the shed, doing something with the belt that led to the burr, but in reality looking up the creek. "Oh," ejected Buck under his breath, "what a team they'd make." "Who?" said Lem, who was standing nearby. "Them mule colts," returned Buck with a grin. "Aw, they sure will, Buck. There ain't two better in the country. They're a dead match. I'll come over and help you break 'em when they're big enough." And then he wondered why Buck swore with such evident delight. One by one the natives received their meal, and, singly or in groups of 2 or 3, were swallowed up by the great forest. Already the little valley was in the shadow of the mountain, though the sun still shone brightly on the tree-tops higher up, when Olly and Sammy returned from the forks. Mr. Matthews had climbed the hill when the last grist was ground, leaving his son to cool down the engine and put things right about the mill. "Come on, Matt," said Olly, as the big fella brought out the meal. "It's time you was going home." The young giant hung back, saying, "You folks better go on ahead. I'll get home all right." "I didn't think nothing would get you," laughed Olly. "Come on, you might as well go along with us." The other muttered something about being in the way and started back into the shed. "Hurry up, we're waiting," called Sammy. After this there was nothing else for the young man to do but join them, and the 3 were soon making their way up the steep mountain road together. And for a time they talked of commonplace things, and then young Matt opened the subject that was all in their hearts. "I reckon, Olly, that this'll be the last time that you ever be climbing this old road." As he spoke, he was really thinking of the time to come when Sammy would climb the road for the last time as well. "Yep," returned Stuart. "I go tomorrow before the sun's up." The other continued, "It'll sure be fine for you to live in the city and get your schooling and all that. Us folks here in the woods don't know nothing. We ain't got no chance to learn. You'll be forgetting us all mighty quick, I reckon, once you get living with your rich kin." "Indeed I won't," returned Olly warmly. "Sammy and me was talking about that this very evening. We aim to always be coming back to Mutton Holler at least once a year, and be just like the other folks, won't we, Sammy?" The brown pony stepped on a loose stone and stumbled towards the man walking by his side, and the big fellow put out his hand instantly to the little horse's neck, and for an instant the girl's hand rested on the giant's shoulder, and her face was close to his. Then Brownie recovered his footing, and young Matt drew further away. Olly continued, "We aim to have you come to the city after a while. I'm going to get Uncle Dan to give you a job in the shops, and you can get out of these hills and be someone like we'uns." The tone was unmistakable patronizing, and the big mountaineer lifted his head proudly and turned towards the speaker, but before he could reply, Sammy broke in eagerly. "Oh, but that would sure be fine, wouldn't it, Matt? I know you'd do something big if you only had the chance. I just know you would. You're so kind of big in every kind of way." She laughed. "It's a plumb shame for you to be buried alive in these hills." There was nothing to be said after this, until coming to the top of the ridge they stopped. From here Olly and Sammy would take the old trail to the girl's home, and then, with his eyes on the vast sweep of the forest-clad hills and valleys over which the blue haze was fast changing to purple in the level rays of the sun, young Matt spoke. "I don't guess you'd better figure on that. Some folks are made to live in the city and some aren't. I reckon I was built to live in these hills. I don't somehow feel like I could get along without 'em. And besides, I'd always be a knocking against something around there." He laughed grimly and stretched out his huge arms. "I gotta have room. Then there's those folks yonder." He turned his head towards the log house just showing beyond the trees. "You know how it is, me being the only one left and Dad getting old. No, I don't guess you need to count on me being more than I am." Then suddenly he wheeled about and turned from one face to the other, and then with a faint hint of defiance in his voice as he finished, "I got an idea, too, that the backwoods needs men same as the cities. I don't see how there ever could be a city even if it wasn't for the men who cleared the brush. Somebody's got to lick Wash Gibbs some day, or there just naturally won't be no decent living in the neighborhood ever." He held up his big hand to the man on the horse. Goodbye, and good luck to you, Olly." The horses turned down the old trail, and with their riders they passed from sight. That night Sammy Lane said farewell to her lover, and, with many promises for the future, Olly rode away to his cabin home, to leave the next morning for that world that lies so far away from the world of young Matt and his friends, the world that is so easy to get into after all, and so impossible to get out of ever. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Shepherd and His Flock. All that spring and summer things went smoothly in Mutton Hollow neighborhood. The corn was ready to gather, and nothing had happened to the ranch since Mr. Howard took charge, while the man who had appeared so strangely in their midst had made a large place for himself in the hearts of the simple mountaineers. At first they were disposed to regard him with some distrust as one apart. He was so unlike themselves. But when he had changed his dress for the rough garb of the hillmen, and was meeting them kindly upon their own ground, had entered so readily into their life, the people, by common consent, dropped the distinguished title Mr. for the more familiar one of the backwoods, Dad. Not that they lacked in respect or courtesy, it was just their way, and the quiet shepherd accepted the title with a pleased smile, seeming to find in the change an honor to be received not lightly. But while showing such interest in all that had made up their world, the man never opened the door for anyone to enter his past. They knew no more of his history than the hints he had given Mr. Matthews the night he came out of the mist. At the occasional religious meetings in the schoolhouse at the Forks, Mr. Howard was always present, an attentive listener to the sermons of the backwoods preacher, and then, seeing his interest, they asked him to talk to them one day when Parson Bigelow failed to make his appointment. "He don't holler so much as a regular parson," said Uncle Josh Hensley, "but he sure talks so we can understand." And from that time they always called upon him at their public gatherings. And so the scholar from the world beyond the ridges slipped quietly into the life of the mountain folk, and took firm root in their affections. And in his face, so Preachin' Bill said, was the look of one who had done fought his fight to a finish, and war too dead beat to be even glad the war was over. Between the giant Mr. Matthews and his shepherd, the friendship begun that night grew always stronger. In spite of the difference in education and training, they found much in common. Some bond of friendship, unknown to the mountaineer at least, drew them close, and the two men spent many an evening upon the front porch of the log house in the quiet talk, while the shadows crept over the valley below, and the light went from the sky back to the clump of pines. From the first, young Matt was strongly drawn to the stranger, who was to have such an influence over his life, and Pete. Pete said that God lives with Dad Howitt in Mutton Hollow. Pete somehow knew a great deal about God these days. A strange comradeship had come to be between the thoughtful gentleman who cared for the sheep and the ignorant, sorely afflicted, and nameless backwoods boy. The two were always together, out on the hillside and in the glens and valleys during the day with the sheep, or at the ranch in the hollow when the flock was safely folded and the nights slipped quietly over the timbered ridges. Mr. Howard had fixed a bunk in his cabin for the boy so that he could come and go at will. Often the shepherds awoke in the morning to find that some time during the night his strange friend had slipped and gone from about his roving. Again, after seeing the boy soundly sleeping, the shepherd would arise in the morning to find the bunk was empty. Sammy Lane, too, had fallen under the charm of the man with the white hair and the poet's face. Sammy was not so often at the Matthews place after Olly had gone to the city. The girl could not have told why. She had a vague feeling that it was better to stay away, but this feeling did not prevent her climbing the old trail to the lookout on the shoulder of Dewey, and she spent hours on the big rock, looking over the valley to where the smoke from Aunt Molly's kitchen curled about over the trees.
and sometimes against the sky she could see a man and a team moving slowly to and fro in the field back of the house. When this happened, Sammy always turned quickly away to where the far-off line of hills lay like a long, low cloud against the sky. Every week the girl rode her brown pony to the post office at the Forks, and when she had a letter, things were different. She always stopped then at the Matthews place. One day, when this happened, Dad and Pete were on the ridge above the old trail when, just where the north slope of the dewy shades into the rim of the hollow, the elder man was seated on the ground in the shade of an oak, with his back against the trunk of the tree, while the boy lay full length in the soft grass, looking up into the green depths of foliage where a tiny brown bird flit about from bough to bough. In his quaint way, Pete was carrying on a conversation with his little friend in the tree-top, translating freely the while for his left-gifted, but deeply interested companion on the ground below, when Brave the shepherd dog, laying nearby, interrupted the talk with a short bark. Looking up, they saw young Matt riding along the summit of the ridge. The young man paused when he heard the dog, and caught sight of the two under the tree, and then he came to them and seated himself on the grass at Pete's side. He spoke no word of greeting, and the look on his face was not good to see. Pete's eyes went wide with fear at the manner of his big friend, and drew back as if to run, but when young Matt threw himself over on the grass, had hidden his face, a half-sad, half-knowing look came into the lad's delicate features. Reaching forth a hand as slim as a girl's, he stroked the shaggy, red-brown head as he murmured softly, "Poor Matt. Poor Matt, does it hurt? Is Matt hurt? He'll be better by and by." The great form on the grass stirred impatiently, and the shepherd spoke no word. Pete continued, stroking the big head and talking in low, soothing tones as one would hush a child. "Pete don't know what's hurting young Matt, but it'll be all right some day. It'll sure grow over after a while. Ain't nothing gonna grow over after a while, 'cause God says so." Still the older man was silent. Then the big giant burst forth in curses, and the shepherd spoke. "Don't do that, Grant. It's not like you, lad. You can't help your trouble that way." Young Matt turned over to face his friend. "I know it, Dad. I just gotta say something. I ain't meanin' no disrespect to God Almighty, and I reckon He ought to know it, but—" He broke forth again. Pete drew back in alarm. "Look at the trouble on your face, lad. Don't let it get you down like this." "Look it in the face," roared the other. "Good God, that's just it. Ain't I a lookin' it in the face every day? You don't know about it, Dad, and if you did, you'd curse it too." He started in again. "I know more than you think, Grant," said the other, while the big fella had stopped swearing to get his breath, and while he spoke the shepherd was looking away along the old trail. "There comes your trouble now," he added, pointing to a girl on a brown pony coming slowly out of the timber near the deer lick, and the young man made no reply, and Pete, at sight of the girl, started to his feet, but the big fellow pushed him down again and made the boy understand that he mustn't betray their position. When Sammy reached the sheep, she checked her pony and searched the hillside with her eyes, while her clear call went over the mountains. "Oh, Dad!" Young Matt shook his head savagely at his companion, and even Brave held silent by a low "Be still" from his master. Again Sammy looked carefully on every side, but laying on the higher ground and partially hid by the trees, the little group couldn't be seen. When there was no answer to her second call, the girl drew a letter from her pocket and permitted the pony to roam at will, proceeding to read. The big man looked on, cursing again under his breath. "It's from Olly," he whispered to his companions. "She stopped at the house. He says his uncle will give me a job in the shops, and that'll be fine for me, 'cause Olly will be my boss himself." "He my boss? Why, Dad, Burn his sneaking little soul, I could crunch him with one hand. I'd see him in hell before I'd take orders from him, and I told her so, too," he finished savagely. "And what did she say?" asked the shepherd quietly, his eyes on the girl below. "Just said kind of short like that she reckoned I could, and then I come away." The girl finished her letter, and then after another long call for Dad, moved on over the shoulder of the mountains. Pete, who had withdrawn a little away from his companions, was busy talking in a strange manner to his unseen friends. Then young Matt opened his heart to the shepherd and told him all. It was the old story, and as Mr. Howard listened, dreams that he had thought were dead with the death of his own son stirred again in his heart, and his deep voice was vibrant with emotion as he sought to comfort the lad who had come to him. And while they talked, the sun dropped until its lower edge touched the top of the tallest pine on Wolf Ridge, and the long shadows lay over the valley below. "I'm mighty sorry I let go and started cussing, Dad," finished the boy, "but I keep a-holding it in till I plumb go wild, and then something happened just like that letter, and I go all out and rage and bust. I often wished you'd knowed. Seemed like your just knowing about it is helping me hold on. I get scared at myself sometimes, Dad. I do, honest." "Well, I'm glad, too, that you told me, Grant. It means more to me than you can guess. I had a boy once, you know. He was like you. He would come to me this way if he was still living." The sheep had begun working towards the lower ground, and the shepherd rose to his feet. "Take them home, Brave. Come on, boys. You must eat with me at the ranch tonight." Then the three friends, the giant mountaineer, the strangely afflicted youth, and the old scholar, went down the mountainside together. As they disappeared into the timber on the lower level, the bushes near which they had been sitting parted slightly, and a man's head and shoulders appeared from above and behind a big rock. The man watching the strange companions out of sight, and then the bushes swayed together, and the mountain seemed to swallow him up. The three friends were just finishing their supper when Pete saw Sammy entering the ranch clearing, and young Matt caught up his hat. At the rear door he paused. I gotta go now, Dad. I can't see her any more today. If you'll let me, I'll come again when things get too hot." The shepherd held out his hand. "I understand. Come any time you need to, boy." The big fellow with Pete slipped away into the timber at the rear of the cabin. A moment before, Sammy appeared at the open door in the front. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13. Sammy Lane's Ambition.
Land's sakes,
cried Sammy, looking at the table.
you don't use all them dishes, do you, Dad? You sure must eat a lot."
"Oh, I eat enough," laughed Mr. Howard. "But it happens that I had company this evening. Young Matt and Pete were here for supper." He brought 2 chairs from outside the cabin.
"Shucks,"
exclaimed Sammy as she seated herself and removed her sunbonnet.
"Well, they must have eaten and run. Wish I'd gotten here sooner. Young Matt ran away from me this afternoon, and I wanted to see him about Mandy Ford's party next week. I done promised Mandy that I'd bring him. I reckon he'd go with me if I asked him."
"Oh, there's not the least doubt about that," observed the man. "I'm sure anyone would be glad for such a charming company."
The girl looked up suspiciously. "Are you a-joking?"
she said. "Indeed I am not. I'm very much in earnest." And then, taking a cob pipe from his pocket, he added politely, May I smoke?"
"Oh, yes. What do you ask me for?"
She watched him curiously as he filled and lit the pipe.
"I reckon that's because you were raised in the city," she added slowly. "Is that the way folks do it there?"
"Folks smoke here sometimes, do they not?" he returned between puffs.
I don't mean that. Of course they smoke and chew as well, and the women they dip snuff, some of 'em. Aunt Molly Matthews don't, though, and I ain't never gonna, 'cause she don't, but no one don't ask nobody else if they can, if they just go ahead and do it. That ain't the only way you're different from us, though.
She continued, looking at Mr. Howard with that wide, questioning gaze.
You're different in a heap o' ways. It ain't that you wear different clothes, for you don't no more, and it ain't that you act like you're any better'n us. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Take your staying here in Mutton Hollow now. Honest, Dad, aren't you afraid to stay here all night alone?
Afraid? Afraid of what? He looked at her curiously.
Of the haunts, said the girl, lowering her voice. Down there.
She pointed towards the old ruined cabin under the bluff.
She's sure been seen there. What if he was to come too? Don't you believe in haunts?
The shepherd's face was troubled as he answered, Well, I don't know, Sammy. I scarcely know what to believe. Some marvelous experiences are related by apparently reliable authorities, but I have always said that I do not accept the belief. I am not so sure now. After all, the unseen world is not so very far away, and strange forces of which we know nothing, they're about us everywhere. I dare not say that I do not believe.
But you're not scared.
Why should I fear? Sammy shook her head.
Ain't another man or woman in the whole country who would done spend a night here, Dad, except for Pete, of course. Not even young Matt nor my daddy would do it, and I don't guess that they're afraid of anything. Anything that's alive, I mean. You're sure different, Dad, just plumb different. I reckon it must be the city that does it, and that's what I've come to see about this evening. You see, Olly's been telling me a lot about folks and the way things are over there.
She waved her hand towards the ridges that shut in the hollow.
And Olly, he's changed a heap himself since he went there to live. I got a letter today, and when I went home, I hunted up the first one he wrote, and I can tell there's a right smart difference already. You know all about Olly and me going to get married, I reckon.
Mr. Howard admitted that he had heard something of the nature, and Sammy nodded.
I figured you'd know, but you don't know how mighty proud and particular Olly always is. I figured that being in the city with all them fine folks wasn't going to make him any less that way when he was. And if he stays there and keeps a changin', and I stay here and don't change none, why, it might be that I...
She faltered and came to a dead stop, twisting her bonnet strings nervously in her confusion.
Olly, he ain't like young Matt nohow, she said again. Such as that wouldn't make no difference with him, but Olly, well, you see...
There was a twinkle now in the shepherd's eye as he answered, Yes, I see. I'm quite sure that I see.
The girl continued, You know all about these things, Dad, and there ain't nobody else here that does. Will you learn me how to be a sure enough proper lady so that Olly won't... So he won't...
Again she paused in confusion. It was evident from the look in Mr. Howard's face that whatever he saw, it was not this.
I feel somehow like I could do it if I had a chance, she murmured.
There was no answer, and after a time Sammy stole a look at her quiet companion. What could the man on the chair be thinking about? His pipe was neglected, his grey head bowed.
Of course,
said the young woman with just a little lifting of her chin.
Of course, if I couldn't never learn, there ain't no use in trying.
The old scholar raised his head and looked long at the girl. Her splendid form, glowing with the rich life and strength of the wilderness, showed in every line the proud old southern blood. Could she learn to be a fine lady? Mr. Howard thought of the woman of the cities, pale and sickly, colorless and hothouse posies beside this mountain flower. What would this beautiful creature be, had she their training? What would she gain? What might she not lose? Aloud he said, My dear child,
Do you know what it is that you ask? Sammy hung her head, abashed at his serious tone.
I allowed it would be a right smart trouble for you, she said, but I could let you have Brownie in pay. He ain't over 5 years old and as sound as a button. He's all I got, Mr. Howard, but I'd be mighty proud to swap him to you.
My girl, said the shepherd. You misunderstand me. I didn't mean that. It would be a pleasure to teach you. I was thinking how little you realize what the real life of the city is like, and how much you have that the fine ladies, as you call them, would give fortunes for, and how little they have after all that could add one ray of brightness to your life. Sammy laughed aloud as she cried,
Me got anything anyone would want. Why, Dad, I ain't got nothing but Brownie and my saddle and well, that's all. I'm sure I ain't got nothing to lose.
The man smiled in sympathy, and then slowly a purpose formed in his mind. And if you should lose, you will never blame me, he said at last.
Never, never,
she promised eagerly. All right, it's a bargain. I'll help you. The girl sprang to her feet.
I knew you would. I knew you would. I was plumb sure you would,
she cried, fairly quivering with life and excitement.
It's got to be a sure enough lady, Dad. I need to be a real, truly fine lady like them Olly tells me about in his letters, you know.
Yes, Sammy, I understand. A sure enough lady, and we will do that, I'm sure, but it'll take a great deal of hard work on your part, though.
Well, I reckon it will,
she returned soberly, coming back to her seat, and then drawing her chair a little closer, she leaned towards her teacher.
Begin now, she commanded. Tell me what I must do first.
Mr. Howard carefully searched his pockets for a match, and he lit his pipe again before he said, Well, first you must know what a sure enough lady is. You see, Sammy, there are several kinds of women who call themselves ladies, but are not real ladies after all. And they all look very much like the sure enough kind, that is. They look like them to most people. Sammy nodded.
Just like them Thompsons down on Flat Rock. They're all mighty proud 'cause they come from Illinois the same as the Matthews. You'd think to hear 'em that old Matt couldn't near run the ranch without 'em, and some folks, stranger like, might believe it. But we all know they ain't nothing but just low-down trash, and all the time, and no better than some of them folks over there on the bend.
The shepherd smiled. Something like that. I see you understand. Now, a real lady, Sammy, is a lady in 3 ways. First, in her heart. I mean, just to herself and the things that no one but she could ever know. A sure enough lady doesn't pretend to be, she simply is. Again the girl broke in eagerly.
Well, that's just like Aunt Molly, isn't it? Couldn't no one ever be a finer lady and have a better heart than her?
Indeed, you are right, agreed the teacher heartily, and that is the thing that lies in the bottom of it all, Sammy. The lady heart, it comes first.
Well, I would never forget that, she returned. I couldn't forget Aunt Molly nohow. Tell me more, Dad.
Next, the sure enough lady must have a lady mind. She must know how to think and talk about the things that really matter. All the fine dresses and jewels in the world can't make a real lady if she does not think, or if she thinks only of things that are of no value. Do you see?
Again the girl nodded, and with a knowing smile answered quickly. Well, I know a man like that, and I see now that that is what makes him so different from other folks. It's the things he thinks about all to himself that does it. But I got a heap of things to learn, I sure have. I could read all right if I had something to read. I reckon I could learn to talk like you if I tried hard enough. What else is there?
Then continued the shepherd. A lady will keep her body as strong and as beautiful as she can, for this is one way that she expresses her heart and mind. Do you see what I mean?
Sammy answered slowly.
I reckon I do. You mean I mustn't get all slunched over and thin-chested and go slouching about like so many of the girls and women around here do? And I mustn't let my clothes go without buttons 'cause I was in a hurry. And I must always comb my hair and keep my hands as white as I can. Is that it?
Well, that's the idea, said the shepherd. Sammy gazed ruefully at a large rent in her skirt and a shoe that was half laced, and then she put up a hand to her tumbled hair.
Well, I didn't think it made any difference when only home folks are around, she said.
Well, that's just it, my child, said the old man gently. I think a sure enough lady would look after these things whether there's anyone around to see her or not. Just for herself, you know, and this is where you can begin. I'll send for some books right away, and when they come, we can begin to train your mind.
But the heart. How did I get that lady heart, Dad?
Well, how does the violet get its perfume, Sammy? Where does the rose get its color? And how does the bird learn to sing its song? For a moment she was puzzled, and then her face lit.
I see, she exclaimed. I'm just to catch it from folks like Aunt Molly and someone else I know. I'm just to be, not to make believe or let on like I was, but just to be a real lady inside. And then I'm to learn how to talk and look like I know myself to be.
She drew a long breath as she rose to go.
It'll be mighty hard, Dad, in some ways, but it'll sure be worth it when I get out amongst the folks. I mighty thankful to you, I sure am. I hope you won't never be sorry you promised to help me.
As the girl walked swiftly away through the thickening dusk in the evening, the shepherd watched her out of sight and then turned towards the corral for a last look at the sheep, to see that all were right for the night. "Brave old fella," he said to the dog who trotted to his side. "Are we going to make another mistake, do you think? We have made so many, you know." Brave looked up into the master's face and answered with his low bark, as though to declare his confidence. "Well, well, old dog, I hope you're right. The child has a quick mind and a good heart, and if I'm not mistaken, good blood. We shall see. We shall see." Suddenly the dog whirled about, and the hair on the back bristled as he threatened a growl. A man on a dun-colored mule was coming up the road. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Common Yeller Kind. Mr. Howat stood carefully by the corral gate when the horseman rode up. It was Wash Gibbs on his way home from an all-day visit with friends on the river. When the big mountaineer took the short-cut through Mutton Hollow, he thought to get well past the ranch before the light failed. No matter how well fortified with the courage distilled by his friend Jennings, the big man would never have taken the trail by the old ruined cabin alone after dark. He had evidently been riding at a good pace, for his mule's neck and flanks were wet with sweat. Gibbs himself seemed greatly excited, and one hand rested on his pistol that was on his hip as he pulled up in front of the shepherd. Without returning Mr. Howard's greeting, he pointed towards the two empty chairs in front of the house and demanded roughly, "Who was that with you before you heard me coming?" "Well, Sammy Lane was here a few minutes ago," replied the shepherd. Gibbs uttered an oath. "Oh, she was she? Who was the man with her?" "There was no man," returned the other. "Young Matt and Pete were here for supper, but they went as soon as the meal was finished, and that was before Sammy came along." "Oh, don't be trying to lie to me," exclaimed the big man with another burst of language and a threatening movement with the hand that rested on his pistol. Mr. Howard was startled. Never in his life before had such words been addressed to him. He managed to reply with quiet dignity. "I have no reason for deceiving you or anyone else, Mr. Gibbs. There had been no man here but myself since Matt and Pete left after supper." The shepherd's manner carried conviction, and Gibbs hesitated, evidently greatly perplexed. During the pause, Brave growled again, and faced towards the cliff below the corral, his hair bristling.
"What's the matter with the dog?"
said Gibbs, turning uneasily in his saddle to face in the direction the animal was looking.
"What is it, Brave?"
said Mr. Howard. The only answer was an uneasy whine, followed by another growl, all of which said plainly, in dog talk, "I don't know what it is, but there's something over there on that cliff that I don't like."
"It must be some animal,"
said the shepherd.
"Ain't no animal that makes a dog act like that. Did anybody pass while you was setting there just before I come in sight?"
"Never seen a soul," answered the other. "Did you meet someone down the road?" The big man looked at the shepherd hard before he answered in a half-frightened, half-bullying tone.
"I seed something in the road yonder, and it disappeared right by the old shack there under the bluffs."
He twisted around in his saddle again, facing the cliff with its dense shadows and dim twilight forms, as he muttered,
"If I was only right sure, I'd—"
Then, swinging back, he leaned towards the man on the ground.
"Look here, mister. There's them that allow them things in here holler to be afraid of, and I reckon it's so. There's sure been hell to pay at that there cabin down yonder, and I ain't sayin' what it was I seed, but if it was anything else I'd say it was a man. And if it was a man, I don't know why you didn't see him when he had come past, or else you're a lyin'. I just wanted to tell you, you're right smart of a stranger in these here parts, even if you've been working for old Matt all summer. You're just too blamed careful about talking about yourself and telling where you come from to suit some folks. Some strangers are all right and some they ain't, but we don't aim to have nobody in this here neighborhood who jumps into the brush when they see an honest man a-comin'."
As he finished speaking, Gibbs straightened himself up into the saddle, and before Mr. Howard could reply, the dun mule, at the touch of a spur, had dashed away up the road in the direction taken by Sammy Lane. It was quite dark in the heavy timber of the hollow by the time Sammy had reached the edge of the open ground on the hillside, but once on the higher level, clear of the trees, the strong glow of the western skies still lit the way. From here it wasn't too far to the girl's home, and as she climbed a spur of Dewey, Sammy saw the cabin and could distinctly hear the sweet straining of her father's violin. On top of the rise, the young woman paused a moment to enjoy the beauties of the evening, which seemed to come to her with a new meaning that night. As she stood there, her strong young form was clearly outlined against the sky to the man who was riding swiftly along the road over which she had just passed. Sammy turned when she heard the quick beating of the mule's feet, and then recognizing the huge form of the horseman as he came out of the woods into the light, she started quickly away towards her home, but the mule and his rider were soon beside her.
"Howdy, Sammy."
Gibbs leaped from the saddle, and with the bridle rein over his arm, came close to the girl.
"It's a fine evening for a walk."
"Howdy," returned the young girl coolly, quickening her pace.
"You needn't be in such a powerful hurry," growled Wash. "If you got time to talk to that old cuss up there at the ranch, you sure enough got time to talk with me."
Sammy turned angrily. "You better get back on your mule and go about your business, Wash Gibbs. When I want to talk with you, I'll let you know."
"Well, that's all right, honey," exclaimed the other. "I'm going your way just the same, and we might as well mosey along together. I was going home, but I got business with your pa now."
"Worst thing for Daddy, too," flashed the girl. "I wish you would stay away from him."
Wash laughed. "Your daddy couldn't keep house about me, nohow. Who's that feller talking with you and the old man down yonder?"
"There wasn't nobody talking with us," replied Sammy shortly.
"Well, that's what he said, too," growled Gibbs. "But I sure seen someone sneaking into the brush when I rode up, and I thought,
When I was down there, I hit on some haunts or something, but I know it was a man now. There's something mighty funny going on around here since that feller come into the neighborhood, and he'll sure find something in Mutton Hollow more alive than old Matt's girl if he ain't careful." The girl caught her breath quickly. She knew the big ruffian's methods, and with good reason feared for her own old friend, should he even unconsciously incur the giant's displeasure. As they drew near the house, Wash continued, "Young Matt, he was there, too. Let me tell you, I ain't forgot about his big show up at the mill last spring. He'll have to do a heap better than that before I get round to him." Sammy laughed scornfully. "'Pears like you ain't been in no hurry to try it on. I ain't heard tell if young Matt's leaving the country yet. You better stay away from Jennings still, though, when you do try it." Then, while the man was trying to get his mule to the fence, she ran into the cabin to greet her father with a hysterical sob that greatly astounded Jim. Before explanations could be made, a step was heard approaching the door, and Sammy had just enough time to say, "Wash Gibbs," in answer to her father's inquiring look when the big man entered. Mr. Lane arose to hang his violin on the peg. "Oh, don't be stopping for me, Jim," said the newcomer. "Just let her go on. Me and Sammy was having us a nice little walk out there, and that was some right purty music. It sounded mighty fine." Gibbs was angered beyond reason at Sammy's last words, or he would have exercised greater care. Sammy's father made no reply until the girl had left the room, but whatever it was that his keen eye read in his daughter's face, it made him turn to his guest with anything but a cordial manner, and there was that in his voice that should have warned the other. "So, you and Sammy went for a walk, did you?" "She was a-comin' home from the sheep ranch, and I caught up with her," explained Gibbs. "I 'lowed as to how she needed company, so I just come along. I seemed to be about as welcome as usual," he added with an ugly grin. "Meaning that my girl didn't want your company and told you that?" asked the other softly. Wash answered with a scowl. "Sammy's getting too dad-burned good for me since Olly's uncle took him in. And now this here old man from nowhere's come, it's worse than ever. She'll put a rope round her neck the first thing you know." Jim's right hand slipped quietly inside his hickory shirt, where the button was missing, as he drawled, "My girl always was too good for some folks, and it was about time he was about finding it out. She can't help it, she was born that way. She's got mighty good blood in her veins, that girl has, and I don't aim to ever let it be mixed up with none of the low-down, common yeller kind." The deliberate purpose of the speaker was too evident to be mistaken. The other man's hand flew to his hip almost before Mr. Lane had finished his sentence, but Wash was not quick enough. With a flash, Jim's hand had withdrawn from inside the hickory shirt, and the giant looked squarely into the muzzle of Jim Lane's ever-ready murderous weapon. In the same even voice, without the slightest allusion to the unfinished movement of the other, Mr. Lane continued, "I done told you before that my girl would pick her own company, and I ain't never feared for a minute that she'd take up with such as you. Ollie Stewart ain't so mighty much of a man, maybe, but at least he's clean. And the stock, it runs pretty good. Now you can just hear and listen to me, or you can mosey out that door, and the next time we meet we will settle it for good, without any further arrangement." As Sammy's father talked, the big figure of his visitor relaxed, and when Jim had finished his slow speech, Wash was leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped in front. "We ain't got no call to fight now, Jim," he said in a tone of respect.
We got something else to think about, and that's what I come here for tonight. I didn't aim to until I seed what I did there on the ranch down yonder. I tell ye, it's time we was doing something." At this, Mr. Lane's face and manner changed quickly. He put up his weapon, and the two men drew their chairs close together as though death had not a moment before stretched forth his hand to them. For an hour they talked in low tones. Sammy in the next room had heard the conversation up to that point, but now only an occasional word reached her ears. Gibb seemed to be urging some action, and her father was as vigorously protesting. "I tell you, Jim, it's the only safe way. You didn't used to be so squeamish." Several times the old shepherd was mentioned, and also the stranger whom Wash had seen that evening. And once the trembling girl heard young Matt's name. At length the guest rose to go, and Mr. Lane walked with him to the gate. Even after the big man was mounted, the conversation still continued. Wash was still urging, and Jim was protesting. When his visitor was gone, Mr. Lane came slowly back to the house. Extinguishing the light, he seated himself in the open doorway and filled his pipe. Sammy caught the odor of tobacco, and a moment later Jim heard a quick step on the floor behind him. Then two arms were around his neck.
"What is it, Daddy? What is it? Why don't you drive that man away?"
"Did you hear us talking?" asked the man, an anxious note in his voice.
"I heard you talk to him about pestering me, but after that you didn't speak as loudly. What's the matter, Daddy, that he could stay and be so thick with you after the things you said? I was sure he'd make you kill him."
Jim laughed softly. "You're just like your mother, girl. Just like her, with the old blood a backing you up." Then he asked a number of questions about Mr. Howard and her visit to the ranch that evening. As Sammy told him of her ambitions to fit herself for the place that would be hers when she married, and repeated the things that Mr. Howard had told her, explaining how the shepherd had promised to help, Jim expressed his satisfaction and delight. "I knowed you was studying about something, girl, but I didn't say nothing, 'cause I allowed you'd tell me when you got ready for it."
"I didn't want to say nothing till I was sure, you see," replied the daughter. "I aimed to tell you as soon as I got home tonight, but Wash Gibbs didn't give me no chance."
The man held her close. "Dad Hewitt sure puts the things just right, Sammy. It's the old times come back, when you're a lady in your own house with your own fine friends around. And you'll do it, girl, you sure will. Don't never be afraid to bank on the old blood. It'll see you through." And then his voice broke. "You won't never be learned away from your old daddy, will you, honey? Will you always stand by daddy just like you do now? Will you let me and young Matt slip round once in a while just to look at you all fined up?"
"Daddy Jim, if you don't hush, I'll..."
She hid her face on his shoulder. "There, there, honey, I was just a-funnin'. You'll always be my Sammy. You just naturally couldn't be nothing else." Long after his daughter had gone to her room and to her bed, the mountaineer sat in the doorway, looking into the dark. He heard the short bark of a fox in the brush back of the stable, and the wild cry of a mountain cat from a cliff farther back down the mountains was answered by another from the timber below the spring. He heard the great hills heaving their dark forms into the sky, and in his soul he felt the spirit of the wilderness and the mystery of the hour. At last he went into the house to close and bar the door. Away down in Mutton Hollow a dog barked, and high up on Old Dewey, near Sammy's lookout, a spot of light showed for a moment and then vanished. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Party at Ford's.
Young Matt would have found some excuse for staying at home the night of the party at Ford's, but the shepherd said he must go. The boy felt that the long evening with Sammy would only hurt. He reasoned with himself that it would be better for him to see as little as possible of the girl who was to marry Olly Stewart. Nevertheless, he was singing as he saddled the big white-faced sorrel to ride once more over the trail that nobody knows how old. Mr. Lane was leading the brown pony from the stable as young Matt rode up to the gate, and from the doorway of the cabin Sammy called to say that she'd be ready in a minute. "Ain't seen you in a coon's age, boy," said Jim while they were waiting for the girl. "Why don't you never come down the old trail no more?" The big fellow's face reddened as he answered, "I ain't been nowheres, Jim. 'Pears like I just can't get away from the place no more. We're always busy." Sammy's father looked his young neighbor squarely in the eye with that particular searching gaze. "Now looky here, Grant. I've known you ever since you was born, and you ought to know me a little. It ain't your way to dodge, and it ain't mine. I reckon you know you're welcome, same as always, don't you?" Young Matt returned the other's look fairly. "Oh, I never doubted it, Jim. Just things are a heap different now, since it's all done and settled with Olly gone." The two understood each other perfectly. Said Jim, drawing a long breath, "Well, I'd wish you'd come over just the same anyhow. Can't do nobody any harm as I can see it." "It won't do me no good, though," replied the young man. "Well, maybe not," assented Jim. "But I'd like mighty well to know that you can come just the same." And then he drew closer to his young friend. "I've been aiming to ride over and see him, Matt, but Sammy says you was coming this evening, and I allowed that'd be soon enough. I reckon you know what Wash Gibbs is telling he aims to do first chance he gets, eh?" The giant drew himself up with a grim smile. "I heard a good bit of it, Jim, but you don't need to mind about me. I know I ain't quite yet growed, but I'm a-growin'." The older man surveyed the great form of the other with a critical eye as he returned, "Darn if I don't believe you'd pretty well push him now, if only he plays fair, but I allow you ought to know that's a-comin'." "Oh, I knowed it for a long time," said the other cheerfully. "But I heard Preachin' Bill say once that if a feller don't fuss about what he don't know for sure, the thing he don't know ain't apt to bother him none. It's this here guessing that sure gets a feller down." "That Preachin' Bill seems to hit every pop, don't he?" exclaimed Jim admiringly. "Well, there's something else, though, you ought to know, too, Pat. Wash has done made his threats again to the old man down there." "You mean Dad Howitt?" said young Matt sharply. "What's Wash got against Dad, Jim?" Mr. Lane shifted uneasily. "It's some fool notion of his. You mind old man Lewis, I reckon." The big man's muscles tightened. "When Dad told us about his stopping at the ranch the other night, Wash Gibbs better keep his hands off Mr. Howitt." "Well, I ain't told no one about this, Grant, and you can do as you like about telling your father, the old man, but if anything happens, you get word to me and quick." Before more could be said, Sammy appeared in the doorway, and soon the two young people were riding on their way. Long after they had passed from sight in the depths of the forest, the dark mountaineer stood at the big gate, looking in the direction they had gone. Young Matt was like a captive, tugging at his bonds. Mr. Lane's words had stirred the fire, and the girl's presence by his side added fuel to the flame. He could not speak, he dared not even look at her, but rode with his eyes fixed upon the ground where the sunlight fell in long bars of gold. Sammy, too, was silent. She felt something that was strangely like fear when she found herself alone with her big neighbor. Now and then she glanced timidly up at him and tried to find some words with which to break the silence. She half wished that she hadn't come, and so they rode together through the lights and shadows down into the valley, the only creatures in all the free life of the forest who were not free. At last the girl spoke. "It was mighty good of you to take me over to Mandy's tonight. There ain't no one else I could have gone over with." There was no reply, and Sammy, seemingly not to notice, continued talking in a matter-of-fact tone that soon, for such is the way of a woman, won him from his mood, and the two chatted away like the good comrades they had always been. Just after they had crossed Fall Creek at Slick Rock Ford, some 2 miles below the mill, young Matt leaned from his saddle and for a little way studied the ground carefully. When he sat erect again, he remarked with the air of one who is reaching a conclusion, "Wouldn't wonder but there'll be a doings at Ford's tonight, sure enough." "There sure is to be," returned the girl. "Everybody will be there. Mandy's folks from over on Long Creek are coming, and some from the mouth of the James. Mandy wanted Daddy to play for them, but he says he can't play for parties no more, and they got that old fiddlin' Jake from Flagg's neighborhood, I guess."
"There'll be something of a heap more exciting than fiddling and dancing, according to my guess," returned Matt.
"What do you mean?"
asked Sammy. Her escort pointed to the prints of mule shoes in the soft soil of the low bottom land. "Well, that there's Wash Gibbs' dun mule, and he's heading down the creek for Jennings still. Wash'll meet a lot of his gang from over on the river, and like as not they'll go from over there to the party. I wish your dad was going to do the playing tonight." It was full dark before they reached the Ford clearing. The faint, faraway sound of a violin, seeming strange and out of place in the gloomy solitude of the great woods, first told them that other guests had already arrived. Then, as they drew nearer and the tones of the instrument grew louder, they could hear the rhythmic sway and beat of heavily shod feet upon rough board floors, with the shrill cries of the caller and the half-savage, half-pathetic sing-song of the backwoods dancer singing "Missouri Girl." Reaching the edge of the clearing, they involuntarily checked their horses and stopped just within shadow of the forest. Here the sound of the squealing fiddle, the shouting caller and the stamping feet and the swinging dancers came with full force, and through the open door and windows of the log house they could see the wheeling and swaying figures of coatless men and calico-gowned women, while the light, streaming out, opened long lanes into the dusk. About them in the forest edge, standing in groups under the trees, were the shadowy forms of saddled horses and mules, tied by the bridle reins to the lower branches, and nearer to the cabin 2 or 3 teams tied to the rail fence stood hitched to big wagons in which were splintered bottom chairs for extra seats. During the evening the men tried in their rough, good-natured way to joke young Matt about taking advantage of Olly Stewart's absence, but they very soon learned that while the big fellow was ready to enter heartily into all the fun of the occasion, he would not receive in any jest any accusation to his relationship to the girl who had escorted to the party. Sammy, too, with her big companion, was not near, suffered from the crude wit of her friends as well.
"Olly Stewart don't own me yet," she declared with a toss of the head when someone threatened to right her absent lover. "No," replied one of her torments, "but you ain't aiming to miss your chance about going to the city to live with them big bugs."
In the laugh that followed, Sammy was claimed by a tall woodsman for the next dance, and escaped to take her place on the floor.
"Well, Olly will sure make a good man for her," remarked another jokester. "If he don't walk the chalk, she can take him across her knee and wallop him." "Well, she'll sure marry him all right," said the first, "'cause he's got the money. But she's going to have a heap of fun making young Matt play the fool before she leaves these woods. He ain't took his eyes off her all night. Everybody's laughing at him. I notice they take mighty good care to laugh behind his back,"
flashed little black-eyed Annie Brooks from the Cove neighborhood. Young Matt, who had been dancing with Mandy Ford, came out from behind the group just in time to hear their remarks. 2 or 3 who saw him within hearing
tried to warn the speakers, but while everyone around them saw the situation, the two men caught the frantic signals of their friends too late. The music suddenly stopped, and the dancers were still. By instinct, every eye in the room was fixed upon the little group as the jokesters turned to face the object of their jest. The big mountaineer took one long step towards the two who had spoken, his brow dark with rage, his huge fists clenched. But even as his powerful muscles contracted for the expected blow, the giant came to a dead stop. Slowly, he relaxed. His hand dropped to his side, then, turning deliberately, he walked to the door, the silent crowd parting to give him way. As the big man stepped from the room, a gasp of astonishment escaped from the company, and the two jokesters, with frightened faces, broke into shrill, nervous laughter. And then a buzz of talk went around, and the fiddlers struck up another tune, and the callers shouted, and the dancers stamped and bowed and swung their partners as they sang. And out in the night, under the trees, at the edge of the gloomy forest, the strongest man on the hills was saying over and over to the big, white-faced sorrel, "I don't dare do it. I don't dare. Dad Howitt wouldn't. He sure wouldn't." Very soon 2 figures left the house and hurried towards a bunch of saddle horses nearby. They'd untied their animals and were about to mount when suddenly a huge form stepped from the shadows to their horses' heads. "Put up your guns, boys," said young Matt calmly. "I reckon you know that if I wanted trouble, it would have been all over before this." The weapons were not drawn, and the big man continued. "Dad Howitt says a man always whips himself every time he fights when there's no principle involved. I don't guess Dad would ever see any principle in this, 'cause there might be some truth in what you boys said. I reckon I am playing somewhat of a fool, but it would have been a heap safer for you to let folks find it out for themselves." "Oh, we was just fooling, Matt," muttered one. "That's all right," returned the big fellow. "But you better tie up again and go back into the house and dance a wee bit longer. Folks might think you was scared if you were leaving so soon." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. On the way home. Not until the party was breaking up and he saw Sammy in the doorway did young Matt go back in the house. When they were riding again out of the circle of light and the laughter and shouts of the guests were no longer heard, Sammy tried in vain to arouse her silent escort, chatting gaily about the pleasures of the evening. But all the young man's reserve had returned. When she did force him to speak, his response were so short and cold that at last the girl, too, was silent. And then, man-like, he wished she would have continued talking. By the time they reached Compton Ridge, the moon was well up, and for the last 2 miles Sammy had been watching the wavering shafts of light that slipped through the tumultuous leaves and swaying branches, and as they rode 1,000 fantastic shapes appeared and vanished along the way, and now and then, at the sound of their horses' feet echoing through the silent forest, some wild thing in the underbrush leapt away into the gloomy depth. Coming out on top of the narrow ridge, the brown pony crowded closer to the big white-faced sorrel, and the girl, stirred by a weird loveliness of the scene, broke the silence with an exclamation. "Oh, Matt, isn't it fine? Look there." She pointed to the view ahead. "Makes me feel like I could keep just going and just never stop." The man, too, felt the witchery of the night. The horses were crowded more closer together now, and leaning forward, the girl looked up into his face. "What's the matter, Matt? Why won't you talk with me? You know it ain't true what them folks said back there." The sorrel was jerked further away. "It's true enough, so far as it touches me," returned the man shortly. "When are you going to the city?" "I don't know," she replied. "Let's don't talk about that tonight. I don't want to even think about it, not tonight. You don't believe what they're saying, Matt. You know you don't. You mustn't ever believe such a thing as that. I I never could get along without you and Aunt Molly and Uncle Matt nohow." The brown pony was again crowding closer to his mate, and the girl laid a hand on her companion's arm. "Say you don't believe me for what they said, Matt. You know I wouldn't do no such thing even if I could. There mustn't be anything ever come between you and me. Never. I want us always to be like we are now. You've always been so good to me since I was even a little kid, and you whipped big Lem Wheeler for teasing me, and I don't guess I could ever get along without knowing you was around somewhere." She finished with a half sob. It was almost too much. The man swung around in his saddle, and the horses, apparently of their own accord, stopped. Without a word, the big fellow stretched forth his arms, and the girl, as if swept by a force beyond her control, felt herself swaying towards him. The spell was broken by a trampling of horses and the sound of loud voices, and for a moment they moved and held their place, motionless, as if rudely awakened from a dream. The sound was coming nearer, and then young Matt spoke. "It's Wash Gibbs and his crowd from the still. Ride into the brush, quick." There was no time for flight. In the bright moonlight, they would have been easily recognized, and a wild chase would have followed. Leaving the road, they forced their horses into a thick clump of brush, where they dismounted to hold their animals by their head. Scarcely had they gained this position when the sight of the crowd reached the spot where they had been a moment before. Wash Gibbs was easily distinguished by his gigantic form, and with him 10 others, riding 2 and 2, several of whom were known to young Matt as the most lawless characters in the country. All were fired by drink and were laughing and talking, with now and then a burst of song or a vulgar jest.
"I say, Wash," called one, "what'll you do if young Matt's there?"
The unseen listeners could not hear the leader's reply, but those about the speaker laughed and shouted with some great glee. And then the two in the brush distinctly heard the last man in the line ask his companion,
"You reckon he'll put up much of a fight?"
and as they passed from sight, the other answered,
"Wash don't aim to give him nothing to show for it."
When the sounds had died away, young Matt turned to the girl. "Come on, we got to keep him in sight." But Sammy held back. "Oh, Matt, don't go yet. We mustn't. Didn't you hear what that man said? It's you they're after. Let's wait here until they've clean gone away." "No, it ain't me. It ain't me they're after," the young fellow replied, and before the young woman could protest further, he lifted her to the saddle as easily as if she was a child, and then springing to the back of his own horse, he led the way at a pace that would keep them within hearing company of the men. "Who is it, Matt? Who is it if it ain't you?" asked the girl. "I don't know for sure yet, but I'll tell you pretty soon." They hadn't gone far when young Matt stopped the horses to listen intently, and soon, by the sound, he could tell the party ahead had turned off from the ridge road and were following the trail that led down the eastern side of the mountain. A moment later the mountaineer listened, as if to make sure, and then he spoke. "Them devils are going up to the ranch after Dad Howitt. Sammy, you got to ride hard tonight. They won't hear you now. They're just getting off every minute. There ain't no other way, and I know you'll do it for the old man. You get home as quick as you can, and you tell Jim what's up. You tell him I'll hold him till he gets here." Even as he spoke, he sprang from his horse and began loosening the saddle girths. "But, Matt, how could you? You can't get by them. How are you going to get there by them in time?" "Down the mountain. I'm taking a shortcut," he answered as he jerked the heavy saddle from his horse and threw it under some nearby brush. "But they'll kill you. You can't never face that whole crowd alone."
"Well, I can do it better'n Dad can, and him not looking for them."
Slipping the bridle from the sorrel, he turned the animal loose, and then removed his coat and hat and laid them with the saddle, and then to the girl on the pony he said sharply,
"Get going, Sammy. Get going now. Don't you see how you're losing time? Them devils will do for Dad Howitt like they done for old man Lewis. Your father's the only man who can stop 'em now. Get riding hard, and tell Jim to hurry. And goodbye, Sammy."
As he spoke, he struck her horse, and struck him with such a blow that the animal sprang away. For a moment, Sammy attempted to pull up her startled pony, and then young Matt saw her lean forward in the saddle and urge the little horse to an even greater speed. And as they disappeared down the road, the giant turned and ran crashing through the brush down the steep side of the mountain. There's no path to follow, and with deep ravines to cross, rocky bluffs to descend or scale, and in some places wild tangles of vines and brush and fallen trees, the trip before him would have been a hard one even in the full light of day. At night it was almost impossible, and he must go like a buck with the dogs in full cry. When Sammy came in sight of her home, she began calling to her father, and as the almost exhausted horse dashed up to the big gate, the door of the cabin opened, and Jim came running out. Lifting his daughter from the trembling pony, he helped her into the house, where she sobbed out her message. At the first word, Wash Gibbs, Jim reached for the cartridge belt. By the time Sammy had finished, he had taken his Winchester from the brackets over the fireplace. Slapping a bridle into his horse that was feeding in the yard, he sprang upon the animal's back without waiting for a saddle. "Stay in the cabin, girl, and you put out that light, and don't open that door till I come," Jim said, and then he was gone. As Sammy turned back into the house, and from away down in Mutton Hollow on the night winds came the sound of guns. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. What Happened at the Ranch. It was after midnight when Mr. Howard was rudely awakened. The bright moon shining through the windows lit up the interior of the cabin, and he easily recognized young Matt standing by their bed with Pete, who was sleeping at the ranch that night nearby. "Why, Matt, what's the matter?" exclaimed the shepherd, sitting up. He could not see that the big fellow's clothes were torn, that his hat was gone, and that he was dripping with perspiration, but he could hear his labored breathing. Strong as he was, the young giant was nearly exhausted by the strain of his race over the mountains. "Get up quick, Dad. I'll tell you while you're putting on your clothes," the woodsman answered, and while the shepherd dressed, he told him in a few words and finished with, "Call Brave inside and get your gun, with all the shells that you can find. Don't light a light for a minute. They'll be here any time now, and it'll be a good bit yet before Sammy can get home." He began fastening the front door. The peaceful-minded scholar could not grasp the meaning of the message. It was to him an impossible thought. "You must be mistaken, Grant. Surely you're excited and unduly alarmed. Wash Gibbs has no reason to attack me." Young Matt replied gruffly, "I ain't making no mistake in the woods, Dad. You ain't in the city now, and there ain't no one that can hear you holler. Don't think I'm scared neither, if that's what you mean, but there's 10 of them up in that bunch, and they're bad ones. You better call Brave, sir. He'll be some help when it comes to the rush." But the other persisted. Surely you're mistaken, lad. Why would anyone wish to harm me? Those men are only out fox hunting or something like that. If they should be coming here, it's all a mistake. I can easily explain." "Explain hell!" ejected the mountaineer. "I ask your pardon, Dad, but you don't know, not being raised in these woods like me. Old man Lewis hadn't done nothing neither, and he explained too, only he never got through explaining. They ain't got no reason, they're just drunk. And you've never seen Wash Gibbs drunk, and tonight he's got his whole gang with him. I don't know why they're coming after you, but from what you told me about his stopping here this evening, and what I've heard lately, I can guess. I know what he'll do when he gets here if we don't stop him. It'll be all the same to you whether he's right or wrong." Brave came trotting into the cabin through the rear door and lay down in his corner by the fireplace. "Well, that's funny," said young Matt, and then as quickly he glanced around. "Where's Pete?" The boy had slipped away while the two men were talking. Stepping outside, they called several times, but save the "Ooh, ooh, hoo of an owl in a big tree near the corral, there was no answer. Well, the boy's all right anyway, said the young man. Nothing in the woods ever hurt Pete. He's safer there than he would be here. I'm glad he's gone, actually. The shepherd didn't reply. He seemed not to hear, but stood as though fascinated by the scene. He still could not grasp the truth of the situation, but the beauty of the hour moved him deeply. What a wonderful sight, he said at last in low tone. I do not wonder the boy loves to roam the hills at nights like this. Take a look, Grant. See how the soft moonlight falls on that patch of grass on this side of the old tree over yonder, and how black the shadow is under the brush, like the mouth of a cave. A witch's cave, no doubt. I'm sure there's ghosts and goblins in there, with fairies and gnomes and perhaps a dragon or two. And see, lad, how the great hills they rise into the sky, how grand and beautiful the world is. It's good to live, Matt. Though life be sometimes hard, still it's good to live. At the old scholar's words and manner, the mountaineer, too, forgot for a moment the thing that brought him there, and a look of awe and wonder came over his rugged features as the shepherd, with his face turned upwards and his deep voice full of emotion, repeated, The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth the knowledge. The owl left his place in the old tree and flew across the moonlit clearing into a deeper gloominess of the woods. And inside the cabin the dog barked, and though the still night, from down the valley where the ranch trail crossed the creek came the rattle of horses' feet on the rocky floor of the little stream and the faint sound of voices. Young Matt started, and again the man of the wilderness was master of the situation. They're coming, Dad. We ain't got no time to lose now. Re-entering the cabin, Mr. Howard quieted the dog while his companion fastened the rear door, and in the silence, while they waited, a cricket under the corner of the house sang his plaintive call. The sound of voices grew louder as the horses drew nearer, and Brave growled and would have barked again, but was quieted by the shepherd, who was crouching by his side with one hand on the dog's neck. The older man smiled to himself. It all seemed to him so much like a child's game. He was watching the mountaineer's preparations with amused interest, and had followed the young woodsman's directions even to the loaded shotgun in his hand, as one would humor a boy in his play. The scholar's mind, trained to consider the problems of civilization and to recognize the dangers of the city, refused to entertain seriously the thought that there, in the peaceful woods in the dead of night, a company of ruffians would seek to do him harm. The voices had ceased, and the listener heard only the sound of the horses' feet as the party passed the ruined cabin under the bluff. A moment or two later, the rider stopped in front of the ranch house. Brave growled again, but was silenced by the hand upon his neck. Young Matt was at the window. I see them, he whispered. They're getting off their horses, and they're tying them to the corral fence now. The smile on the shepherd's face vanished, and he experienced a queer sensation. It was as though something was gripping his heart. The other continued his whispering report. They're bunching up now under the old tree. They're talking things over. Don't know what to make of the dog not being around, I reckon. Well, now they're taking a drink. It takes a lot of whiskey to help 10 men jump an old man, and him a stranger in the woods. Now Wash is sending 2 of them up around the back so that you can't slip out in the brush. Hush now. Here come a couple more to try the front door. He slipped quietly across the room to the shepherd's side. The visitors came softly up to the front door and tried it gently. A moment later, the rear door was tried in the same way. Let Brave speak to them, whispered Matt, and the dog, feeling the restraining hand removed, barked fiercely. Mr. Howard, following his companion's whispered instructions, spoke aloud. What's the matter, Brave? A bold knock on the front door caused the dog to redouble his efforts until his master commanded him to be still. "Who's there?" called the shepherd.
Young Matt took terribly bad, answered a voice. They want you to come on up to the house and doctor him.
A drunken voice came from the old tree, followed by a smothered oath. The giant at Mr. Howart's side growled under his breath. "Oh, sick am I? That's them there'll be a heap sicker before morning. Just keep on talking, Dad. We gotta get all the time we can get so Jim can get here." The shepherd called again.
I can't say I recognize your voice, sir. Perhaps you can tell me who you are?
Outside there was a short consultation, followed by a still louder knock.
Open up! Why don't you open up and see who we are?
While from under the tree came a call. "Quit your fooling around and bring him out here, you fellers." This command was followed by still more rigorous hammering at the door and the threats.
Open up, old man. Come on, open up or we'll bust her in.
Mr. Howard whispered to his companion. "Well, let me open up the door and talk to them, Grant. Surely they'll listen to reason." But the woodsman returned. "Talk to a nest of rattlers. Jim Lane's the only man that can talk to them now. We got to stand them off as long as we can." As he spoke, he raised his revolver and was about to fire a shot through the door when a slight noise at one side of the room attracted his attention. He turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a face that was withdrawn from one of the little windows. The noise at the door ceased suddenly, and they heard two men running to join the group under the tree. "Well, they found out you're not alone," whispered the big fella, springing to the window again. And as a drunken yell came from the visitors, he added, "Seems like they're some excited about that, too. They're holding a regular powwow over there. What do you figure they're thinking? Hope they'll keep it up till Jim... Oh, shh, here comes another. That ornery Jim Ball from the mouth of Indian Creek." The man approached the cabin, but stopped some distance away and called, "Hello, old man."
Well, what do you want?
Answered Mr. Howard.
Who's that feller you got in there with you?
"Well, it's a friend."
Well, yeah, we kind of allowed it was a friend, and we all want to see him powerful bad. Can't he come out and play with us, mister?
Another laugh came from the group under the tree. Young Matt whispered, "Keep him talking, Dad." Mr. Howard called,
Well, he don't really seem like playing tonight. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow.
At this, the spokesman dropped his bantering tone.
Now look here, old man. We ain't got time to be fooling around. We know who that feller is, and we're going to have to take him. He's been sneaking around here, this neighborhood, long enough. And as for you, mister, we allowed your health to be something better where you come from, and we aim to help you leave this neck of the woods right sudden. Now open up and turn that feller over to us, and we'll let you off easy like. But if you don't, we'll bust in that door and make you both dance to the same tune. And there won't be an area thing that you can dance under, neither."
The old shepherd was replying kindly when his speech was interrupted by a pistol shot and a command from the leader, at which the entire gang charged towards the cabin, firing as they came, making the little valley hideous with their drunken oaths and yells. From his window young Matt coolly emptied his revolver, and even as the crowd faltered, there came from their leader another volley of oaths. Go on, yelled Wash. "Their guns are empty now. Fetch 'em out before they can load again." With an answering yell, the others responded, and carrying a small log, they made for the cabin at full speed. One crashing blow, the door flew from its hinges, and the opening was filled with the drunken, sweating, swearing crew. The same instant, young Matt dropped his useless revolver, and springing forward, met them on the threshold. The old shepherd, who had not fired a shot, could scarcely believe his eyes as he saw the giant catch the nearest man by the shoulder and wrist, and lifted him high above his head, and fling him with terrific force full into the faces of his bewildered companions. Those who were not knocked down by the strange weapons scattered in every direction, crouching low, and for a moment the big fellow was a master of the situation, and, standing alone in the doorway in the full light of the moon, was easily recognized.
"Oh, boys, it's young Matt himself,"
yelled the one who had raised a laugh by saying that young Matt was sick and the shepherd was waiting to doctor him.
"Yeah, it's me, Bill Simpson, and I'm sure ailing tonight. I'm needing to go to some doctor real powerful," returned the giant. "Well, we never knew it was you,"
whined the other, carefully lengthening the distance between the big man on the doorstep and himself.
"No, I reckon not. You all plan to find an old man alone and do for him like you done for others. A fine lot you are, 10-1, and him not even knowing the woods."
And while he was speaking, the men slowly retreated to gather about their big leader under the tree, two of them being assisted by their companions and one other limping painfully. Young Matt raised his voice.
"I know you, Wash Gibbs, and I know this here is your dirty work. You've been bragging about what you do when you meet up with me, and I'm here right now. Why don't you just come up here like a man? Come on out here in the light and let me and you settle this right now. You all—"
A jet of flame leapt out of the shadow, and the speaker dropped like a log. With a cry, the shepherd ran to the side of his friend, but in a moment the crowd again had reached the cabin, and the old man was dragged from his fallen companion. With all of his strength, Mr. Howard struggled with his captors, begging them to let him go to the boy, but his hands were bound tightly behind his back, and when he was still pleading with those who held him, Wash Gibbs struck him full in the mouth, a blow that brought blood. They were leading the stunned and helpless old man away when someone, who was bending over young Matt, exclaimed,
"You missed him, Wash. Just racked him. He'll be up in a minute, and there'll be hell to pay in the wilderness if he ain't tied. Better fix him up quick."
The big fellow already showed signs of returning to consciousness, and by the time they had tied his arms, he was able to struggle to his feet. For a moment he looked dizzily around, his eyes turning from one evil triumph face to another, until they rested upon the bleeding countenance of his old friend. The shepherd's eyes smiled back a message of cheer, and the kind old man tried to speak, when Wash Gibbs made another threatening motion with his clenched fist. At this, a cry like a roar of a maddened bull came from the young giant, and in his rage he seemed suddenly endowed with almost superhuman strength. Before a man of the startled company could do more than grasp with astonishment, he had shaken himself free from those who held him, and breaking the rope by which he was bound as though it was twine, and had leapt to the shepherd's side. But it was of no use. For a moment no one moved, and then a crashing blow from the butt of a rifle in the hands of a man in the rear of the two prisoners sent young Matt once more to the ground. When he again regained consciousness, he was so securely bound that even with his great strength, he was helpless. Leading their captives to the old tree, the men withdrew for a short consultation, and to refresh themselves with another drink. When they had finished, Gibbs addressed the two friends.
"We didn't aim to hurt you, young Matt, but seeing how you're so thick here with this fella, and appear to know so much about him, I reckon we can't help ourselves nohow."
He turned to the shepherd.
"There's been too much much funny business at this here ranch since you come, mister, and we uns allow that we'll just give you a warning that we don't want no more strangers snooping round this neighborhood, and we don't aim to have 'em either. We uns allow we can take care of ourselves without any help of them government."
The shepherd tried to speak, but Gibbs, with an oath, roared,
"Shut up, I tell you, just shut up. I've been watching, and I know what I know. You fix them there ropes, boys, and we'll get through moseying along now. Ain't no use palaverin' now."
A rope was thrown over a limb above their heads, and a man approached the shepherd with the noose. Young Matt struggled desperately, and with an evil grin, Gibbs said, "Don't you worry, sonny, you're going too." And at his signal, another rope was fixed, and the noose was placed over the young man's head. The men took their places, awaiting the word from their leader. The shepherd spoke softly to his companion. "Thank you, my boy." The giant began another desperate struggle. Wash Gibbs, raising his hand, opened his lips to give the signal, but no word came. The brutal jaw dropped. The ruffian's eyes fairly started from his head, while the men who held the rope stood as if turned to stone, as a long, wailing cry came from the dark shadows under the bluff. There was a moment of death-like silence, and then another awful sobbing groan, rising from a blood-curdling scream, and came down from the road, and from the direction of the ruined cabin advanced a ghostly figure. Through the deep shadows and misty light it seemed to float towards them, moaning and sobbing as it came. A shuddering gasp of horror burst from the frightened crew under the tree, and then, at a louder wail from the approaching apparition, they broke and ran. Like wild men they leapt for their horses, flung themselves into their saddle, and fled in every direction. Young Matt and the shepherd sank onto the ground in helpless amazement. As the outlaws fled, the spectre paused. Then it started onward towards the two men, and again it hesitated, and for a moment it remained motionless, and then turned and vanished, just as Jim Lane came flying out of the timber into the bright light of the little clearing. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The book sent for by Mr. Howard came a few days after the adventure at the ranch, and Sammy, with all the intensity of her nature, plunged at once into the work mapped out for her by the shepherd. All through the long summers and autumn, the girl spent hours with her teacher out on the hillside. Seated on some rocky bench or reclining on the grassy slope, she would recite the lessons he gave her, or listen to him as he read aloud from character-forming books, pausing now and then to slip in some comment to make the teaching clear, or to answer her eager questions. At other times, while following the sheep, leisurely from one feeding ground to another, he provoked her to talk of the things they were reading, and, while he thus led her to think, he was carefully guarded her speech and language. At first, they took the old familiar path of early intellectual training, but little by little he taught her to find the way for herself. Always as she advanced, he encouraged her to look for the life that is more than just meat, and always while they read and talked together, there was open before them the great book wherein God was written, in the language of mountains and trees, and sky and flowers and brook, the things that make truly wise those who pause to read. From her mother, and from her own free life in the hills, Sammy had a beautiful body with the grace and strength of physical perfect womanhood, and with this she had inherited from many generations of gentlefolk a mind and spirit susceptible of the highest culture. Unspoiled by the hothouse and forcing process that so often leaves the intellectual powers jaded and weak, before they were fully developed and free from the atmosphere of falsehood and surface culture, in which so many souls struggle for their very existence, the girl took what her teacher had to offer and made it her own. With a mental appetite uninjured by tidbits and deities, she digested the strong food and asked eagerly for more. Her progress was marvelous, and the old scholar often had cause to wonder at the quickness with which his pupil's clear mind grasped the truth he showed her. Often, before he could finish speaking, a bright nod or a word showed that she had caught the purpose of his speech, and while that wide, eager look and the question that followed revealed her readiness to go on. It was as though many of the things he sought to teach her slept already in her brain, and needed only a touch to arouse them to vigorous life. In time, the girl's very clothing, and even her manner of dressing her hair, came to reveal the development and the transformation of her inner self. Not that she dressed more expensively, she couldn't do that, but in the selection of materials and in the many subtle touches that showed distinction even to the plainest apparel. She showed her awakening. To help her in this, there was Aunt Molly and Good Ladies Magazine, which came to her regularly through the kindness of her teacher. Sammy's father, too, came unconsciously under the shepherd's influence. As his daughter grew, the man responded to the change in her, as he always responded to her in every thought and mood. He talked often now of the old home in the Southlands, and sometimes fell into the speech of the old days, dropping for a moment the rougher expressions of his associations. But all this was to Sammy alone. To the world, there was no change in Jim, and he still went on with his long rides with Wash Gibbs. By fall, the place was fixed up a bit, and the fence was rebuilt, and the yard trimmed, and another room was added to the cabin. And so the days slipped away over the wood-fringed ridges. The soft green of tree and the bush and grassy slope changed to a brilliant gold and crimson and russet brown, while the gray-blue haze that hangs always over the hollows took on a deeper purple tone. Then in turn this purple changed to a deeper, colder blue, when the leaves had fallen and the trees showed naked against the winter sky. With the cold weather and the lessons they were continued in the Lane cabin in the southern slope of Dewey. All day, while the shepherd was busy at the ranch, Sammy pored over her books, and every evening the old scholar climbed the hill to direct the work of his pupil, with Jim sitting, and silent and grim, by the fireside, listening to the talk and seeing who knows what visions of the long ago in the dancing flame. And so the winter passed, and the spring came again, came with the soft beauty of tender green, its wealth of blossoms and sweet fragrance of growing things, and then came the summer, that terrible summer, when all the promises of spring were broken, when no rain fell for weary months, and the settlers, in total failure of their crop, faced certain ruin. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Drought. It began to be serious by the time the corn was waist high. When the growing grain lost its rich color and the long blades rustled dryly in the hot air, the settlers looked anxiously for signs of a coming rain. The one topic of conversation at the mill was always the condition of the crops. The stories were of all past droughts or tales of hardship and want. The moon changed, and still the same hot, dry sky, with only now and then a shred of cloud floating lazily across the blue. The grass in the glades grew parched and harsh, and the trees rattled their shriveled leaves, and creek beds lay glaring white and dusty in the sun, and all the wild things in the woods sought the distant river bottom. In the Mutton Hollow neighborhood, only the spring below the Matthews place still held water, and all day the stock on the range, crowding around the little pool, trampled out the narrow fringe of green grass around its edge and churned its bright life into mud in their struggle. Fall came, and there was no relief. Crops were a total failure. Many people were without means to buy food for themselves and their stock for the coming winter and the months until another crop could be grown and harvested. Family after family loaded their few household goods into the big covered wagons and deserted their homes, and set out to seek relief in more fortunate or more wealthy portions of the country. The day came at last when Sammy found the shepherd in the little grove near the deer lick and told him that she and her father were going to move.
Father says there's nothing else to do. Even if we could squeeze through the winter, we couldn't hold out until we could make another crop.
Throwing herself onto the ground, she picked a big yellow daisy from a cluster that, finding a little moisture oozing from the dirt, filled crevice in the rock had managed to live, and began pulling it to piece. In silence the old man watched her. He had not before realized how much of the companionship of this girl had come to mean to him. To the refined, cultivated scholar whose lot had been cast so strangely with the rude, crude people of the mountain wilderness, the companionship of such a spirit and mind was a necessity. Unconsciously, Sammy had supplied the one thing lacking, and by her demands upon his thought had kept the shepherd from mental stagnation and morbid brooding. Day after day she had grown into his life, his intellectual and spiritual child, and though she had dropped the rude speech of the native, she persisted in still calling him by his backwoods title, Dad. But the little word had come to hold a new meaning for them both. He saw now, all at once, what he would lose when she went away. One by one, the petals from the big daisy fell from the girl's hand, dull splashes of gold against her dress in the grass. "Where will you go?" he asked at last. Sammy shook her head without looking up. "I don't know. Anywhere that Daddy can earn a living. I mean a living for both of us." "And when do you leave?" "Pretty soon now. There's nothing to stay for now. Father told me that when he went away day before yesterday, that we'd go as soon as he returned. He promised to be home sometime this evening. I couldn't tell you before, Dad, but I guess you knew." The shepherd did in fact know. For weeks they had both avoided the subject. Sammy continued. I've just gone over to the Matthews place. Uncle Matt, he's been gone for 3 days now. I guess you know about that too. Aunt Mally, she told me all about it. Oh, I wish I could help them." She reached for another daisy, and 2 big tears rolled from under the long lashes to fall upon the golden petals. "We'll come back in the spring when it's time to plant again, but what if you're not here?" Her teacher could not answer for a time, and then he said, in an odd, hesitating way, "Have you heard from Olly lately?" The girl raised her head, her quick, rare instinct divining his unspoken thought, and something she saw in his old face brought a hint of a smile to her own tearful eyes. She knew him so well. "You don't mean that, Dad. We just couldn't do that. I had a letter from him yesterday offering us money, but you know we couldn't accept that from him." And there the subject was dropped. They spent the afternoon together, and in the evening, at Sammy's lookout on the shoulder of Dewey, she bade him a good night, and left him alone with his flocks in the soft twilight. And that same evening, Mr. Matthews returned from his trip to the settlement. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. The Shepherd Writes a Letter. To purchase the sheep and the ranch in the hollow, Mr. Matthews had placed a heavy mortgage on not only upon the ranch land, but upon the homestead as well. In the loss of his stock, the woodsman would lose all he had won in years of toil from the mountain wilderness. When the total failure of the crops became a certainty, and it was clear that the country could not produce enough feed to carry his flock through the winter until the spring grass, Mr. Matthews went to the settlement hoping to get help from the bank there, where he was known. He found the little town in confusion, and the doors of the bank closed. The night before, a band of men had entered the building and forced the safe, and escaped to the mountains with their booty. Old Matt's interview with the bank official was brief.
"It's simply impossible, Mr. Matthews,"
said the man.
"As it is, we shall do well to keep our own heads above water."
Then the mountaineer had come the long way home. As he rode slowly up the last hill, the giant form stooped with a weariness unusual, and the rugged face looked so worn and hopelessly sad that Aunt Molly, who was waiting at the gate, didn't need words to tell him of his failure. The old man got stiffly from his saddle, and when he had removed saddle and bridle and had turned the animal into the lot, the two walked into the house. But they didn't enter the building. Without a word, they turned aside from the steps and followed the little path to the graves in the rude enclosure beneath the pines, where the sunshine fell only in patches here and there. That night after supper, Mr. Matthews went down into the hollow to see the shepherd.
"It's going to be mighty hard on Molly and me leaving the old place up yonder,"
said the big man when he had told of his unsuccessful trip.
"It won't matter so much to the boy 'cause he's young yet, but we worked hard, Mr. Howard, for that home. Molly and me has, we sure have. She's up there now, sitting on the porch and a-living it all over again, like she does when there's no one around, with her face turned towards them pines west of the house. It's mighty nigh breaking her heart just to think of leaving, but she'll hide it all from me when I go up there, thinking not to worry me, as if I don't know. And it's going to be mighty hard to part with you too, Mr. Howard. I don't reckon you'll ever know, sir, how much you done for us. For me, most of all."
The shepherd made as if to interrupt, but the big man continued.
"Don't you suppose we can see, sir, how you've made over the whole neighborhood? There ain't a family for 10 miles that don't come to you when they're in trouble. And then there's Sammy Lane a-reading and a-talking, just about the same as you do yourself, fit to hold up her end with anyone who's got education. And Jim himself's changed something wonderful. Same old Jim in lots of ways, but something more. Somehow, though, I can't tell it. And then there's my boy Grant. I know right well what he'd have been if it weren't for you, to show him what the best kind of man's like. He'd have sure never knowed it from me. I don't mean as if he'd ever been a bad man like Wash Gibbs, but a no-account one like them Thompsons, but he could have never been what he is now, through and through, if it hadn't been for you. There's a heap more, too, all over the country you've been talking at Sunday, when the persons ain't there, and as for me, you sure been a God's blessing to me and Molly, Mr. Howard."
Again the shepherd moved uneasily, as if to protest, but his big friend made a gesture of silence.
"Please, let me say it while I got a chance, Dad."
And the other bowed his head, while old Matt continued.
"I can't tell how it is, and I don't reckon you'll understand anyway, but staying as you have after our talk that first night you come, and living down here on this spot alone after you knowed it's just like I was a little kid and you was standing big and strong, like between me and the big blackness that was something awful. I reckon it looks kind of foolish me talking this way. Maybe I'm just getting old, but anyhow, I just wanted you to know."
The shepherd raised his head, and his face was aglow with a glad, triumphant light, while his deep voice was full of meaning as he said gently,
"It's been more to me, too, than you think, Mr. Matthews. I ought to tell you. I will tell you."
He checked himself and added,
I'll tell you someday."
And then he changed the topic quickly.
"Are you sure there's no one who can help you over this hard time? Is there no way at all?"
The mountaineer shook his head.
"I've gone over it all over again and again. Williams at the bank is the only man I know who had the money. He's done for now by this robbery. You see, I can't go to strangers, Dad. I ain't got nothing left for security."
"But could you not sell the sheep for enough to save the homestead?"
"Who would buy? Who could buy, if they could, in this country without a bit of feed? And then look at 'em. They're so poor and weak now they couldn't stand the driving to the shipping place. Gosh, they'd just They just die all over the road. They're just skin and bones, Daddy. Ain't no butcher would pay freight on 'em even." Mr. Howard sat with knit brows, staring into the shadows, and then he said slowly, "Well, there is that old mine. If this man Dewey was only here, do you suppose—" Again the mountaineer shook his head. "Colonel Dewey would be a mighty old man now, Dad, even if he was living. 'Tain't likely he'll ever come back, nor 'tain't likely the mine will ever be found without him. I studied all that on the way home." As he finished speaking, he rose to go, and the dog, springing up, dashed out the cabin and across the clearing towards the bluff by the corral, barking furiously. The two men looked at each other. "A rabbit?" said Mr. Howard, but they both knew that the well-trained shepherd dog never tracked a rabbit, and old Matt's face was white when he mounted to ride up the trail. Long the shepherd stood in the doorway, looking out into the night, listening to the voices of the wilderness. In his life in the hills he found a little brightness, while in the old mountaineer's words that evening he had glimpsed a future happiness of which he had scarcely dared to dream. With the single exception of that one wild night, his life had been an unbroken calm. Now he was to leave it all. And for what? He seemed to hear the rush and the roar of the world beyond the ridges, as one in a quiet harbor hears outside the thunder of a stormy sea, and he shuddered. The gloom and the mystery of it all crept into his heart. He was so alone, but it was not the wilderness that made him shudder. It was the thought of the great, mad, cruel world that raged beyond those hills, and then something else. The dog growled again, facing threateningly towards the cliff. "What is it, Brave?" The only answer was an uneasy whine as the animal crouched closer to the man's feet. The shepherd peered into the darkness in the direction of the ruined cabin. "God, how can I leave this place?" he whispered. He turned back into the house, closed and barred the door, with the manner of one making a resolution against a hard struggle. He took writing material from the top shelf of the cupboard, and seated himself at the table and began to write. The hours slipped by, and page after page, closely written, came from the shepherd's pen, while, as he wrote, the man's face grew worn and haggard. It was as though he lifted again the burden he'd learned to lay aside. At last it was finished, and placing the sheets in an envelope, he wrote the address with a trembling hand. While Mr. Howard was writing his letter at the ranch, and old Matt was tossing sleeplessly on his bed in the big log house, a horseman rode slowly down from the Compton Ridge Road. Stopping at the creek to water, he pushed on up the mountain towards the Lane cabin. The horse walked with a low-hung head and lagging feet. The man slouched, half asleep in the saddle. It was Jim Lane. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. God's Gold. The troubled night passed. The shepherd arose to see the sky above the eastern rim of the hollow glowing with the first soft light of a new day. Away over Compton Ridge one last pale star hung, caught in the upper branches of a dead pine. Not a leaf of the forest stirred. In awe, the man watched the miracle of morning, as the glowing colors touched cloud after cloud until the whole sky was aflame, and the star was gone. Again he seemed to hear, faint and far away, the roar and the surge of the troubled sea. With face uplifted, he cried aloud, "O God, my Father, I ask thee not for the things that deem men great, and I covet not wealth, nor honor, nor ease, only peace, only that I may live free from those who do not understand, only that I may in some measure make atonement, that I may win your pardon. Oh, drive me not from this haven into the world again."
again and again, came back from the cliff on the other side of the clearing, and as the echo died away in the silent woods, a bush on top of the bluff stirred in the breathless air, stirred and was still again. Somewhere up on Dewey a crow croaked hoarsely to his mate. A cow on the range bawled loudly, and the sheep in the corral cruised in answer. Re-entering the cabin, the old man quickly built a fire, and then, taking the bucket, went to the spring for water. He must prepare his breakfast. Coming back with a brimming pail, he placed it on the bench and was turning to the cupboard when he noticed on the table a small, oblong package. "Mr. Matthews must have left it last night," he thought. "Strange I didn't see it before." Picking up the package, he found it was quite heavy, and to his amazement saw that it was addressed to himself in a strange, crimped printing, such letters as a child would make. He ripped open the covering and read in the same crude writing, "This stuff is for you to give to Matthews and Jim Lane, but don't tell anyone where you got it. And don't try to find out where it come from either, or you'll wish you hadn't. You needn't be afraid. It's good money, all right." The package contained gold pieces of various denominations. With a low exclamation, the shepherd let the parcel slip, and the money fell in a shining heap on the floor. He stood as in a dream, looking for the gold to the picture in his hand. Then, going to the door, he gazed long and searchingly in every direction. Nothing unusual met his eye. Turning back into the cabin again, he caught up the letter that he had written, and stepped to the fireplace, an expression of relief upon his face. But with his hand outstretched towards the flames, he paused, the letter still in his grasp, while the expression of relief gave way to a look of fear. "The bank," he muttered. "The robbery." The shining pieces on the floor seemed to glisten mockingly. "No, no, no," said the man. "Better the other way, and yet—" He read the letter again. "It's good money, all right. You needn't be afraid." In his quandary, he heard a step without and looked up and saw Pete in the open door. The boy's sensitive face was aglow as he said, "Pete's glad this morning. Pete saw the sky. Did Dad see the sky?" Mr. Howard nodded, and then, moving by a sudden impulse, pointed to the money and said, "Dad doesn't know where it's come from," continued the shepherd. "Does Pete know?" The youth gave a low laugh of delight. "Course Pete knows. Pete went up on Dewey this morning, way up to the old signal tree, and of course he took me with him. The sky was all soft and silvery, and the clouds was plumb full of gold, just like that there." He pointed to the yellow coins on the floor. "Didn't Dad see? Some of it must have spilled out." "Ah, yes, that's God's gold, all right," said the older man softly. The lad touched his friend on the arm, and with the other hand again pointing to the glittering heap on the floor. "Pete says that there's God's gold too, and Pete he knows." The man started and looked at the boy in wonder. "But why? Why should it come to me at such a time as this?" he muttered. "'Cause you're the shepherd of Mutton Hollow, Pete says. Don't be scared, Dad. Pete knows. It sure is God's gold." The shepherd turned to the fireplace and dropped the letter he had written into the leaping flames. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. A letter from Olly Stewart. The post office at the Forks occupied a commanding position in the northeast corner of Uncle Ike's cabin, covering an area not less than 4 feet square. The fittings were in excellent taste, and the table fully adequate to the needs of the service, an old table on legs that were somewhat rickety. Upon the table, a rude box, set on end and divided roughly into 8 pigeonholes, duly numbered in table, a drawer filled a little with stamps and stationery, filled mostly with scraps of leaf tobacco, and an odd company of veteran cob pipes, now on the retired list, or home unforlorn. Before the table, a little old chair, wrought in some fearful and wonderful fashion from hickory sticks from which the bark had not yet been removed. With every change of the weather, this chair, though some unknown but by powerful influence, changed its shape and thus became in its own way a sort of a government weather bureau. And if it is, in all this, land of the free and home of the brave, there be a single throne, it must be this curiously changeable chair. In spite of it, or perhaps because of it, its strange powers, that weird piece of furniture managed to make itself so felt that it was religiously avoided by every native who called at the Forks. Not the wildest hillbilly of them all dared to occupy for a moment that seat of Uncle Sam's representative. Here Uncle Ike reigned supreme over his 4 feet square of government property. And you may be very sure that the mighty mysterious thing known as the government lost none of its might and none of its mystery at the hands of its worthy official. Uncle Ike left the group in front of the cabin and hurriedly entered the office and seated himself upon his throne. A tall, thin, smooth-moving mule was brought to before a certain tree with the grace and dignity of an ocean liner coming into her slip. Zeke Wheeler dismounted, and with the saddle mail pouch over his arm, stalked solemnly across the yard and into the house, his spurs a-clicking on the gravel and rattling over the floor. Following the mail carrier, the group of mountaineers entered, and, with Uncle Ike's entire family, took their place at a respectable distance from the holy place of mystery and might in the northeast corner of the room. The postmaster, with a key attached by a small chain to one corner of the table, unlocked the flat pouch and drew forth the contents: 5 papers, 3 letters, and 1 postal card. The empty pouch was kicked contemptuously beneath the table, and the papers, they were tossed to one side. All eyes were fixed on the little bundle of first-class matter. In a breathless silence, the official cut the string. The silence was broken.
By thunderous! Mary Liz Jolly sure be glad to get that there letter. Her man has been gone nigh almost 3 months now and ain't wrote but once. That was when he was in Maysville. I see he's down in the Nations now in Auburn, sending Mary Liz some money, I reckon. By thunder, is it's about time. James Gilman, ESQ. Well, dad blad me, Jim done wrote that there house in Chicago more'n 3 weeks ago about a watch that he's selling for $6. And by thunders, they'd sure answer me quicker'n that. They'd hear turkey. But I done told Jim it was only a blamed old $40 house anyway.
At this, many nods and glances were exchanged by the group in silent admiration of the government, and one mountaineer, bold even to recklessness, remarked, "Jim must have a heap of money to be buying a $4 watch. Must have sold that gray mule of his. It fetch 'bout that much, I reckon."
How much you know about that, Buck Boswick? Let me tell you, Jim, he works, he does. He's the workiest man in this here county, by thunders. Why, Jim, he don't set round like you fellers down there on the crick and wait for your pawpaws to get ripen so he can get himself a square meal, by thunders.
The bold mountaineer wilted. Uncle Ike proceeded with the business of his office.
Well, here's Sally Rhodes done writ her ma a card from the Corners. Sally's been a-visitin' her pa's folks. Says she'll be home on next mail week, in hopes that her ma will meet her there. And you can take that next time, Zeke, and by thunders, here's another letter from that dummed old Olly Stewart. Sammy ain't been over here yet after that last one he wrote. By thunders, if it weren't for them blamed government inspectors, I'd sure put a spoke in his wheel. I'd everlasting say every connection betwixt that gentleman and these here Ozarks. Dad burn me if I wouldn't. He'd better take one of them newfangled women in the city where he's gone to and not come back here for one of our girls. I don't believe Sammy would care much nohow, by thunders.
The official tossed the letter into a pigeonhole beside its neglected mate, with a gesture that fully expressed the opinion of the entire community regarding Mr. Stewart and his intentions towards Miss Lane. Sammy got the letters the next day, and reading them over and over as she rode slowly through the sweet-smelling woods, the last one told her that Olly was coming home on a visit.
Thursday. That'll be the day after tomorrow,
she said aloud, and then she read the letter again. It was a very different letter from those Olly had written when first he left the woods. Most of all, it was different in that indefinable something by which a man reveals his place in life in the letters he writes, no less than in the words he speaks or the clothes he wears. As Sammy rode slowly through the pinery and down the narrow Fall Creek valley, she was thinking of those things, thinking of these things seriously. The girl had been in a way conscious of the gradual change in Olly's life, as it had been revealed in his letters, but she failed to connect that change with her lover. The world into which young Stewart had gone, and by which he was being formed, was so foreign to the only world known to Sammy, that while she realized in a dim way that he was undergoing a transformation, she still saw him in her mind as the backwoods boy. With the announcement of his return and the thought that she would soon meet him face to face, it burst upon her suddenly that her lover was a stranger. The man who wrote this letter was not the one whom she had promised to marry. Who was he? Passing the mill and the blacksmith shop, the brown pony, with his absorbed rider, began to climb the steep road to the Matthews place. Halfways up the hill, the little horse, stepping on a loose stone, stumbled, caught himself quickly. As a flash of lightning on a black night reveals well-known landmarks and familiar objects, this incident brought back to Sammy the evening when, with Olly and young Matt, she had climbed that same way when her horse had stumbled and her face had come close to the face of the big fellow whose hand was on the pony's neck. The whole scene came before her with a vividness that was startling. Every word, every look, every gesture of the two young men, her own thoughts and words, the object along the road, and the very motion of her horse, she seemed to be actually living again those moments of the past. But more than this, she seemed not only to live again the incidences of that evening, but in some strange way to possess the faculty of analyzing and passing judgment upon her own thoughts and words. Great changes had come to Sammy, too, since that night when her lover had said goodbye. And now in her deeper life the young woman felt a curious sense of shame, as she saw how trivial were the things that had influenced her to become Olly's promised wife. She blushed as she recalled the motives that had sent her to the shepherd with the request that he teach her to be a fine lady. Coming out on top of the ridge, Brownie stopped on his own accord, and the girl saw again the figure of a young giant, standing in the level rays of the setting sun with his great arms outstretched, saying, "I reckon I'm built to live in these hills. I don't guess you'd better count on me ever being more than I am." Sammy realized suddenly that the question was no longer whether Olly would be ashamed of her. It was quite a different question, indeed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. Olly comes home. The day that Olly was expected at the cabin on Dewey Bald, Mr. Lane was busy in the field. "I don't reckon you'll need me at the house nohow," he said with a queer laugh as he rose from the dinner table, and Sammy, blushing, told him to go on about his work, or young Matt would get his planting done first. Jim went out to get his horse from the stable, but before he left, he turned once more to the house. "What is it, Daddy? Did you forget something?" asked Sammy as her father stood in the doorway. Not exactly," drawled Jim. "I ain't got a very good forgetter. I wish I had. It's something I can't forget, and I wish I could." In a moment, the girl's arms were tied about his neck. "You dear, foolish old Daddy Jim. I have a bad forgetter, too. You thought when I began studying with Dad Hewitt that my books would make me forget you. Well, have they?" A tightening of the long arm about her waist was the only answer. "And now you're making yourself miserable trying to think that Ollie Stewart and his friends will make me forget you. Just as if all the folks in the world could ever be to me what you are. You, Dad, and Uncle Matt, and Aunt Molly, and young Matt. Daddy, I'm ashamed of you. Honest, I am. Do you think a genuine lady could ever forget the father who was so good to her? I'm insulted. You must apologize immediately." She pretended to draw away, but the long arm held her fast, while the mountaineer said in a voice that had in it a pride and a pain with a world of love, I know, girl, but you'll be living away in the city when you and Ollie are married, and these old hills, they'll be mighty lonesome with you gone. You see, I couldn't never leave the old place. 'Tain't much, I know, but as far as money value goes, but there's some things that worth a heap more than their money value, I suppose. If you was ever going to live where I could ride over once a week to see you, it'd be different." "Yes, Daddy, but maybe I won't go after all. I'm not married yet, you know." Something in her voice or manner caused Jim to hold his daughter at arm's length and look full into the brown eyes. "What do you mean, girl?" Sammy laughed in an uneasy, embarrassed way. She was not sure that she herself knew all that lay beneath the simple words, and she tried to explain. "Why, I mean that Ollie and I had both grown up since we promised, and he's been living way out in the big world, going to school besides. He must have seen many girls since he's left me. He is sure to have changed greatly, and maybe he won't want a backwoods wife." The man growled something below his breath, and the girl placed a hand over his lips. "Oh, you mustn't say swear words, Daddy Jim. Indeed, you mustn't. Not in the presence of ladies, anyway." "You've changed a heap in some ways, too," said Jim. "Yeah, I suppose I have. But my changes are mostly on the inside, and perhaps he won't see them." Would you care so much, Sammy?" whispered the father. "Well, that's just it, Daddy. How can I tell? We must begin all over again, don't you see?" Then Sammy sent him away to his work. Sammy had finished washing the dinner dishes and was putting things in order about the house when she stopped suddenly before the little shelf that held her books. Then, with a smile, she carried them every one into her own room and placed them carefully where they couldn't be seen from the open door. Going next to the mirror, she deliberately took down her hair and arranged it in the old careless way that Ollie had always known. "You're just the same backwoods girl, Sammy Lane, so far as outside things go," she said to the face in the glass. "But you're not quite the same all the way through. We'll see if he—" She was interrupted by the loud barking of the dog outside, and her heart beat quickly as a voice cried, "Hello, hello, I say, call off your dog." Sammy hurried to the door. A strange gentleman stood at the gate. The strangest gentleman that Sammy had ever seen. Surely this couldn't be Ollie Stewart, this slender, pale-faced, with faultless linen, well-gloved hands, and shining patent leathers. The girl drew back in embarrassment. But there was no hesitation on the part of the young man. Before she could recover from her astonishment, he caught her in her arms and kissed her again and again until she struggled from his embrace. You mustn't," she gasped. "Why not?" he demanded laughingly. "Has anyone a better right? I've been waiting a long while for this. I mean to make up for lost time." He took a step towards her again, but Sammy held him off at arm's length as she repeated, No, you mustn't. Not now." Young Stewart was helpless, and the discovery that she was stronger than this man brought to the girl a strange feeling, as of shame. "How strong you are," he said petulantly, ceasing his efforts. And then, carefully surveying the splendidly proportioned and developed young woman, he added, "And how beautiful." Under his look, Sammy's face flushed painfully, even to her neck and brow, and the man, seeing her confusion, laughed again. Then seated himself in the only rocking chair in the room. The young gentleman leisurely removed his gloves and looked around the while with an amused expression on his face, while the girl stood watching him. At last he said impatiently, Sit down, Sammy. You look at me as if I was a ghost." Unconsciously she slipped into the speech of the old days. "You sure don't look much like you used to. I never seen nobody wear such clothes as them. Not even Dad Hewitt when he first come. Do you wear them every day?" Ollie frowned. "You're just like all the rest, Sammy. Why don't you talk as you write? You've improved a lot in your letters. If you talk like that in the city, people will know in a minute that you're from the country." At this, Sammy rallied her scattered wits, and the wide, questioning look was in her eyes as she replied quietly, "Thank you. I'll try to remember. But tell me, please, what harm could it do if people knew that I came from the country?" It was Ollie's turn to be amazed. "Why, you can talk," he said. "Where did you learn?" And the girl answered simply as she picked it up from the old shepherd. This little incident put Sammy more at ease, and she skillfully led her companion to speak of the city and his life there. Of his studies the young fellow had little to say, and to her secret delight, the girl found that she had actually made greater progress with her books than had her lover with all the supposed advantages. But of all the other gaieties and excitements of the greater city, of his new home, the wealth of his uncle, and his own bright prospects, Ollie spoke freely, not dreaming the girl had already seen the life he painted in such glowing colors through the eyes of one who had been careful to point out the froth and foam of it all. Neither did the young man discover in the quiet questions she asked that Sammy was seeking to know what in all this new world he had found that he could make his own as the thing that most worthwhile. The backwoods girl had never seen that type of man to whom the life of city only is life. Ollie was particularly fitted by nature to absorb quickly those things of the world into which he had gone that were most different from the world he had left, and there remained scarcely a trace of his earlier wilderness training. But there is that in life that lays too deep for any mere change of environment to touch, and Sammy remembered a lesson the shepherd had given her. A gentle spirit may express itself in the rude words of literacy. It is not therefore rude. Ruffianism may speak the language of learning, of religion. It is ruffian still. Strength may wear the garb of weakness and still be strong. and a weakling may carry the weapons of strength, but fight with a faint heart. So beneath all the changes that had come to her backwoods lover, Sammy felt that Olly himself was unchanged. It was as though he had learned a new language, but still said the same things. Sammy, too, had entered a new world. Step by step, as the young man had advanced in his schooling and, dropping the habits and customs of the backwoods, had conformed in his outward life to his new environment, the girl had advanced in her education under the careful hand of the old shepherd. Ignorant still of the false standards and petty ambitions that were so large a part of the complex world into which he had gone, she had been introduced to a world where the life itself is the only thing worth while. She had seen nothing of the glittering tinsel of that cheap culture that is death to all true refinement, but in the daily companionship of her gentle teacher, she had lived in touch with true aristocracy, the aristocracy of heart and spirit. Young Matt and Jim had thought that, in Sammy's education, the bond between the girl and her lover would strengthen. They had thought to see her growing further and further from the life of the hills to the life to which they felt they must always belong. But that was because young Matt and Jim didn't know the kind of education the girl was getting. So Olly had come back to his old home to measure things by his new standard, and he'd come back to be measured according to the old standard. If the man's eyes were dimmed by the flash and sparkle that play upon the surface of life, the woman's vision was strong and clear to look into the still depths. Later in the day, as they walked together up the old trail to Sammy's lookout, the girl tried to show him some of the things that had been revealed to her in the past months. But the young fellow could not follow where she led, and answered her always with some flippant remark or with the superficial philosophy of his kind. When he tried to turn the talk to their future, she skilfully defeated his purpose or was silent, and when he would claim a lover's privilege, she held off. Upon his demanding a reason for her coldness, she answered, "Don't you see that everything is different now? We must learn to know each other all over again." "But you're my promised wife." "I promised to be the wife of a backwoodsman," she answered. "I cannot keep that promise, for that man is dead. You're a man of the city now, and I am scarcely acquainted with you." Young Stuart found himself not a little puzzled by the situation. He had come home expecting to find a girl beautiful in face and form, but with the mind of a child, to wonder at the things that he would tell her. He had found instead a thoughtful young woman trained to look for and recognize truth and beauty. Sammy, always his physical superior, she was now his intellectual superior as well. The change that had come to her was not a change of environment of the things that lay upon the surface, but it was a change in the deeper things of life, in the purpose and understanding of life itself. Like many of his kind, Olly could not distinguish between the things. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. What Makes a Man. Mr. Matthews and his son finished their planting early in the afternoon, and the boys set out to find old Kate and the mule colt. Those rovers had not appeared at the home place for nearly 2 weeks, and someone must bring them in before they forget their home completely. "Don't mind if I ain't back for supper, Mother," said young Matt. "I may eat at the ranch with Dad. I ain't been down there for quite a spell now, and I'd like to kind of know if that panther we've been hearing is giving Dad any troubles." "Dad told me yesterday that he thought he heard old Kate's bell over on the far side of Cock's Bald," said Mr. Matthews. "I believe if I was you, I'd take across Cock's along the far side of the ridge around Dewey and down into the holler that way.
Joe Gardner was over north yesterday, and he said he didn't see no sign on that range. I reckon you'll find 'em on Dewey somewhere about Jim Lane's, I'd suspect. I'd suggest you better saddle a horse."
"No, I'll take her on foot. I can ride old Kate in if I can find them," replied the big fella, and with his rifle in the hollow of his arm, he struck off across the hills. All along the eastern slope of the ridge that forms one side of Mutton Hollow, he searched for the missing stock, but not a sound of the bell could he hear, nor a trace of the vagabonds could he find. And that was because old Kate and the little colt were standing quietly in the shade in a little glen below Sand Ridge, not a quarter mile from the barn. The afternoon was well on when young Matt gave up the search and shaped his course for the sheep ranch. He was on the farther side of Dewey, and the sun told him that there was just enough time to reach the cabin before supper. Pushing straight up the side of the mountain, he found the narrow bench that ran like a great cornice 2/3 of the way around the bald knob. The mountaineer knew that at that level, on the side opposite from where he stood, was Sammy's lookout, and from there it was an easy road down to the sheep ranch in the valley. Also, he knew that from that rocky shelf, all along the southern side of the mountain, he would look down upon Sammy's home, and, who he could tell, he might even catch a glimpse of Sammy herself. Very soon he rounded the turn of the hill, and saw far below the Lane homestead the cabin and the barn and the little clearing looking like little tiny doll houses. Young Matt walked slowly now. The supper was forgotten. Coming to the clumps of cedars just above the old trail, where it turns the shoulder of the hill from the west, he stopped for a last look. Beyond this point, he would turn his back upon the scene that interested him so deeply. The young man could not remember when he had not loved Sammy Lane. She seemed to have been always a part of his life. It was the season of the year when all the wild things of the forest chose their mates, and as the big fellow stood there, looking down upon the home of the girl that he loved, all the splendid passion of his manhood called for her. It seemed to him that the whole world was slipping away to leave him alone in a measureless universe. He almost cried aloud. It is the same instinct that prompts the panther to send his mating call ringing over the hills and through the forest, and leads the moose to issue his loud challenge. At last young Matt turned to go, when he heard the sound of voices. Someone was coming along the old trail that lay in full view on the mountainside not 200 yards away. Instinctively, the woodsman drew back into the thick foliage of the cedars. The voices grew louder. A moment more, and Sammy with Ollie Stewart appeared from around the turn of the hill. They were walking side by side, talking in earnest. The young woman had just denied the claims of her former lover and was explaining the change in her attitude towards him, but the big fellow on the ledge above could not know that. He could not hear what they were saying. He only saw his mate and the man who had come to take her from him. Half crouching on the rocky shelf in the deep shadow of the cedar, the giant seemed a wild thing ready for a spring, ready and eager, yet held in check by something more powerful still than his passion. Slowly the two, following the old trail, passed from sight, and young Matt stood erect. He was trembling like a frightened child. A moment longer he waited, then turned and fairly ran from the place. Leaving the ledge at the lookout, he rushed down the mountain and through the woods as if mad to burst upon the shepherd with words that were half a cry and half a groan. "He's come back, Dad. He's come back. I just seen him with her." Mr. Howard sprang up with a startled exclamation. His face went white, and he grasped the table for support, and he tried to speak, but words would not come. He could only stare with frightened eyes as though young Matt himself was some fearful apparition. The big fellow threw himself into a chair. Presently the shepherd managed to say in a hoarse whisper, "Tell me about it, Grant, if you want." "I seen them up there on Dewey just now, going down the old trail from Sammy's lookout to her home. I was hunting for old Kate." The old scholar leaned towards his friend as he almost shouted, "Saw them going to Sammy's home? Saw whom, lad? Who'd you see?" Why, Sammy Lane and that Olly Stewart, of course. I tell you, he's come back. He's come to take her away." The reaction was almost as bad as the shock. Mr. Howard gasped as he dropped back into his seat, and he felt the hysterical impulse to laugh, to cry out. Young Matt continued, "He's come home, Dad, with all his fine clothes and city airs, and now she'll go away with him, and we'll never see her again." As he began to put his thoughts into words, the giant got to his feet and walked around the floor like one insane. "He can't have her," he shouted, clenching his great fist. "He shan't have her. If he was a man, I could stand it, Dad, but look at him. Look at him, would you? The little white-faced, little washed-out runt. What is he? He's no man, Dad. He ain't even as much a man as he was. And Sammy, she's a woman. And you've been telling me that I was being a gentleman, even if I could live in the backwoods, but you're wrong. Plumb wrong. I ain't no gentleman. I couldn't never be one. I'm just a man. I feel like a savage, a damn beast, and I'm glad of it." He threw back his shaggy head, his white teeth gleaming through his part lips as he spoke in tones of mad defiance. "Dad, you said there's some things better'n learning and such, and I reckon this here's one of 'em. I don't care if that little whelp goes to all sorts of schools and gets to be a president or even a king. I don't care if he's got all the money that's between here and hell. Put him out here in the woods face to face with life, where them things don't count, and what is he? What is he, Dad? He ain't nothing, just plumb nothing." The old shepherd waited quietly for the storm to pass. The big fella would come to himself after a time. Until then, words were useless. At last, young Matt spoke in calmer tones. "I run away, Dad. I had to. I was too afraid I'd hurt him. Something inside of me just fought to get at him, and I couldn't hold out much longer. I don't want to hurt nobody, Dad. I reckon it was seeing them together like that. It's a God's blessing I come away when I did. It sure is." He dropped wearily into his chair again, and then the teacher spoke. "It is always a God's blessing, lad, when a man can master the worst of himself. You're a strong man, my boy. You hardly even know your strength, but you need always to remember that the stronger the man, the easier it is for him to become a beast. Your manhood depends upon this and upon nothing else, that you conquer and control the animal side of yourself. It will be a sad moment for you, and for all of us who love you, if you ever forget. Don't you see, lad, that it is this victory that only gives you the right to think of yourself as a man? Mind, I say to think of yourself as a man. It doesn't much matter what others think of you. It's what one can honestly think of oneself that truly matters." So they spent the evening together, and the big mountaineer learned to see still more deeply into the things that had come into the older man in his years of study and painful experience. When at last young Matt arose to say good night, the shepherd tried to persuade him to sleep at the ranch, but he said no, the folks at home would be looking for him, and he must go. "I'm truly glad I come, Dad," he added. "I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for you. I'd probably go plumb hog wild and make a fool of myself. I don't know what a lot of us would do either. It seems like you're sort of a shepherd to the whole neighborhood. I reckon, though, I'm probably the worst of the flock," he finished with a grim smile. Mr. Howard took his hat from the nail.
"Well, if you must go, I'll walk with you a little ways. I love to be out on nights like this. I often wish Pete would take me with him."
"Oh, he's out there somewhere, for sure," replied the other as they started. "We heard him singing last night." Then he stopped and asked, "Where's your gun, Dad? There's supposed to be a panther somewhere around this ranch."
"I know," returned the shepherd. "I heard it scream last night. I meant to go up to the house today for a gun. I broke the hammer of mine yesterday."
"Well, that's bad," said young Matt. "But come on. I'll leave mine with you until tomorrow."
"That fellow would sure make things lively if he should come see you and catch you without no shooting iron."
Together the two walked through the timber until they came to where the trail that leads to the Matthews place began to climb the low spur of the hill back of the house. Here Mr. Howard stopped to say good night, adding, as the young man gave him his rifle,
"I don't like to take this, Grant. What if you should meet that panther between here and home?"
"Oh, shucks," returned the other. "You're the one that'd be needing it. You got to take care of them sheep. I'll get home all right."
"And don't forget the other beast, lad. Remember what it is that makes a man."
End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Young Matt Remembers. After parting with his friend, young Matt continued on his way until he reached the open ground below the point where the path from the ranch joins the old trail. Then he stopped and looked around. Before him was the belt of timber, and beyond, the dark mass of the mountain ridge with the low gap where his home nestled among the trees. He could see the light from the cabin window shining like a star. Behind him lay the darker forest of the hollow, and beyond, like a great sentinel, was the round, treeless form of Dewey Bald. From where he stood, he could even see clearly against the sky the profile of the mountain's shoulder and the ledge of Sammy's lookout. Another moment, and the young man had left the path that led to his home and was making straight for that distant hill. He had climbed to that spot where he had stood in the afternoon and would look down once more upon that little cabin on the mountainside, and then he would go home along the ridge. 3/4 of an hour later he pushed up out onto the ravine that he followed to its head along the old trail near the place where Pete and the shepherd and he had watched Sammy reading her letter. He was climbing to the lookout, for it was the easiest way to the ledge, and as his eyes came on level with the bench along which the path runs, he saw clearly on the big rock above the figure of a man. Instantly young Matt stopped. The moon shone full upon the spot, and he could easily recognize the figure. It was Olly Stewart. Young Stewart had been greatly puzzled by Sammy's attitude. It was so unexpected and, to his mind, so unreasonable. He loved the girl as much as it was possible for one of his weak nature to love, and he had felt sure of his place in her affections. But the door had once been yielded so readily to his touch, he found shut fast. He was on the outside, and he seemed somehow to have lost the key. In this mood, on his way home, he had reached the spot which was so closely associated with the girl and paused to rest against the sharp climb, had fallen to brooding over his disappointment. So intent was he upon his gloomy thoughts that he had not heard young Matt's approaching and was wholly unconscious of the big man's presence in the vicinity. For a time the face at the edge of the path regarded the figure on the rock intently, and then it dropped from sight. Young Matt slipped quietly down into the ravine, and a few moments later climbed out again on the old trail at a point hidden from the lookout. Here he stepped quickly across the narrow open space and into the bush on the slope of the mountain above, and then, with the skill of one born and reared in the woods, the mountaineer made his way towards the man on the shoulder of the hill. What purpose lay under his strange movement, young Matt didn't know, but certainly it was not in his mind to harm Olly. He was acting upon the impulse of the moment, an impulse to get nearer and to study unobserved the person of his rival. So he stalked him with all the instinct of a creature of the woods. Not a twig snapped, nor a leaf rustled, as from bush to fallen log, from tree trunk to rock he crept, always in the dark shadows or behind some object. But there were still some other eyes on old Dewey that night, and sharp ears heard the big woodsman climbing out of the ravine, if Olly did not. When the young man in the clear light of the moon crossed the old trail, a figure near the clump of trees where he had sat with his two friends that day dropped quietly behind a big rock, half hidden in the bushes. As the giant crept towards the lookout, this figure followed, showing but little less skill than the mountaineer himself. Once a loose stone rattled slightly, and the big fellow turned his head, but the figure was lying behind a log that the other had just left. When young Matt finally reached a position so close to Olly as he could go without certain discovery, the figure also came to a rest not far away. The moments passed very slowly now to the man crouching in the shadows. Olly looked at his watch. It was early yet to one accustomed to such late hours in the city. Young Matt heard distinctly the snap of the case as the watch was closed and returned to the owner's pocket. Then Olly lit a cigar and flipped the burned-out match almost into his unseen companion's face. It seemed to young Matt that he had been there for hours. Years ago he left his home yonder on the ridge to look for stray stock. They must have forgotten him long before this. The quiet cabin in the hollow, and his friend and the shepherd too, were far away. In all this lonely mountain there was no one. No one but that man on the rock there, that man and himself, and how bright the moon was. Suddenly another form appeared upon the scene. It came creeping around the hill from beyond the lookout. It was a low, long, lithe body form that moved with the easy gliding movements of a big cat. Noiselessly the soft padded feet fell upon hard rock and loose gravel of the old pathway, the pathway along which so many things had gone for their kill, or gone to be killed. Young Matt recognized it and saw it the moment it appeared. He started in his place. He recognized it instantly as the most feared of all the wild things in the mountain wilderness, a panther. He saw it sniff the footprints on the trail, Olly's footprints. He saw it pause and crouch as it caught sight of the man on the rock. Instantly wild and unwelcome thoughts burned within the strong man's brain. The woodsman knew why that thing had come. Against such a foe, that unconscious weakling on the rock there, calmly puffing his cigar, would have been no chance whatsoever. He would not even know of its presence until it made its spring and its fangs were in his neck. The man of the wilderness knew just how it would be done. It'd be over in a minute. The giant clenched his teeth. Why had he not gone on to his home after leaving the shepherd? Why had he followed that impulse to stand again where he had stood that afternoon? Above all, what possessed him? What had led him to creep into his present position? He shot a quick glance around. How bright the moon was. The panther turned aside from the trail. And with silent grace leapt to the ledge, gaining position on a level with Olly, still unconscious of its presence. A cold sweat broke out on the big man's forehead. The great hands worked. His breath came in quick gasps. It could not be laid at his door. He had only to withdraw, to stop his ears and run, as he fled that afternoon. How slowly that thing crept forward, crouching low upon its belly, its tail twitching from side to side, nearer and nearer. Young Matt felt smothered. He loosened the collar on his shirt. The moon was so bright. He could even see the muscles on the beast's heavy neck and shoulder working under the sleek skin. Suddenly, the words of the shepherd came to him as though shouted in his ears. "Remember the other beast, lad. Don't you see it? This victory only that gives you the right to think of yourself as a man." Olly was almost brushed from his place as the big mountaineer sprang from the shadows while the panther, startled by the appearance of another man upon the rock, paused. An exclamation of fright burst forth from young Stuart as he took in the situation, and the giant by his side reached forth a hand and pushed him back as he growled, "Shut up and get out of the way. This here's my fight." At the movement, the wild beast seemed to understand that the newcomer was there to rob him of his prey. With a snarl, it crouched low again and gathered its muscles for a spring. And then the giant waited. And suddenly the sharp crack of a rifle rang out of the still night, echoing and re-echoing along the mountain. The panther leapt, but fell short. The startled men on the rock saw it thrashing on the ground in a death struggle. "Well, that was a lucky shot for you," said Olly. "Lucky for me," repeated young Matt slowly, eyeing his well-dressed companion. "Well, yes, I reckon it was." "Who fired it?" The big fellow shook his head in a puzzled way. Stuart looked surprised. "Wasn't it someone hunting with you?" "With me, hunting? Not tonight," muttered the other, still searching the hillside. "Well, I'd like to know what you're doing here all alone then," said Olly suspiciously. At his tone, young Matt turned upon him savagely. "'Tain't none of your business what I'm doing here that I can see. I reckon these hills are free yet, but it's mighty lucky for both of us that someone was around, whoever he was. Maybe you ain't thankful that critter ain't fastened upon your neck, but I am, and I'm going to find out who fired that shot if I can." He started forward, but Olly called imperviously, "Hold on a minute. I want to say something to you first." The other paused, and young Stuart continued. "I don't know what you mean by prowling around this time of night, but it looks as though you was watching me. I warn you fairly, don't try it again. I know how you feel towards Miss Lane, and I know how you been with her while I was away, and I'm telling you it's got to stop. She's to be my wife, and I shall protect her. You may just as well—" He got no further. The big man sprang forward to face him with a look that made the dainty shrink with fear. "Protect Sammy Lane from me? Protect her? You! You know how I feel towards her. You!" He fairly choked with his wild rage. The frightened Olly drew a weapon from his pocket, but with a snarling laugh the big fellow reached out his great hand, and the shining toy went swirling through the air. "Go home," said the giant. "Damn you, just go home. Don't you hear? For God's sakes, you best get out of my sight before I forget again." Olly went. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Olly's Dilemma. As Preachin' Bill used to say, "Every hound has its strong pints, but some has more of 'em." Young Stuart was not without grace pleasing to the girl whom he hoped to make his wife. He seemed to know instinctively all those little attentions in which women so delight, and he could talk, too, so intanely of the things he had seen. To the simple girl of the backwoods he succeeded in making the life of the city appear more wonderful indeed. Neither was Sammy insensible to the influence of his position and his prospect of wealth, with the advantages of those things offered. Then, with all this, he loved her dearly, and when, if you please, was ever a woman wholly unmoved by the knowledge that she held first place in a man's heart? For 2 weeks they were together nearly every day, sometimes spending the afternoon at the girl's home on the side of Dewey, or roving over the nearby hills, sometimes going on long rides through the great woods to pass the day with friends,
returning in the evening to find Jim smoking in the doorway of the darkened cabin. When Mr. Lane, at the end of the first week, asked his daughter, in his point-blank fashion, what she was going to do with young Stuart, the girl answered, "He must have his chance, Daddy. He must be given a fair chance. I don't know what it is, but there is... Oh, I don't know. There's... I'm sure I loved him when he went away, that is, and I think I was sure." And Jim, looking into her eyes, agreed heartily, and then he took down his violin to make some joyful music far into the night. Olly did not see young Matt after their meeting on the lookout. The big fellow, too, avoided the couple, and Sammy, for some reason, carefully planning their ride so that they wouldn't be likely to meet their neighbor on the ridge. Once, indeed, they called at the Matthews place and walked over in the evening, but that was when Sammy knew that young Matt was not at home. Day after day, as they talked together, the girl tried honestly to enter into the life of the man she had promised to marry. But always there was that feeling of something lacking. Just that something was, or she could not completely feel satisfied. Sammy could not understand. But the day was soon to come when she would know the true impulses of her heart. Since that first afternoon, Olly had not tried to force his suit. While in 100 little ways he had not failed to make her feel his love, he had never openly admitted to the role of a lover. He was conscious that to put the girl constantly upon the defense would be disastrous to his hopes, and in this he was wise. But the time had come when he must speak, for it was the last day of his visit. He felt he could not go back to the city without a definite understanding. Sammy, too, realizing this, but still she was not ready to give an answer to the question he would ask. They had been to the Forks, and were on their way home, and as they slowly rode under the trees, the man pleaded his cause, but the girl could only shake her head and answer quite truthfully, "Olly, I don't know." "But tell me, Sammy, is there anyone in the way?" Again she shook her head. I think not." "You think not? Don't you know?" The young man reined his horse closer to the brown pony. "Well, let me help you decide, dear. You are troubled because of the change you see in me, and because the life that I've tried to tell you about is so strange and so different from all here. You need not fear. With me, you'll be very soon at home there, as much as home as you are here. Come, dear, let me have an answer for you." The girl lifted her face to his. "Oh, if only you could." But even as she spoke, there came to her the memory of that ride home from the party at Ford's when her pony was crowded close to the big white-faced sorrel. It was Brownie this time who pulled sharply aside. The almost involuntary act brought a quick flush to the young man's cheek, and he promptly reined his own horse to the right, thus placing a full width of the road between them. And so they went down the hill into the valley, where Fall Creek tumbled and laughed on its rocky way. A thread of blue smoke curling lazily up from the old stack, and the sound of a hammer told them that someone was at the mill. Sammy was caught by a sudden impulse. "Why, that must be young Matt," she explained. "Let us stop. I do believe you haven't seen him since you came home." "I don't want to see him nor anyone else right now," returned Olly. "This is our last evening together, Sammy, and I want you all to myself. Let us go on up to old Rourke Trail, around the Cock's Bald, and home through the big low gap." He checked his horse as he spoke, for they were already passing the point where Rourke Trail leaves Fort Creek. But the girl was determined to follow her impulse. "You can stop for just a minute," she urged. "You really ought to see Matt, you know. We can ride this way if you like. It's early yet." The man held his place and replied shortly, "I tell you, I don't want to see anybody, and I'm very sure that young Matt don't want to see me. Not with you, anyway." Sammy flushed at this and answered with some warmish, "There's no reason in the world why you should refuse to meet an old friend. But maybe you do as you please, of course. Only I'm going down to the mill. So saying, she started down the valley, and as there was really nothing else for him to do, the man followed. As they approached the mill, Sammy called for young Matt, who immediately left his work and came to them. The big fellow wore no coat, and his great arms were bare, where his old shirt, patched and faded and patched again, was soiled by engine grease and perspiration. His trousers, too, held in place by suspenders repaired with a belt lacing and fastened with a nail, were covered with sawdust and dirt. His hands and arms and even his face was treated liberally with the same mixture that stained his clothes, and the shaggy red-brown hair, uncovered, was sadly tumbled. In his hand he held a wrench. The morrow was grinding day, and he was making some repairs about the engine. Altogether, as the backwoodsman came forward, he presented a marked contrast to the freshly clad, well-groomed gentleman from the city. And to the woman, the contrast was not without advantages to the man in the good clothes. The thought flashed through her mind that the man who would work for Olly in the shops would look like this. It was the same old advantage, the advantage of the captain over the pirate, the advantage of rank regardless of worth. Sammy greeted Matt warmly.
I just told Olly that it was too bad he hadn't seen you. You were away the night we called at your house, and he's going home tomorrow.
The giant looked from one to the other. Evidently Sammy had not heard of that meeting at the lookout, and Stuart's face grew red as he saw what was in the big fellow's mind.
I'm mighty glad to see you again, he said lamely. I told Sammy I'd seen you, but she must have forgotten. No, I hadn't, replied the girl. You said that you saw him in the field as you passed the first day you came, but you were in such a hurry you didn't stop.
At this, Olly forced a loud laugh and remarked that he was in something of a hurry that day. He hoped that in the girl's confusion the point might be overlooked. But the mountaineer was not to be sidetracked so easily. Olly's poor attempt only showed more clearly that he had purposely refrained from telling Sammy of the night when young Matt had interfered to save his life. And to the simple, straightforward lad of the woods, such a course revealed a spirit most contemptible. Raising his soiled hands and looking straight at Olly, he said deliberately, I'm sorry, seeing as this is the first time we've met, that I can't shake hands with you. This here's clean dirt, though. Sammy was puzzled. Olly's objection to their calling at the mill, his evident embarrassment at the meeting, and something in young Matt's voice that hinted at a double meaning in his simple words, all told her that there was something beneath the surface which she didn't understand. After his one remark to her escort, the woodsman turned to the girl, and in spite of Sammy's persistent attempts to bring the now sullen Olly into the conversation, ignored the man completely. When they had talked for a few moments, young Matt said, I reckon you'll have to excuse me a minute, Sammy. I left the engine in such a hurry when you called that I best look at it again. It won't take more'n a minute. As he disappeared into the mill shed, the young lady turned to her companion.
What's the matter with you two? Have you met and quarreled since you came home?
Fate was being very unkind to Olly, he replied gruffly. You'll have to ask your friend. I told you how it would be. The greasy hobo don't like to see me with you and hasn't the manners enough to hide his feelings. Come on, let's get going. A look that was really worth seeing came into the girl's fine eyes, but she only said calmly,
Matt will be back in a minute.
All the more reason why I think we should go. I should think you've had enough. I know I have. The young woman was determined now to know what lay at the bottom of all this, and she said quietly, but with a great deal of decision,
You may go home if you wish. I'm going to wait here until Matt comes back.
Olly was angry now in great earnest. He had not told Sammy of the incident at the lookout because he felt that the story would bring the backwoodsman into a light altogether too favorable. He thought to have the girl safely won before he left the hills, then it wouldn't matter. That young Matt would have really saved Olly's life at the risk of his own, there was no doubt, and Stuart believed that his silence under such circumstances would look decidedly small and ungrateful to the girl. To have the story told at this critical moment
was altogether worse than if he had generously told of the incident at once. And he saw, too, that Sammy guessed at something beneath the surface, and he felt uneasy in remaining until young Matt came back to renew the conversation, yet he feared to leave. At this stage of his dilemma, he was relieved from his plight in a very unexpected manner. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. The Champion. A big wagon with 2 men on the seat appeared coming up the valley road. It was Wash Gibbs and a crony from the river. They had stopped at the distillery on their way and were just enough under the influence of drink to be funny and reckless. When they caught sight of Olly Stewart and Miss Lane, Wash said something to his companion, at which both laughed uproariously. After reaching the couple, the wagon came to a stop, and after looking at Olly for some moments with the silent gravity of an owl, Gibbs turned to the young lady. "Howdy, honey. Where'd you get that there? Did your pa give it to you for a doll baby?" Young Stewart's face grew scarlet, but he said nothing. Can it talk?" continued Gibbs with mocking interest. Glancing at her frightened escort, the girl replied, "You drive on, Wash Gibbs. You're in no condition to talk to anybody." An ugly leer came over the brutal face of the giant. "Oh, I ain't I? You think I'm drunk, but I ain't, not so mighty much. Just enough to perten me up at a peppermill." And then turning to his companion, who was grinning in appreciation of the scene, he continued, "Here, Bill, you hold the ribbons and watch me tend to that little job I told you I laid out to do the first chance I got." At this, Olly grew as pale as death. Once he started as if to escape, but he couldn't, under Sammy's eyes. And as Wash was climbing down from the wagon, he caught sight of young Matt standing in the door of the mill shed. "Hello, Matt," he called cheerfully. "I ain't looking for you today. Attend to you some other time. I got more important business just now." Young Matt made no reply, nor did he move to interfere. In the backwoods, every man must fight his own battles, so long as he fights with men. When Stewart was in danger from the panther, it was different. This was man to man, and Sammy, too, reared in the mountains, and knowing the code, waited quietly to see what her lover would do. Coming to Olly's side, Gibbs said, "Get down, young feller, and look at your saddle."
You go on and let me alone, Wash Gibbs. I never hurt you."
Olly's naturally high-pitched voice was shrill with fear. Wash paused and looked back at his companion in the wagon, and then to young Matt, and then to the girl and the horse. "That's right," he said, shaking his head ponderously with gravity. "Y'all heard him. He never hurt me, nary a bit, ladies and gentlemen, but good Lord, just look at him. Ain't it awful?" Suddenly he reached out one great arm and jerked the young man from the horse, and catching him with the other hand as he fell, and settled him on his feet in the middle of the road. Olly was like a child in the grasp of his huge tormentor, and in spite of her indignation, a look of admiration flashed over Sammy's face at the exhibition of the bully's wonderful physical strength, an admiration that only heightened the feeling of shame of her lover's weakness. Gibbs addressed his victim. "Now, Dolly, you and me are going to play a little. Come on, let's see you dance." The other struggled feebly a moment, attempting to draw a pistol, whereupon Wash promptly captured the weapon, and remarking in a sad tone as he did so, You oughtn't to tote a gun such as that, sonny. It might go off. It might hit something pretty little there, wouldn't it?" He continued, holding his victim with one hand and examining the pearl-handled, nickel-plated weapon with great interest. "It sure is a purty gun. But say, Dolly, if you was ever to shoot me with that there, and I found out I got hit, I'd be awfully mad.
You hear me now? Don't you be packing that gun no more. Not in these mountains. It ain't safe.
The fellow in the wagon roared with delight at this witticisms and looking from young Matt to Sammy to see if they also appreciated the joke.
You got any more pretty things?
Asked Gibbs of his victim.
No, let's see.
Catching the young man by the waist, he lifted him bodily and holding him head down, shook him roughly, and again Sammy felt her blood tingle at the feat of strength. Next, holding Olly with one huge hand on the back of his neck, Wash said,
See that feller in the wagon there? He's a mighty fine gentleman. He's a friend of mine. Make a bow to him, would you?
As he finished, with his free hand he struck the young man with a sharp blow on the stomach, with the result that Stuart did make a bow, very low, but with the suddenness to be too graceful. The fellow in the wagon jumped up and bowed again and again.
Howdy, Mr. City Man, just howdy. Mighty proud to meet up with ye. Mighty proud, you bet.
The giant whirled his captive towards the mill.
You see that feller yonder? I'm going to lick him some day. Make a face at him, would you?
Catching Olly by nose and chin, he tried to force his bidding, while the man in the wagon made the valley ring with his laughter. Then Wash, suddenly facing the helpless young man towards Sammy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
he said in the tones of a showman addressing an audience,
this here pretty little feller from the city is going to show us hillbillies how to speak to a gal.
The bully's friend applauded loudly, roaring at the top of his voice.
Marry him, Wash, marry him. You can sure do it as good as a parson. You'd make a good parson. Let's see how you do it.
The notion tickled the fancy of the giant, for it offered a way to make Sammy share the humility more fully.
Get down and come on over here, honey, he said to the girl. Get down here, I say,
he repeated, when the young girl made no motion to obey. Indeed I will not, replied Sammy shortly. Her tone and manner angered Gibbs, and dropping Olly, he started towards the girl to take her from the horse by force. And as he reached the pony's side, Sammy raised her whip, and with all of her strength struck him full across the face. The big ruffian drew back with a bellow of pain and anger, and then he started towards her again.
I'll tame you, you darn wildcat,
he yelled, and Sammy raised her whip again. But before Gibbs could touch the girl, a powerful hand caught him by the shoulder. I reckon you've had fun enough, Wash Gibbs, remarked young Matt in a slow way. I ain't interfering between you man and man, but you best keep your dirty hands off that lady. The young woman's heart leapt at the sound of that deep, calm voice that carried such a suggestion of power, and she saw that the blue eyes under the tumbled red-brown locks were shining now like the points of polished steel, and the strong man's soul was rejoicing with the fierce joy of battle. The big bully drew back a step and glared at the man who had come between him and his victim, the man who, with every reason, he hated. Lifting his huge paws, he said in a voice harsh with deadly malice, Dirty be they? By hell, I'll wash 'em, and it won't be with water that'll clean 'em neither. Don't you know that no man ever crossed my trail and lives to tell about it? The other returned easily. Oh, shucks, just get on your wagon and drive on. You ain't on Ozark now, you're on Fall Creek, and over here you ain't no bigger than anybody else. While young Matt was speaking, Gibbs backed slowly away, and as the young man finished, suddenly drew the pistol he had taken from Olly. With a quickness and lightness astonishing even in his own bulk and usually slow movements, the mountaineer leapt upon his big enemy. There was a short, sharp struggle, and Wash staggered backwards, leaving the shiny weapon in young Matt's hand. It might go off, you know, said the young man quietly as he tossed the gun at the ground of Olly's feet. With a mad roar, Gibbs recovered himself and rushed at his antagonist, and with a terrific struggle
not the skillful sparring of trained fighters, but the rough and tumble battle of primitive giants. It was the climax of a long months of hatred, the meeting of two who were by every instinct mortal enemies. Olly shrank back in terror, but Sammy leaned forward in the saddle, her beautiful figure tense, her lips parted, and her face flushed with excitement. It was soon evident that the big champion of the hills had at last met his match. As he realized this, a look of devilish cunningness crept into the animal face of Gibbs, and he maneuvered carefully to bring his enemy's back towards the wagon. Catching a look from his friend over young Matt's shoulder, the man in the wagon slipped quietly to the ground, and Sammy saw with horror a naked knife in his hand. She glanced towards Olly appealingly, but that gentleman was helpless. The man with the knife began creeping cautiously towards the fighting men, keeping always behind young Matt. The young woman felt as though iron bands held her fast, and she couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Then Gibbs went down, and the girl's scream rang out, "Behind you, Matt! Look out!" As he recovered his balance from the effort that had thrown Wash, young Matt heard her cry and saw the girl's look of horror, her outstretched hand pointing. Like a flash, he whirled just as the knife was lifted high for a murderous blow. It was over in an instant. Sammy saw him catch the wrist of the uplifted arm and heard a dull snap and the groan, and saw the knife fall from the helpless hand, and that saw the man lifted bodily and thrown clear over the wagon to fall helplessly on the rocky ground. And the woman gave a low cry. Oh, what a man! Wash Gibbs, too, opened his eyes just in time to witness the unheard of feat, to see the bare-armed young giant who performed it turn again, breathing heavily with his great exertion, but still ready to meet his big antagonist. The defeated bully rose from the ground. The other stepped forward to meet him, but without a word, Gibbs climbed into the wagon and took up the reins. Before they could move, young Matt had the mules by their head. "You forgot something," he said quietly, pointing to the man on the ground who was still unconscious from his terrible fall. "That there's your property. You take it along. We ain't got no use for such as that at Fall Creek." Sullenly, Wash climbed down and lifted his companion into the wagon, and as young Matt stood aside to let him go, the bully said, "I'll see you again for this." The strong man only answered, "I reckon you better stay on Roark, Wash Gibbs. You have more room over there." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. What Pete Told Sammy. No words were spoken by either Sammy or her lover while their horses were climbing the mill road, and both were glad when they reached the top of the ridge and turned into the narrow path where they would need to ride one before the other. It was not so easy to ride side by side when each was busy with thoughts not yet to be spoken. At the gate, Olly dismounted to help the girl from her horse, but before he could reach the pony's side, Sammy sprang lightly to the ground, unassisted. Opening the big gate, she turned Brownie loose in the yard, while a man stood watching her, a baffled look upon his face. He had always done these little things for her. To be refused at this time was not pleasant. The feeling was that he was on the outside grew stronger. Turning to his own horse, Olly placed his foot in the stirrup to mount when Sammy spoke. Perhaps she felt she had been a little unkind. "You're going to stay for supper?" she said. "Not tonight," he answered, gaining a seat in the saddle and picking up the reins. "But you are going in the morning, aren't you not? You mustn't go off like this." He dropped the reins to the horse's neck again. "Look here, Sammy. Do you blame me because I didn't fight that big bully?" Sammy didn't reply. "What could I do? You know there's not another man in the mountains beside young Matt who could have done it. Surely you cannot blame me." The young man moved uneasily. "No, certainly not. I don't blame you in the least, but it was very fortunate that young Matt was there, wasn't it?"
The last sentence slipped out before she knew. Olly retorted angrily.
It seems to be very fortunate for him. He'll be a greater hero than ever now, I suppose. If he is wise, he'll stay in the backwoods to be worshipped, where he'll find that his size won't count for much in the world. He's a great man here where he can fight like a beast, but his style won't go far where brains are of much value. It would be interesting to see him in town, a man who never saw a railroad.
Sammy lifted her head quickly at this and fixed her eyes at the man's face with that wide, questioning gaze that reminded one so of her father.
I never saw a railroad either. Not that I can remember, though. I suppose we must have crossed one or two on our way to Texas when I was a baby. Is it the railroads that makes one so superior?
The man turned impatiently in the saddle.
You know what I mean.
Yes, she answered slowly. I think I do know what you mean. Olly lifted the reins again from his horse's neck and fingered them nervously.
I better go on now. There's no use talking about this tonight. I won't leave in the morning as I'd planned. I can't go like this.
There was a little catch in his voice.
May I come again tomorrow afternoon, Sammy?
Yeah. You better go now and come back tomorrow.
And Sammy, won't you try and think that I'm not altogether worthless, even if I'm not big enough to fight Wash Gibbs? You are sure that you do not blame me for what happened at the mill?
No, of course not. You couldn't help it. Why should I blame anyone for what he cannot help? Then Olly rode away, and Sammy, going to her pony, stood petting the little horse while she watched her lover up the old trail, and still there, and that wide, questioning look was in her eyes. As Olly passed from sight around the hills above, the girl slipped out of the gate, and a few minutes later stood at the lookout where she could watch her lover ride along the ridge. She saw him pass from the open into the fringe of timber beyond the big gap, and a few minutes later saw him reappear beyond the deer lick. Still she watched as he moved along the rim of the hollow, looking in the distance like a toy man on a toy horse, watching until he'd gone from sight into the timber again and then was gone. And all the time that questioning look was in her eyes. Did she blame Olly that he had played so poorly his part in the scene at the mill? No, she told herself over and over again, as though repeating a lesson. No, Olly was not to be blamed, but yet she knew that he had spoken truly when he said that there was things that counted for more than just brute strength. But was there not something more than brute strength in the incident? Was there not that which lay deeper? Something of which the brute strength, after all, was only an expression? The girl stamped her foot impatiently as she exclaimed aloud,
Oh, why didn't he try to do at least something? He could at least force Wash Gibbs to beat him into insensibility rather than have submitted so tamely to being played with.
In the distance she saw the shepherd following his flock down the mountain, and the old scholar, who was always watching the lookout when in the vicinity for a glimpse of his pupil, waved his hand in greeting as he moved slowly on after his charges. It was growing late. Her father, too, would be coming home for his supper. But as she rose to go, a step on the mountainside above caught her attention, and looking up, she saw Pete coming down the big rock. Sammy greeted the youth kindly.
I haven't seen Pete for some days. Where's he been? Pete's been everywhere, and of course I've been with him, replied the lad with his wide, sweeping gesture, and then throwing himself a full length at the girl's feet, he said abruptly, Pete was here that night, and God, he was here too. Couldn't no one else be, but Gon would have done it. The gun went off bang, and a lot more guns went bang bang all around the mountains, and the moonlight things, they was a dancing quiet, 'cause they was scared, and that panther had just doubled up and died. Matt and Olly wasn't hurt nary a bit. Pete said it was God that done it. He was sure in the hills that night.
Sammy was startled. Matt and Olly and a panther? What do you mean? The troubled look shadowed the delicate face as the lad shook his head.
It don't mean nothing, Sammy. Not me. Nobody can't mean nothing, can they?
Yeah, but what does Pete say? Does Pete know about it?
Oh, yeah, of course Pete knows everything. Doesn't Sammy know about that night when God was in the hills?
He was eager now, with eyes wide and face aglow. No, said Sammy. I do not. Will Pete tell me about it? The strange youth seated himself on the rock and facing the valley below said in a low tone.
Olly was a settin' like this, all still, just a smoking and a watching the moonlight things that was dancing over the tops of the trees down there.
Then, leaping to his feet, the boy ran a short ways along the ledge and came stealing back, crouching low as he whispered.
It come a creepin' and a creepin' towards Olly, and he never knowed nothin' about it. But Matt, he knowed, and God knowed too.
Wonderingly, the girl watched his movements, and suddenly he sprang to the rock again and faced the imaginary beast, crying out in childish imitations of a man's deep voice.
Get out of here! This here's my fight.
Then, in his own tone,
It was sure scared when young Matt jumped on that rock. Everything's scared of Matt when he talks like that. He was mad, too, 'cause Matt, he wouldn't let it get at Olly, and he got ready to jump at Matt, and Matt, he got ready for a tussle, and Olly, he got out of the way, and all the moonlight things stopped dancing, and the shadow things come out to see the fight.
he had lowered his voice almost to a whisper, and Sammy was breathless.
Bang! Cried the lad, clapping his hands and shouting the words. Bang! Bang! God, he fired, and all the guns in the hills went off, and that panther just doubled up and died. It would have sure got Olly, though, if Matt hadn't a jumped on the rock when he did, but do you reckon it could have got Matt if God hadn't been there that night?
It was all too clearly portrayed to be a mistake.
Sammy needn't be afraid,
continued Pete, seeing the look in the girl's face.
It can't come back no more. It just naturally can't, you know, Sammy, 'cause God, he killed it plumb dead. And Pete, he dragged it way over on the other side of the ridge, and the buzzards, they got it.
End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Jim Lane makes a promise. Sammy went home to find her father getting supper. Rushing into the cabin, the girl gave him a hug that caused Jim to nearly drop the coffee pot.
You poor abused daddy, to come home from work all tired and find no supper, no girl or nothing. Sit right down and rest while I get some things fixed up.
Jim obeyed with a grin of appreciation. I didn't fix no taters. Thought you weren't coming.
Gonna starve yourself, are ya? Just because I was gone?
Replied the girl with a pan of potatoes in her hand.
I see right now that I'll have to take care of you always. Just always, Daddy Jim.
The smile suddenly left the man's face. Where's Olly Stewart? Didn't he come home with you?
Olly's at home, I suppose. I've been up at the lookout talking to Pete.
Ain't Olly going back to the city tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow, the next day. He's coming over here tomorrow afternoon, and then he's going away.
Then, before Jim could ask another question, she held up half of a ham.
Daddy, Daddy, how many times have I told you that you must not slice the ham with your pocket knife? Now look there. What would Aunt Molly say if she saw that, so hacked away and one-sided?
All during the evening meal, the girl kept up a ceaseless merry chatter, changing the subject abruptly every time it approached the question that her father was most anxious to ask. And the man, delighted with her gay mood, responded to it as he answered to all of her moods, until they were like two school children in their fun. But when supper was over and the work done, and Jim, taking down his violin, would have made music, Sammy promptly relieved him of his instrument and seated herself on his knee.
Not tonight, Daddy. I need to have a talk. Really serious.
She told him then of the encounter with Wash Gibbs and his friend at the mill,
together with the story that Pete had illustrated so vividly at the lookout.
And so, Daddy, I know now what I should do. He will come tomorrow afternoon to say goodbye, and then he'll go away back to the city and his fine friends for good. And I'll stay and take care of my Daddy Jim. It ain't that he's a bad man like Wash Gibbs. He couldn't be a bad man like that. He just isn't big enough. And that's just it. He's too little in body and soul and spirit. He's too small. He'll do well in the world, and perhaps he'll even do some big things, but I hear dear old Preachin' Bill say once that some fellers can do mighty big things in darn small ways. And so he's going back to the city, and I'm going to stay in the hills.
Jim took no pains in hiding his delight. Oh, I knowed it, girl, I just knowed it. You bank on that old blood every time. There ain't a drop of yeller in it. Not a drop, Sammy. Olly ain't to say he ain't bad, but he's not our kind. Lord, but I'd like to have seen young Matt giving it to Wash Gibbs. He threw back his head and roared with delight. Just wait till I see old Wash. I'll ask him if he thinks young Matt would need a pry for to lift that mill engine now. And then, all of a sudden, the laugh died out, and the man's dark face was serious as he said slowly, The boy's going to have to watch him, though. It'll sure be war for this now on. The worst kind of war.
Daddy, what do you think Wash would have done to me if young Matt hadn't been there?
That metallic ring in Jim's voice now was there as he replied. Wash Gibbs ought to know better than to have done that. But it was a blessing that young Matt was there, wasn't it? He'll take care of you anywhere. I wouldn't never be afraid with you around him. The girl hid her face on her father's shoulder as she said,
Daddy, will Wash Gibbs come here any more now? It seems to me that he wouldn't dare meet you after this.
Jim answered uneasily. I don't know. I reckon he'll be around again after a time. There was a pause for a little while, and then Sammy, with her arms still about his neck, said,
Daddy, I'm going to stay in the hills with you now. I'm going to send Olly away tomorrow, and because, as you said, he's just not our kind. Daddy, Wash Gibbs is not our kind either, is he?
You don't understand, girl, and I can't tell you now. It started way back when you were just a small trick.
The young girl answered very gently. Yes, I know. You've told me that often, but Daddy, what will our friends think if you keep on with Wash Gibbs now, after what happened at the mill today? Young Matt fought Gibbs because he insulted me and was going to hurt me. You say yourself that it'll be war between them now. Will you side with Wash? And if you do, won't it look like there's just a little tiny streak of yellow in us?
This side of the situation had not struck Jim at first. He got up and walked the floor, while the girl, standing quietly by the fireplace, watched him, a proud, fond light in her eyes. Sammy did not know what bond between her father and that big ruffian was, but she knew it was not a light one. Now that issue was fairly defined, and she felt confident that, whatever the cost, the break would be made. But at this time, it was well that she did not know what great cost of breaking that bond between the two men would be. Jim stopped before his daughter and placed a hand upon each shoulder and said, Tell me, girl, are you so powerfully anxious to have me and young Matt stay good friends like we always have been?
I'm afraid I am, Daddy.
And then a rare smile came into the dark face of Jim Lane. He kissed the girl and said, I'll do it, honey. I ain't afraid to. I ain't afraid to now. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30.
Sammy graduates. The next day, when young Stuart came, the books were all back on the shelf in the main room of the cabin, and Sammy, dressed in a fine gown of simple goods and fashion, with her hair arranged carefully as she had worn it the last 2 months before Olly's coming, sat at the window reading. The man was surprised and a little embarrassed. "Why, what have you been doing to yourself?" he exclaimed. "I've not been doing anything to myself. I've only done some things to my clothes and hair," returned the girl. Then he saw the books. "Why, where did those come from?" He crossed the room to examine the volumes. Do you read all these?" "The shepherd's been helping me," she explained. "Oh, yes, I understood that you were studying with them." He looked at her curiously, as though they were meeting for the first time, and then as she talked of her studies, his embarrassment developed and deepened, for he found himself floundering hopeless before this clear-eyed, clear-brained backwoods girl. "Come," said Sammy at last, "let us go for a walk." She led the way to her favorite spot, high up on the shoulder of Dewey, and there, with Mutton Hollow at their feet and the big hills beyond, with the long blue ridges in the distance beyond which lay Olly's world, she told him what he feared to learn. The man refused to believe that he had heard her right. "You don't understand," he protested, and he tried to tell her of the place in life that would be hers as his wife. In his shallowness, he talked even of jewels and dresses and such things. "But can all that add up one thing to life itself?" she asked. "Is not life really independent of all those things? Do they not indeed cover up the real life and rob one of freedom? It seems to me that it must be so." He could only answer, "But you know nothing of it. How could you? You've never been out of the woods." "No, that is true. I have never been out of these woods, and you can never now get away from the world into which you've gone." She pointed to the distant hills. "It's very far over there to where you live. I might indeed find many things in your world that would be delightful, but I fear that I'd lose the things that are after all are so the real big things to me. I do not feel that the things that are greatest in your life could ever bring happiness without that which I find here. And that is something here that can bring happiness without what you call the advantages of the world to which you belong." "What do you know of the world?" he said roughly. "Nothing," she said, "but I know a little of life, and I have learned some things that I fear you have not. Besides, I know now that I do not love you. I have been slow to find that truth, but I have found it, and this is the one thing that matters, that I found it in time." "Did you reach that conclusion at the mill yesterday?" he asked with a sneer. "No, it came to me here on the rock last evening after you were gone. I heard a strange story, a story of a weak man, a strong man, and a God who is very kind." Olly saw that further persuasion was of no avail, and as he left her, she watched him out of sight for the last time, along the trail that is nobody knows how old. When he was gone, in obedience to an impulse she did not try to understand, she ran down the mountain to the cabin in the hollow, young Matt's cabin. And when the shepherd came in from the hills with his flock, he found the house in such order as only a woman's hand can bring. The table was set, and a supper was cooked on the stove. "Dad," she asked, "do you think I know enough now to live in the city?" The old man's heart sank. It had come then. Bravely he had concealed his feelings, as he assured her in the strongest terms that she knew enough, and was good enough to live anywhere. "Then," said Sammy, "I know enough, even if I'm not good enough, to live in the hills." The brown eyes, deep under their shaggy brows, were aglow with gladness, and there was a note of triumph in the scholar's voice as he said, Then you do not regret learning the things that I tried to teach you? You're sure that you have no sorrow for the things you're losing? Regret? Dad, regret? The young woman drew herself up and lifted her arms. Oh, Dad, I see it now. All that you've been trying in 1,000 ways to teach me. You've led me into a new world. The real world. The world that has always been and must always will be. And in the world that man is king, and king because he is man. And the treasure of his kingdom is the wealth of his manhood. And the woman, Sammy? What about the woman? And they twain shall be of one flesh. Then the master knew that his teachings had not been in vain. I can lead you no further, my child, he said with a smile. You've passed the final test, it seems. Reverently the old scholar kissed her brow. This is the only diploma that I'm authorized to give. The love and homage of your teacher. And my degree? She waited with wide, questioning look in her eyes. The most honorable in all the world. A sure enough lady. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Castle Building. The corn was big enough to cultivate the first time, and young Matt with old Kate was working at hard in the field west of the house. It was nearly 3 weeks since the incident at the mill, since which time the young fellow had not met Sammy Lane to talk with her. He had seen her, though, at a distance nearly every day, for the girl had taken up her studies again and spent most of her time out in the hills with the shepherd. That day he saw her as she turned into the mill road at the lower corner of the field on her way to the forks. And he was still thinking of her 3 hours later as he sat on a stump in the shade of the forest edge while his horse was resting. Young Matt recalled the fight at the mill with a wild joy in his heart. Under any circumstances, it was no small thing to have defeated the champion, strong man, and terror of the hills. It was a glorious thing to have done the deed for the girl he loved, and under her eyes. Sammy might give herself to Olly now and go far away in the great world, but she would never forget the man who saved her from insult when her lover was far too weak to save her even himself. And young Matt would stay in the hills alone, but always he would have the knowledge and the triumph of this thing that he had done. Yes, it was easier now, but still the days would be years when there would be no longer each morning the hope that somewhere before the day was gone that he would see her again. The sun fell hot and glaring on the hillside field, and in the air was the smell of freshly turned earth. High up in the blue, a hawk circled and circled again. A puff of air came sighing through the forest and touching lightly the green blades in the open and slipping over the ridge and was lost in the sky beyond. Old Kate, with her head down, was dreaming of cool springs and shady dells, and a little shiny brown lizard with a bright blue tail crept from under the bottom rail of the fence to see why the man was so still. The man turned his head quickly, and the lizard dodged under the rail, and old Kate awoke with a start. Someone was coming along the road down below. Young Matt knew the step of that horse as well as he knew the sound of old Kate's bell or the neigh of his own sorrel. The brown pony stopped at the lower corner of the field, and a voice called, "You'd better be back at work. I don't believe you've plowed 3 rows since I've passed." The big fellow went eagerly down the hill to the fence. "I sure ought to have done better than that, for it's been long enough since you went by. I always notice, though, that it gets a heap farther to the other side of the field and back about this time of day. What's new over on the forks?" Sammy laughed. "Couldn't hear a thing about how the champion strong man was beat at his own game. Uncle Ike says, 'By thunders, you tell young Matt that he'd better come over. A man who can ride Wash Gibbs a bug hunting is too blamed a man good to stay at home all the time. We want him to tell us how he done it, by thunders. He'll be getting a job with the government next. The man crossed his arms on the top rail of the worm fence and laughed. It was good to have Sammy deliver her message in just that way. I reckon Uncle Ike thinks I ought to go dancing all over the hills now with a chip on my shoulder, he said. I don't think he'll do that, she returned. Dad Howitt wouldn't, would he? But I best hurry on now, or Daddy's supper won't be ready when he comes in. I stopped to give you these papers for your father. She handed him the package. And I want to thank you, Matt, for what you did at the mill. All my life you've been fighting for me, and I've never done anything for you. Wish I could do something that would show you how I care. Her voice faltered. He was so big and strong, and there was such a look of helpless love and pain in his rugged face, a face that was as frank and open as a child's. Here was a man who had no need for the shallow cunningness of the little fox-like men. This one would go open and bold on his way, and that which he could not take by his strength he would not have. Had she not seen him in battle? Had she not seen his eyes like polished steel points deep down in her heart? The woman felt a thrill of triumph that such a man should stand before her now. She must go quickly. Young Matt climbed slowly up the hill again to his seat on the stump, and here he watched until across the hollow he saw the pony and his rider come out of the timber and move swiftly along the ridge, watched until they faded into a tiny spot, rounded the mountain, and disappeared from sight. Then, lifting his eyes, he looked away beyond the long blue line that marked the distant horizon. Some day he would watch Sammy ride away, and she would go on, and on, and on, over that blue line, out of his life forever. Olly had gone over there to live, and the shepherd had come from there. What was that world like, he wondered? Between the young man of the mountains and that big world yonder, there was always a closely shut door. He had seen the door open to Olly, and now Sammy stood on the threshold. Would it ever open for him? And if it did, what then? Then came a thought that made his blood leap. Might he not force it open? The shepherd had told him of others who had done so. The young Matt felt a strong man's contempt for the things Olly had gotten out of the world, but he stood in awe before Mr. Howitt. He told himself now that he would look for and find the things yonder that made Dad the man that he was. He would carry to the task his splendid strength, and nothing should stop him. And Sammy, when she understood that he was going away to be like the shepherd, would wait a while to give him his chance. Surely she would wait when he told her that. But how should he begin? Looking up, he caught a sight of a slow shifting patch of white on the bench above the Lost Creek, where the little stream begins its underground course. The faint bark of a dog came to him in thin, still air, and the patch of white turned off into the trail that leads to the ranch. "Dad!" exclaimed the young man in triumph. Dad should tell him how. He had taught Sammy. And so, while the sunlight danced on the green field and old Kate slept in the lengthening shadows of the timbers, the lad gave himself to his dreams and built his castles as we have all built. His dreams were interrupted as the supper bell rang, and with the familiar sound a multitude of other thoughts came crowding in. The father and the mother, they were growing old. Would it do to leave them alone with the graves on the hill yonder, and the mystery of the hollow? And there was the place to care for, and the mill. Who but young Matt could get work from the old engine? It was like the strong man, that fight did not last long. Young Matt's fights never did last long, and by the time he had unhitched old Kate from the cultivator, it was finished. The lad went down the hill, his bright castles and ruins, even as we all have gone, or must sometimes go down the hill with our brightest castles and ruin. End of chapter 31. Testing. Chapter 32. Preparation. That same night, Mr. Lane told his daughter that he'd be leaving home early the next morning to be gone for 2 days. Jim was cleaning his big 45 when he made the announcement. Sammy paused with one hand on the cupboard door to ask, "With Wash Gibbs, Dad?" "No, I ain't going with Wash, but I'll likely meet up with them before I get back." There was a hint of that metallic ring in the man's voice. The girl placed her armful of dishes carefully on the cupboard shelf. You're not forgetting your promise, are you, Daddy Jim?" The mountaineer was carefully dropping a bit of oil into the lock of his big revolver. "No, girl, I ain't forgetting nothing. This here's the last ride that I aim to take with Wash. I'm going to see him, too." He paused and listened carefully to the click and click, click as he tested the action of the weapon. "To keep my promise." "Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad. I've wanted this more than anything else I've wanted in my life before. You've been such a good daddy to me. I could never bear to see you with that bad man." She was behind his chair now, and stooping, laid her fresh young cheek against his swarthy, furrowed face. The man sat like a grim stone image, his eyes fixed on the gun that was resting upon his knees. Not until she lifted her head to stand erect behind his chair with one hand on each shoulder did he find words. "Girl, there's just one thing I gotta know for sure before I go out tomorrow. I reckon I'm right, but somehow a man can't never tell about a woman in such things. Will you tell me your answer, Sammy?" "Tell what, Daddy Jim?" The girl stealing a hand across his cheek as she caressed it. "What answer would you give young Matt when he asks you what Olly did?" "But why must you know that before you go tomorrow?" "'Cause I need to make darn sure that I ain't making no mistake in siding with the boy in this here trouble." "You couldn't make a mistake in doing that, Daddy, no matter what. No matter what. But perhaps Matt will not ask what Olly did." Well, a ray of humor touched the dark face. "I ain't making no mistake there. I know what the man will do." He laid the gun upon the table and reached up and caught the girl's hand. "But I want to know what you'll say when he asks you. You tell me, honey, so I'll be plumb certain that I'm doing right." The girl lowered her head and whispered into his ear. "Are you sure this time, girl? Are you dead sure?" "Oh, I'm so sure that it's as if I couldn't wait for him to come to me. I never felt this way before, never." The mountaineer drew his daughter into his arms and held her close as he said, "Well, I ain't afraid to do it now, girl." The young woman was so occupied with her own thoughts and the emotions that were aroused by their father's question that she failed to notice the ominous suggestion that lay under his words. So she entered gaily into his plans for her during the 2-day absence. Jim would leave early in the morning, and Sammy was to stay with her friend, Mandy Ford, over on Jake Creek. Mr. Lane had arranged for Jed Holland to do the milking, so there'd be no reason for the girl's return until the following evening, and she must promise that she would not come home before that time. Sammy promised laughingly. He did not need worry. She and Mandy had not had a good visit alone for weeks. When his daughter had said good night, Jim extinguished the flame, and then, slipping the big gun inside his shirt, he went to sit outside the cabin door with his pipe. An hour passed. Sammy was fast asleep, and still the man sat smoking. A half an hour more went by, and suddenly the pipe was laid aside, and Jim's hand crept inside his shirt to find the butt of the revolver. His quick ear had caught the sound of a swiftly moving horse coming down the mountain. The horse stopped at the gate, and a low whistle came out of the darkness. Leaving his seat, Sammy's father crossed the yard, and a moment later, The horse with its rider was going on again down the trail towards the valley below and the distant river. Jim awaited by the gate until the sound of the horse's feet had died away in the night, and then he returned to the cabin. But even as he walked towards the house, a dark figure arose from a clump of bush within a few feet of the spot where Jim and the horseman had met. The figure slipped noiselessly away into the forest. The next morning, Jim carefully groomed and saddled the brown pony for Sammy, and then, leading his own horse ready for the road, he came to the cabin door. "Are you going now, Daddy?" asked Sammy, coming for a goodbye kiss.
My girl, whispered the man as he took her in his arms.
Sammy was frightened at the sight of his face, so strange and white. "Why, Daddy Jim, what's the matter?"
"Oh, it's nothing, girl. It's just nothing. Only you've become so much like your mother. She used to come just like this when I was a-leaving. You're sure like her, and I'm glad for it. I'm glad that you're like the old folks, too. Remember now, you stay at Mandy's until tomorrow evening. Now give me a goodbye kiss there, honey."
He mounted up hurriedly and then rode away at a brisk gallop. Pulling up a moment at the edge of the timber, he turned in the saddle to wave his hand to the girl in the cabin's door. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. A Ride in the Night. Sammy arrived at the Ford homestead in time for dinner, and was joyfully received by her friend Mandy. But early in the afternoon their pleasure was marred by a messenger from Long Creek on the other side of the river. Mrs. Ford's sister was very ill, and Miss Ford and Mandy must go at once. "But Sammy can't stay here all alone," protested the good woman. "Mandy, you'll just have to stay." "Indeed she shall not," declared their guest. "I can ride up Jake Creek to the Forks and stay all night at Uncle Ike's. Brownie will make it easily in time for supper. You just get on your things and start right away."
"Well, you better hurry, too," put in Mr. Ford. "There's a storm a-comin' before too long, and we gotta get across the river before it strikes. I'll be here with the horses by the time you get your bonnets on." He hurried out to the barn with his team, while the women, with Sammy's assistance, made their simple preparation. As Mother Ford climbed into the big wagon, she said to Sammy, "It's an awfully lonely old trip for you, child, and you must start right away, so's to be sure that you get there before it gets plumb dark." While Mr. Ford added, as he started into the team, "Your ponies are already saddled, and if you'll hurry along, we'll just about make her. Don't get ketched on Jakey in a big rain, whatever you do." "Oh, don't you worry about me," returned the girl. "Brownie and I can find the way in the dark." But when her friends were gone, Sammy, womanlike, busied herself with setting the disordered house aright before taking off on her journey. Watching the clouds, she told herself that there would be plenty of time for her to reach the post office before the storm. It might not come that way at all, in fact. But the way up Jake Creek was wild and rough, and along the faint trail that twisted and wound like a slim serpent through the lonely wilderness, Brownie could make but slow time. As they followed the little path, the walls of the narrow valley grew steeper and more rocky and barren, and the road became more and more rough and difficult until at last the valley narrowed to a mere rocky gorge through which the creek ran, tumbling and foaming at its way. It was quite late when Sammy reached the point where the head of the stream, where the trail leads out of the canyon to the road on the ridge above. It was still a good 2 miles to the Forks. As she passed the spring, a few big drops of rain came pattering down. Looking up, she saw, swaying and tossing in the wind, the trees that fringed the ledges above, and she heard the roar of the oncoming storm.
A short way up the side of the mountain, at the foot of the great overhanging cliff, there was a narrow bench, and less than 100 feet from where the trail finds its way through a break in the rocky wall, there is a deep, cave-like hollow. Sammy knew the spot well. It would afford excellent shelter. Pushing Brownie up the steep path, she had reached this bench when the rushing storm cloud shut out the last of the light, and the hills shook with a deafening crash of thunder. Instinctively, the girl turned her pony's head from the trail and, following the cliff, reaching the sheltered nook just as the storm burst into a wild fury. The rain came down in torrents, and the forest roared against the black sky in almost continuous glare of lightning. The big trees tugged and strained in their wild wrestle with the wind, while peal after peal of thunder, roaring and crashing, reverberating through the hills, added to the uproar. It was over in a little while. The wind passed, the thunder rumbled and growled in the distance, and the rain fell gently, but the storm was still lighting by a red glare. Though it was so dark Sammy could still see trees and rocks only by lightning flashes, she was not frightened. She knew that Bonnie could find the way easily, and as for the wedding, she would soon be laughing at that with her friends at the post office. But as the girl was at the point of moving, a voice said, "It's a mighty good thing for us this old ledge happened to be here, ain't it?" It was a man's voice, and another replied,
Right you are. It's a good thing, too, that this blow came early in the evening.
The speakers were between Sammy and the trail. They had evidently sought shelter from the storm a few seconds after the girl had gained her position. In the wild uproar she hadn't heard them, and they crouched under the cliff and were hidden by a projection of the rock, though now and then, when the lightning flashed, she could see a part of one of the horses. They might be neighbors and friends. They might be strangers, or outlaws even. The young woman was too wise to move until she was sure. The first voice spoke again.
Jake got off in good time, didn't he?
Got a good start, replied the other. He ought to be back with the posse by 10 at least. I told him we would meet them by 9, where this trail comes onto the big road.
And how far did you say it is to Jim Lane's place? By the road and the old trail?
Asked the first voice. At the man's words, a terrible fear gripped Sammy's heart. Posse. That could mean only one thing. Officers of the law. But her father's name, and her home, in an instant, Jim's strange companionship with Wash Gibbs, their long, mysterious rides together, with her father's agitation that morning when he said goodbye, with 1,000 other things rushing through her mind. What terrible thing had this that she had happened upon in the night? What horrible trap had they set for her daddy Jim? For trap it was. It could be nothing else. At any risk, she must hear more. She had already lost the other man's reply, and calming herself, the girl listened eagerly for the next word. A match cracked, and a light flared out, and a whiff of tobacco smoke came curling around the rock, as one of the men said,
Are you sure there's no mistake about their meeting at Lane's tonight?
Couldn't possibly be, came the answer. I was laying in the brush right by the gate when the messenger got there, and I heard Jim give the order myself. You take it all the way through, unless we make a slip tonight. It will be one of the prettiest cases I ever saw.
Yeah, but you mustn't forget that it all hinges on whether or not that bank watchman was right in thinking he recognized Wash Gibbs.
The man couldn't be mistaken there, returned the other. There's not another man in the country the size of Gibbs, except maybe the 2 Matthews boys, and of course they're out of the question. And then look, Jim Lane was ready to move out because of the drought, when all at once, after being away several days, the very time of that robbery, he changed his mind and stays with plenty of money to carry him through. And now, here we are tonight,
with that same old bald knobganger, what's left of him anyway, called together in the same old way by Jim himself to meet in his cabin. Well, you best take my word for it, we're going to bag the whole outfit with the rest of the swag before morning. It sure is fate. Well, I'm glad, though, that the girl's away from home, though.
Sammy had heard enough. As the full meaning of the officer's words came to her, she felt herself swaying dizzily in the saddle and clung blindly to the pony's mane for support. And then something in her brain kept beating out the words, "Ride, ride, ride." Never for an instant did Sammy doubt her father. It was all some horrible mistake. Her daddy Jim could explain it all, of course. And of course he would, if she could only get home first. But the men were between her and the path that led to the home road. Then all at once she remembered that young Matt had told her how Jake Creek Hollow headed in the pinery below the ridge along which they went from the Fall Creek to the Forks. It might be that this bench at the foot of the ledge would lead out to that way. As quick as thought, the girl slipped to the ground, and taking Brownie by the head, began feeling her way along the narrow shelf. Dead leaves and tangled grass and ferns, all wet and sodden, made a soft carpet, so that the men behind the rock heard no sound. Now and then the lightning revealed a glimpse of the way for a short distance, but mostly she trusted blindly to her pony's instincts. Several times she stumbled over jagged fragments of rock that had fallen from above, cutting her hand, bruising her limbs cruelly. Once she was saved from falling over the cliff by the little horse's refusal to move. A moment she stood still in the darkness, and then the lightning showed a way past the dangerous point. After a time that seemed like hours, she noticed that the ledge had become no higher than her head, and then a little further up the bench was lost in the general slope of the hill. She had reached the head of the hollow. A short climb up the side of the mountain, and pushing through the wet brush, she found herself on the road. She had saved about 3 miles. It was still nearly 5 to her home. An instant later, the girl was in her saddle, and the brown pony was running his best. Sammy always looked back upon that ride in the darkness, and indeed upon all that happened that night, as to a dream of horror. As she rode, that other night came back to her, the night she had ridden to save the shepherd, and she lived over again that evening in the beautiful woods with young Matt. Oh, if he was with her now. Unconsciously at times she called his name aloud and again, keeping time to the beat of her pony's feet. At other times she urged Brownie on, and the little horse, feeling the spirit of his mistress, answered with the best he had to give. With eager, outstretched head and wide nostrils he ran as though he understood the need. How dark it was! At every bound they seemed plunging into a black wall. What if there should be a tree blown across the road? At the thought she grew faint. She saw herself laying senseless and her father carried away to prison. And then, rallying, she held her seat carefully. She must make it as easy as possible for Brownie. Oh, dear little Brownie. How she strained her eyes to see into that black night, and how she prayed God to keep the little horse. Only once in a lifetime, it seemed to her, did the pony's iron shoes strike sparks of fire from the rocks, or the lightning giving her a quick glimpse of the road ahead. They must go faster, and faster, and faster. Those men should not. They should not have her daddy Jim, not unless Brownie stumbled. When the road, leaving the ride for Fall Creek Valley, Sammy never tightened the slack rein, and the pony never shortened his stride by so much as an inch. It was well that he was hill-bred, for none but a mountain horse could have kept his feet at such a terrific pace down the rocky slope. Down the valley road, past the mill, over the creek they flew, and then up the first rise of the ridge beyond. The pony was breathing hard now, and the girl encouraged him with loving words and endearing terms, pleading with him to go on, go on, go on. At length they reached the top of the ridge. The way was easier now. Here and there, where the clouds were breaking, the stars looked through. But over the distant hills, the lightning still played, showing which way the storm had gone. And against the sky, now showing but dimly under the ragged clouds and peeping stars, now outlined clearly against the flashing light, she saw the round, treeless form of old Dewey above her home. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Jim Lane keeps his promise. Sammy, on her tired pony, approached the lookout on the shoulder of Dewey. As they drew near, a figure rose quickly from its place on the rock, and running swiftly along the ledge, concealed itself in a clump of cedars above the trail on the southern side of the mountain. A moment later, the almost exhausted horse and his rider passed, and the figure, slipping from the ledge, followed them unobserved down the mountain. Nearing the house, Sammy began to wonder what she should do next. With all her heart, the girl believed in her father's innocence. She did not know why those men were at her home, but she did know that the money that helped her father over that drought had come through the shepherd. The Matthews family, too, had been helped the same way. Surely Dad Howitt was incapable of any such crime. It was all some terrible mistake, some trap from which her father must be saved. But Sammy knew, too, that Wash Gibbs and his companions, they were bad men, who might easily be guilty of the robbery. To help them escape the officers was quite a different matter. Leaving the trembling brownie in a clump of brush, a little ways from the clearing, the girl went forward on foot, and behind her still crept the figure that had followed from the lookout. Once the figure paused, as if undecided which course to pursue. Close by, two saddled horses that had carried their riders on many a long ride were tied to a tree a few feet from the corner of the barn. Sammy would have recognized these, but in her excitement she had failed to notice them. At first the girl saw no light. Could it be that the officers were wrong, that there were no one at the cabin at all? Then a little penciled gleam set her heart throbbing wildly. Blankets were fastened over the windows. Sammy remembered that a few days before, a bit of chinking had fallen from between the logs in the rear of the cabin, and she had spoken to her father about it, but it was not likely that he remembered to fix it. Cautiously she passed around the house, and creeping up to the building through the crevice between the logs, gained a clear view of the interior. Seated or lounging on chairs or on the floor about the room were 11 men. One, the man who had been with Wash Gibbs at the mill, carrying his arm in a sling. The girl outside could hear distinctly every word that was being spoken, and Wash himself was speaking. "Well, boys, we're all here. Let's get through this and get away. Bring out the stuff, Jim." Mr. Lane went to one corner of the cabin, and pulling up a loose board in the flooring, drew out 2 heavy sacks. As he placed the bags on the table, the men all rose to their feet. "There it is, just as you gave it to me," said Jim. "But before you go any further, men, I got something to say." The company stirred uneasily, and all eyes turned from Jim to their big leader, while Sammy noticed for the first time that the table had been moved from its usual place, and that her father had taken such a position that the corner of the cabin was directly behind him, with the table in front, and for her life the girl could not move. Slowly, Jim swept the group of scowling, wondering faces on the other side of the table. Then in a slow, drawling speech, he said, "Most of you here was in the old organization. Tom and Ed and me knows how it started way back, for we were in it from the beginning. Wash here was the last man to join before we was busted, and he was the youngest member too, being only a boy but big for his age. You remember how he was taken in on account of his daddy's being killed by the government. Didn't nary one of us fellers that started it ever think the bald knobbers would to be what they did. We begun it as kind of a protection, times being wild then, but first we knowed some was a using the order to protect themselves and all kinds of devilment, and things went on their way, 'cause no one didn't dare say nothing for it, for if they did, they'd be tried as traitors and sentenced to death. I ain't saying, boys, that I was any better than lots of others, for I reckon I did my share as well. But when my girl's mother died, way down there in Texas, I promised her that I'd be a good daddy to my little one, and since then I done the best I know how to. And after things quieted down, and I come back with my girl, Wash here got the old crowd, what was left of us, together, and wanted to be reorganizing again. I told you then that I'd go in with you and stand by the old oath, so long as it was necessary to protect ourselves from them that might be trying to get even for what had been done, but I wouldn't go no further than that. I don't mind telling you now, boys, though I reckon you knowed it, that I went in because I knowed what you'd do for me if I didn't. And I didn't dare risk leaving my girl all alone then. I've tended every meeting and done everything I agreed to, and there ain't a man here that can say that I didn't. Some of the men nodded and said, "That's so," or "You're right, Jim," came from 2 or 3, and Jim went on. "You know that I voted against it, and tried to stop you when you hung old man Lewis. I thought then, I think yet, that it was spite work and not for protection. And you know how I was against going for the shepherd, and you went when I didn't know it. And as for this here bank business, I didn't even know of it till you were giving me this stuff to keep for you, and I had to take it on account of the oath. It's got to be just like it was before. We come together first to keep each other posted, and save ourselves if there was any call to, and little by little you've been led into the first one thing and then another, till you're every bit as bad as the old crowd was. Only there ain't so many of you, and you've kept me in it, 'cause I didn't dare leave my girl." Jim paused, and there was an ominous silence in the room. With his eyes covering every scowling face in the company, Jim spoke again. "But things have changed for me right smart since our last meeting, when you gave me this stuff to hold. You boys all know how I've kept Wash Gibbs away from my girl, and there ain't one of you that don't know that I'm right, knowing him as we do. More'n 2 weeks ago, when I wasn't around, he insulted her and would have done worse if young Matt hadn't been there to take care of her. And I called you here tonight because I know that after what happened at the mill, Wash and Bill would be having a meeting as soon as they could get around and voting you all to go against young Matt and his people. But I'm going to have my say first." Wash Gibbs reached stealthily for his weapon, but hesitated when he saw the dark-faced man noting his movement. Jim continued in his drawling tones, but his voice rang cold and clear. "I ain't never been mealy-mouthed with no man, and I'm too old to begin now. I know the law of the order, and I reckon Gibbs there will try and have you keep it. You boys have got to say whether you'll stand by him or me. And it looks like you're going to go with him all right, but whether you do or don't, I don't aim to stay with nobody that stands by such as Wash Gibbs. I'm going to side with decent folks who have stood by my girl, and you can do your damnedest. You take this stuff away from here, and as for you, Wash Gibbs, if you ever set foot on my place again, if you ever cross my path after tonight, I'll kill you like the measly yeller hound that you are." And as he finished, Jim stood with his back to the corner of the room, his hand inside the hickory shirt where the button was missing. And while her father was speaking, Sammy forgot everything in the wild joy and pride of her heart. He was her daddy Jim, that man standing so calmly there before that wild company of men. Whatever the past had been, he had wiped it all clean tonight. He belonged to her now, all of her, and she looked towards Wash Gibbs. And then she remembered the posse, the officers of the law. They could not know what she knew. If her father was taken with the others, with the stolen gold, he'd be compelled to suffer with the rest. Yet if she called out to save him, she would save Wash Gibbs and her companions as well, and they would menace her father's life day and night. The girl drew back from the window. She must think. What should she do? Even as she hesitated, a score of dark forms crept stealthily forward towards the cabin. At the same moment, a figure left the side of the house near the girl and, crouching low, ran to the two horses that were tied near the barn. Sammy was so dazed that for a moment she did not grasp the meaning of those swiftly moving forms, and then a figure riding one horse and leading another dashed away from the barn and across the corner of the clearing. The silence was broken by a pistol shot inside the cabin, and like an echo came a shout from the yard, and a voice rang out sharply, "Halt!" The figure reeled in the saddle as if to fall, but recovered, but disappeared into the timber. The same instant there was a rush towards the house, a loud call to surrender, a woman's scream, and then came to Sammy, blessed kindly darkness. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. When Sammy opened her eyes, she was on the bed in her own room. In the other room, someone was moving about, and the light from a lamp shone through the door. At first, the girl thought that she had awakened from a deep sleep, and that it was her father who she had heard, building the fire before calling her, as was his custom. But no, he was not building the fire, he was scrubbing the floor. How strange. She would call presently and ask what he meant by getting up before daylight, and whether he thought to keep her from scolding him by trying to clean up what he had spilled before she could see it. She had had a bad dream of some kind, but she could not remember just what it was. It was very strange that something seemed to keep her from calling to her father just then. She would call presently. She must remember first what that dream was. She felt she ought to get up and dress, but somehow didn't wish to move. She was strangely tired. It was her dream, she supposed. Then she discovered that she was already fully dressed, and that her clothes were wet, muddy, and torn. And with this discovery, every incident of the night came vividly before her, and she hid her face. After a while, she tried to rise to her feet, but fell back weak and dizzy. Who was that in the other room? Could it be her father? Would he never finish scrubbing the floor in that corner? And when she could bear the suspense no longer, she called in a voice that sounded weak and far away. "Daddy? Oh, Daddy!" Instantly the noise ceased. A step crossed the room, and the shepherd appeared in the doorway. Placing the lamp on a little stand, the old man drew a chair to the side of the bed and laid his hand upon her forehead and smoothed back the tangled hair. He spoke no word, but in his touch there was a word of tenderness. Sammy looked at him in wonder. Where had he come from? Why was he here at all, in her room? She glanced uneasily about the apartment and then back to the kind face of her old teacher. "I don't think I understand." "Oh, never mind now, dear. Don't try to understand just yet. Aunt Molly will be here in a few minutes. Matt has gone for her, and when she comes and you're a little stronger, then we can talk." The girl caught his hand. You won't leave me, Dad. You won't leave me alone. I'm afraid. I never was before." No, my child, I'll not leave you. But you must have something warm to drink, and I was just out there preparing it." He stepped into the other room and then soon returned with a steaming cup. And when she had finished the strengthening draught, young Matt with his mother and father arrived. While helping the girl into clean, dry clothing, Aunt Molly spoke soothingly to her, as one would assure a frightened child. But Sammy could hear only the three men moving about in the other room, doing something and talking always in low tones. She did not speak, but in her brown eyes that never left the older woman's face was that wide, questioning look. When Miss Matthews had done what she could for the comfort of the girl, and the men had finished whatever they were doing in the other room, Sammy said, "Aunt Molly, I need to know. I must know. Won't you tell Dad to please come?" Instantly she had turned to her teacher. When the shepherd came, she met him with the old familiar demand. "Tell me everything, Dad, everything. I need to be told all about it." "You will be brave and strong, Sammy." Instantly, as ever, her quick mind grasping the meaning that lay behind the words, and her face grew deathly white, and then she answered, "I'll be brave and strong, but first please open the window." He threw up the sash. It was morning, and the mist was over the valley, but the mountain tops were bathed in light. Sammy arose and walked steadily to a chair by the open window, and looking out upon the beautiful scene, her face caught the light that was on the higher ground, and she said softly, "I'll lift mine eyes up upon the hills." That's our word now, isn't it, Dad? I can share it with you now. Then the shepherd told her. Young Matt had been at the ranch with Mr. Howard since early in the evening, and was taking his leave for the night when they heard horses stopping at the corral and a voice calling. Upon their answering, the voice said, "There's trouble at Jim Lane's. Take these horses and go quick." And then as they had run from the house, the messenger had retreated into the shadows of the bluff, saying, "Never mind me. If you love Sammy, hurry." And at this they mounted and had ridden as fast as possible. The old man did not tell the girl that he had found his saddle wet and slippery, and that when he had reached the light, his hands were red. They had found the officers ready to leave with their prisoners. All but 2 of the men were captured with their bounty. Wash Gibbs alone escaped badly hurt, they thought, after killing one of the posse. When they had asked for Sammy, one of the officers told them that she was at Ford's over on Jake Creek, but another declared that he had heard a woman scream as they were making the attack. Young Matt had found her unconscious on the ground behind the cabin. When the shepherd finished his brief account, the girl said, "Tell me all, Dad. I must know. Did they take Daddy away?" The old man's eyes were dim as he answered gently, "No, dear girl, they did not take him away." Then Sammy knew why Dad had scrubbed the cabin floor, and what the 3 men had talked so low had been doing in the other room. She made no outcry, only a moan, as she looked away over across the silent hills in the valley where the mists were slowly lifting slowly like the pale ghost of the starlight that was. "Oh, Daddy, Daddy Jim, you sure kept your promise, you sure did. I'm glad they didn't get you. They never would have believed what I know, never." But there were no tears, and the shepherd, seeing after a little touch to her head, "Everything's ready, dear. Would you like to go on now?" "Not yet, Dad. I must tell you first how I came to be at home and why I'm glad, so glad that I was here, but call the others, please. I want them all to know." When the 3, who with her teacher that loved her best, had come, Sammy told her story, repeating almost word for word what she had heard her father say to the men. And when she had finished, she turned her face again to the open window. The mists were gone. The landscape lay bright in the sun, but Sammy couldn't see. "It's so much better as it is, child," said the old scholar. "You see, dear, they would have taken him away. Nothing could have saved him. It would have been a living death behind prison walls being away from you." "Oh, I know, Dad. I understand. It's better as it is. Now, we best go to him." They led her into the other room. The corner of the room where the shepherd had washed was still damp, and through it all Sammy kept her old friend constantly near her side. It's easier, Dad, when you're nearby. Nor would she leave the house until it was over, save to walk a little way with her teacher. Young Matt and his father made the coffin of rough wood, sawn at the mill, and from the country road above, the woods people came for the funeral, or as they called it in their simple way, the burying. The grave was made in a little glen not far from the house, and when some of the neighbors would have brought a minister from the settlement, Sammy said, "No, Dad would say all that's necessary." And so the shepherd, standing under the big trees, talked a little in his simple, kindly way, and spoke the words, "Earth to earth, and dust to dust, and ashes to ashes." "As good," declared some, "as any preacher on earth could have done her." Though one or two held it weren't just right to put a body in the ground without a regular parson to preach a sermon. When the last words were spoken and the neighbors had gone away over the mountains and through the woods to their homes, Aunt Molly, with her motherly arm about the girl, said, "Come on, honey. You're our girl now. As long as you stay in the hills, you can stay with us." And old Matt added, "You're the only daughter we got, Sammy, and we want you around a heap worse than you know." When Sammy told them that she wasn't going to the city to live, they cried in answer, "Then you'll be our girl always." And they took her home with them to the big log house on the ridge. For a week after that night at the Lane cabin, Pete was not seen. When at last he did appear, it was to the shepherd on the hill. His voice and manner alarmed Dad, but the boy's only reply to Mr. Howart's question was, "Pete knows, Pete knows." And then in his own way he told something that sent the shepherd to young Matt, and the two followed the lad to a spot where the buzzards were flying low through the trees. By the shreds of clothes and the weapon laying nearby, they knew that the horrid thing from which they had approached, the carrion birds flapping their wings in heavy flight, were all the remains of the giant, Wash Gibbs. Many facts were brought out at the trial of the outlaws, and it was made clear that Jim Lane had met his death at the hands of Wash Gibbs, just as the beginning of the attack, and that Gibbs himself had been wounded a moment later by one of the attacking posse. And thus does justice live even in the hills. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Another Stranger. Mr. Matthews and his son first heard of the stranger through Lou Gordon, the mail carrier who stopped at the mill on his way to Flag with the week's mail. The native rode close to the shed and waited until the saw had shrieked its way through the log of oak and the carriage had rattled back to the first position. And then, with the dignity belonging to one of his station as a government officer, he relieved his overcharged mouth of an astonishing quantity of tobacco and drawled, "Howdy, gentlemen." "Howdy, Lou," returned young Matt from the engine, and old Matt from the saw. "Reckon them boards is for a floor there in Joe Gardner's new cabin?" "Yeah," returned old Matt. "We ought to got 'em out last week, but seems we can't get at it with the burying and all." "Appears like y'all are getting mighty proud of this here neighborhood. Ponchin' floors used to be good enough for anyone to dance on. Be a building board houses next, I reckon." Mr. Matthews laughed. "Oh, bring your logs over to Fall Creek when you're ready to build, Lou, and we'll sure do you right." The representative of the government recharged his mouth. "I allowed as I would," he returned. "I ain't one of this here kind that don't want to see no changes. Government's all about to be making improvements. Inspector allowed last trip we'd be sure of getting mail about twice a week at Flag next summer.
This here's sure bound to be big country some day. Talking about newfangled things, though, men, I seen the blandest sight last night, that there over in them woods. I hit her with a plain old wonder."
Kicking one foot from a wooden stirrup and hitching sideways in the saddle, he prepared for an effort.
"Little feller he is. Ain't as tall as Preachin' Bill even. And fat, my goodness. He's as fat as a possum in simian time. He don't walk, he can't, just naturally waddles on them little duck legs of his. He was sure the prettiest little old face, all red and white and round as a walnut, and fringed with whitest hair you ever did see. And clothes, my goodness, men."
In the pause, the speaker deliberately relieved his overcharged mouth. The two in the mill waited breathlessly.
"Long-tailed coat and stovepipe hat, and cane with a gold head as big as a tater. My goodness, men, there ain't been ary such a sight about 1,000 miles of these here hills, and doin's, my Lord Almighty."
The thin form of the native doubled up as each broke into a laugh that echoed and re-echoed through the little valley and ended up in a wild
"Whoo-ee, say! When he got out of the old shack last night at the Forks, Uncle Ike, he ketched sight of him and says he to me, 'By thunders, Lou, looky there! Talk about prosperity! I'm dummed if that ain't old Santa Claus a-comin' to the Forks for the summertime. By thunders, what is that?' And when Santa come in, he wanted, you know what he reckoned he wanted? A bath! Yes, sir, he dad-bird me, he didn't. A bath! Whoo-ee, you ought to seen Uncle Ike. He told him, by thunders, he could give him a bite to eat and a place to sleep, but he'd be pinched and bitten by rattlers and clawed by wildcats and clawed by the old hogs and et by buzzards, everlasting that before he'd tote water enough for someone to swim in. By thunderous, what?"
"What's he doing here?" asked Mr. Matthews when the mountaineer had recovered from another explosion. Lou shook his head as he straightened himself in the saddle.
"Blab me if I can tell. Just wouldn't tell all last night. Just he wanted a bath. Called Uncle Ike some newfangled kind of a savage, and this old man allowed he'd show him. He'd sure have him persecuted for insulting a government servant when the inspector done come around. Yes, he did. Oh, that was doin's over at the Forks last night."
Again the mail carrier's laugh echoed through the woods.
"Well, I reckon I best be moseying along. He wasn't up this morning when I left. I reckon he'll show up round here some time before sundown. Him and Uncle Ike, they don't hitch worth a cent, and he'll be hunting prouder folks. I done told the old man he'd better herd for a while, for if he was that to get loose in these woods, there wouldn't be nary a deer nor a bear left come Thanksgiving time. Well, Uncle Ike, he says, by thunders, he'd let me know that he weren't running no damned asylum. He allowed he was a postmaster, by thunders, and had all he could do to keepin' a dad-burned government straight."
Well, later that afternoon, Lou's prophecy was fulfilled. A wagon going down the creek with a load of supplies for the distillery stopped at the mill shed, and the stranger began climbing carefully down over the wheels. Bud Wilson on his high seat winked and nodded at Mr. Matthews and his son as though it was the greatest joke of the season.
"Hold them horses, driver. Hold 'em tight, sir."
"Oh, I got 'em, mister. I got 'em here tight," responded Bud promptly. The mules stood with their drooping heads and sleepy eyes, the lines underneath their feet. The gentleman was feeling carefully about for the hub of the wheel with a foot that, stretch as he might, could not touch it by a good 6 inches.
"Well, that's right, man, just right. Hold 'em tight now, sir. Start now and break a leg for sure. Then what would Sarah and the girls do? Oh, blast it all, where's that darn step? I can't stay here all day. Bring a ladder. Bring a high chair or table or a box, a big box or something. Look out, I say, just look out. Blast it all, what do you mean?"
This last was called forth by young Matt that lifted the little man bodily to the ground as an ordering man would lift a child. To look up at the young giant, the stranger tipped back his head until his shiny silk hat was in danger of falling into the dirt.
Bless my soul, what a specimen! What a specimen indeed!
And then, with a twinkle in his eye,
Which one of the boys are you, anyway?
At this, the three mountaineers roared with laughter. With his dumpy figure in the long coat and his round face under the tall hat, the young man was irresistible. He fairly shone with good humor. His cheeks were polished like big red apples. His white hair had the luster of silver. His blue eyes twinkled, and his silk hat glistened. His gold watch guard sparkled, and his patent leathers glistened, and the cane with the big gold head gleamed in the sunlight. "Well, that's him, Doc," called the driver. "That's the feller there who wallered Wash Gibbs like I was a-tellin' you. Strongest man in the hills he is. Dad burn me if I believe he knows how strong he is."
"Oh, Doc, Dad burn Doc," muttered the stranger. "What would Sarah and the girls say?"
He waddled to the wagon and reached up one fat hand with a $50 to Bud.
Here you are, driver. Get some cigars with that. Cigars, mind ye, or candy? I'll stay here. Mind you don't get anything to drink. Nothing to drink, I say."
Bud gathered up the reins and woke the sleepy mules up with a vigorous jerk. "Oh, nar you drink, Doc, nar you drink. Thank you kindly all the same, but I best be moseying along to be getting on now. Ought to be there an hour ago. If I can do anything for you just let me know. I live over on Sow Coon Gap. When I'll get to home, come on over and visit with me. Young Matt, he'll guide you over." As he watched the wagon down the valley, the stranger mused.
"Oh, dear. Quite sure that fella would buy a drink. Quite sure he will."
When the wagon had disappeared, he turned to Mr. Matthews and his son.
"Well, according to that feller, I am not far from a sheep ranch kept by Mr. Howitt. That is, Mr. Daniel Howitt, a fine-looking gentleman with fine brown eyes and a great voice, a gentleman. He sure is, gentlemen. If he is keeping sheep in this wilderness, blast it all, just like him. Oh, yes, just like him. Always keeping somebody's sheep. He was born to be a shepherd. He was born to be. Do you know him?"
At mention of Mr. Howitt's name, young Matt looked at his father quickly. When the stranger paused, he answered, "Yes, sir, we do know Dad Howitt. Is he a friend of yours?"
"Dad Howitt, eh? Doc and Dad. Well, what would Sarah and the girls say? Oh, friend of mine, young man. Daniel and David. I am David, and Daniel and David lay on the same blanket when they was babies. Played in the same alley, school together, same classes, and college together, and next door neighbors. Know him, blast it all. Yes, I do. Where is this sheep place?"
Again the two woodsmen exchanged glances. The elder Matthews spoke. "Well, it's not so far from here, sir. The ranch, it belongs to me and my son, but Mr. Howard will be out of the hills somewhere with the sheep now. You'd better go home with us and have supper, and the boy, he'll take you down this evening."
"Oh, well, that's kind, sir. Very kind indeed. My, the man at the post office, he's a savage, sir. Blasted old inconhonorable savage. My name is Coughlin, Dr. David Coughlin of Chicago, practicing physician of 40 years. Don't do anything now, not much, that is. Sir and the girls, they won't let me. What might your name be, sir?"
"Grant Matthews, my boy there has the same. We're mighty glad to meet any friend of Dad's, I can tell you that. He sure has been God's blessing to this neighborhood." Soon they started homeward, young Matt going ahead to do the chores and to tell his mother of the coming guest, while Mr. Matthews followed more slowly with the doctor. Shortening his stride to conform to the slow pace of the smaller man, the mountaineer told his guest about the shepherd and how he had come to them, of his life, and how he had won the hearts of the people. When he told how Mr. Howard had educated Sammy, buying her books himself from his meager wages, the doc interrupted in his quick way.
Oh, yes, that's just like him, just like him. Always giving away everything he's earned. He's made others give too. Blast it all, he's cost me thousands of dollars treating patients of his that would never pay a cent. Not a cent, sir. Proud, though. Proud as a Lucifer. Fine old family. Finest in the country, sir. Right to be proud. Right to be.
Old Matt scowled at his return coldly. "You sure don't seem that way to us, mister. He's as common as an old shoe." And then the mountaineer told how his son loved the shepherd and tried to explain what the old scholar's friendship had meant to them. The stranger interjected.
Oh, same old thing. Same old trick. Did me that way as well. Does everyone that way. Same old Daniel. Proud, though. Can't help it. Just can't help it.
The big man answered with still more warmth. "Well, you ought to hear how he talks to us folks when we get meetin' at the Cove schoolhouse. He's as good as any preacher you ever heard, except that he don't put on as much, maybe. Why, sir, when we buried Jim Lane week before last, everyone allowed that he'd done as well as a regular parson." And at this, Dr. Coughlin stopped short and leaned against a convenient tree for support, looking up at his big host with merriment he could not hide.
Parson, Daniel Howard talked as good as a parson. Blast it all. Dan is one of the biggest D's in the United States. As good as a parson, I should think so. Why, man, he's my pastor. My pastor, biggest church, greatest crowds in the city. Well, why, my. What would Sarah and the girls say?
He stood there, gasping and shaking with laughter, until old Matt, finding the ridiculous side of the situation, joined in with a guff that fairly drowned the sound of the little man's merriment. When they finally moved on again, the doctor said,
"And you never knew, eh? The papers, they was always full. His real name is—"
"Oh, stop." Old Matt spoke so suddenly, in such a tone, the other jumped in alarmment. "I ain't meanin' no harm, Doc, but you oughtn't to tell his name. And anyway, I don't wish to know. Preacher or no preacher, he's a man, and that he is, and that's what counts in this here country. If Dad had wanted us to know about him, I reckon he'd have told us, and I don't want to hear it until he's ready." The doctor stopped short again.
"Right, sir, right. Daniel, he has his reasons, of course. I forgot. That savage at the post office tried to interrogate me and tried to draw me. I was close on guard, you see. A feller in the wagon tried, too. Still on guard, though. But you caught me, blast it all. I like you. Fine specimen, that boy of yours. He's fine."
When they reached the top of the ridge, the stranger looked over the hills with an exclamation of delight.
"Grand, sir, grand! Why, wish Sarah and the girls could see this, don't you wonder? No wonder that Daniel stayed. That holler down there, you say, way down there. That there mutton holler? Daniel lives down there. Blast it all now. Come on, man, let's get going."
As they drew near the house, Pete came slowly up the old trail and met them at the gate. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Old Friends. After supper, young Matt guided the stranger down the trail to the sheep ranch in Mutton Hollow. When they reached the edge of the clearing, the mountaineer stopped. "Yonder's the cabin, sir, and Dad is there, as you can see by the smoke. I don't reckon you'll need me any more now, so I best be going back. We'd be mighty glad to see you on the ridge any time, sir. Any friend of Dad's is mighty welcome in this neighborhood."
"Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful indeed. He's a fine spirit, fine. I shall see you again when Daniel and I have had it out. Blast it all, what's he even doing here? Oh, good night, young man. Good night.
He started forward, and Matt turned back towards home. The dog barked as Dr. Coughlin approached the cabin, and the shepherd came to the open door. He had been washing the supper dishes. His coat was off and his shirt open at the throat, and his sleeves rolled down to about his elbows. "Come here, Brave." The deep voice rolled across the little clearing, and the dog ran to stand by the master's side. Then, as Mr. Howard took in the unmistakable figure of the little physician, he put out a hand to steady himself.
"Oh, it's me, Daniel, it's me. Caught you, didn't I? Blast it all, might have known I would. Bound to, Daniel. I've been at it ever since I lost you. Visited in Kansas City last week with my old friends the Stewarts. A young fella there, Olly, he put me right. First part of your name, description, and voice and all that. I knew it was you, I knew it. I didn't tell 'em, though. Them blasted reporters, they'd go a while. Didn't tell a soul, not a soul. Oh, Sarah and the girls think I'm up in Kansas City or Denver. I didn't tell old man Matthews either. Came near, though, quite near. Oh, blast it all. What does this all mean?"
In his excitement, the little man spoke rapidly as he hurried towards the shepherd. And when he reached the cabin, the two friends, so different yet so alike, clasped hands. As soon as the old scholar could speak, he said, David, to think that it's really you, of all the men, you whom I most need."
"Huh?"
grunted the other.
"Look like you never needed me less. Look fit for anything. 10 years younger, every bit of 10 years. Oh, blast it all. What have you done to yourself? What have you done?"
He looked curiously at the tanned face and the rude dress of his friend.
"Bless my soul, what a change, what a change! I told Matthews that you were an aristocrat, and he wouldn't believe me. I don't wonder. I even doubt it myself now."
The other smiled at the doctor's amazement. "Well, I suppose I have changed some, David. I tell you the hills have done it. Just look at them." He pointed to the encircling mountains. "See how calm and strong they are, and how they lift their heads above the gloom. I tell you that they're my friends and companions, David, and they've given to me of their calmness and strength a little. But come on in, you must be quite tired. How did you get here?" The doctor followed him into the cabin.
"Well, railroad and a hack a wagon, and then I walked some. Post office last night. There is a savage, blasted, incorrigible savage over there. Mill this afternoon, and then home with your friends on the ridge. Old man, he's a gentleman, sir, if ever God made one. His boy, he's just like him. And the mother, oh, she's a real mother. Made to be a mother that couldn't help it. And that young woman with the boy's name, bless my soul, I never saw such a creature before, Daniel, never. If I had, oh, blast it all, I wouldn't be bossed by Sarah and the girls, I wouldn't. Seeing that young man and woman what God meant men and women to be. Told them that they ought to marry, that they owe it to the race. You know my ideas, Daniel. You think they will?"
The shepherd laughed, a laugh that was good to hear.
"What's the matter, Daniel? What's the matter? Have I said something wrong again? Blast it all, you know I'm always doing and saying the wrong thing. Have I said something wrong?"
"No, indeed, David, you're exactly right," returned Mr. Howard. "But tell me, did you see no one else at the house? There's another member of the family." The doctor nodded.
"I saw him. Pete, you must mean. I looked him over. Mr. Matthews asked me to. Oh, it's a sad case, a very sad. Hopeless, just absolutely hopeless, Daniel."
"Oh, Pete has not seemed as well as usual lately. I fear so much night roaming is not good for the boy," returned the other slowly. "But tell me, how are Sarah and the girls? Are they still looking after Dr. Davy, I suppose?"
Oh, just the same. They haven't changed a bit, not a wee bit. Jenny, she looks after my socks and handkerchiefs, and Mary, she looks after my shirts and linens. And Annie, she looks after my ties and my shoes, and Sue looks after my hats and coats, and Kate looks after the things that I eat, and Sarah, oh, Sarah looks after everything and everybody, same as always. Oh, blast it all. If they'd give me a show, I'd be good as ever, Daniel. What a man can do. Oh, what a man can do with only a sister and his 5 old maid daughters looking after him from morning till night. From morning till night, David. Tell them I do, that I'm a full-grown man, but, oh, it don't do no good at all. You blast it all, the poor things. Just got to be mothering over something. They just got to, Daniel.
And while he was speaking, his eyes were dancing from one object to the other in the shepherd's rude dwelling, turning from frequent quick glances to Dad himself.
You live here, do you? You ought not to, Daniel. You ought not to. What would Sarah and the girls say? You blast it all. What do you mean by it? I ordered you on to a vacation, and then you go up and disappear. I thinks that you're dead, and rowing the paper's just a mystery, and, oh, I hate the mysteries. Blast it all, what does it mean? What does it mean? That's not fair to me, Daniel, not fair at all.
By this time, the little fella had worked himself into an astonishing pitch of excitement. His eyes snapped, his words come like pistol shots, and his ejections were genuine explosions. He tapped with his feet, and rapped with his cane, and shook his finger, and fidgeted in his chair.
We want you back, Daniel. I want you. Church would want you where they know, and looking for a preacher right now. I come after you, Daniel. Blast it all. I'll tell Sarah and the girls, and they'll come after you, too. Chicago, it'll go wild when they know that Dad Howitt...
Oh, stop that. The doctor bounced out of his chair. The shepherd was trembling. His voice shook with emotion. Forgive me, David, but that name must never be spoken again. Not never. My son is dead, and that name it died with him. It must be forgotten. The physician noted his friend's agitation and amazement.
There, David, I didn't mean to. I thought it didn't matter that when we were all alone, but blast it all. Tell me, Daniel, what do you mean by this strange business?
A look of mingled affection, regret, and pain came into the shepherd's face as he replied. Let me tell you the story, David, and then you'll understand. When he had finished, Mr. Howard asked gently, Have I not done right, David? The boy's gone. It was hard going as he did, but I'm glad now, for old Matt would have killed him, as he would kill me yet if he knew. And thank God, we have not yet made a murderer out of the father. Did I not say rightly that the old name died with Howard? Have I not said well to stay on this spot, and to give my life to these people?
Oh, quite right, Daniel, that's quite right. You always are. It's me that's just always wrong, just a bluthering and a bumping, smashing into things, blast it all. I don't know what to say, just, oh, blast it all.
The hour was late when the two men finally retired for the night. Long after his heavy breathing announced that the doctor was sleeping soundly, the shepherd lay awake, keenly sensitive to every sound that stirred in the forest. Once he awoke from his bed and stepped softly and left the cabin to stand under the stars, his face lifted to the dark summit of Old Dewey and the hills that rimmed the hollow. And once, when the first light of day came over the ridges, he went to the bunk where his friend lay to look thoughtfully down upon the sleeping man. Breakfast was nearly ready when Dr. Coughlin awoke. The physician saw at once how worn and haggard the look on his friend's face was, that he had had a sleepless night. It was as though all the pain and trouble of the old days had returned. The little doctor muttered angrily to himself while the shepherd was gone to the spring for some water.
Oh, Blast it all, I'm an old fool, just a meddlesome old fool. Ought to have let well enough alone. No need to drag him back into all of it again. No need at all. No good at all.
When the morning meal was finished, Mr. Howard said, David, would you think me rude if I leave you alone today? The city pavement fits one but poorly to walk these hills of mine, and you're much too tired after your trip and the loss of your regular sleep to go with me this morning. Just stay at the ranch here and rest. If you care to read, there's a few of your favorites. Would you mind? I should like to be alone today, David.
Oh, right, Daniel. I understand. You don't be saying another word. Not another word. Just go ahead. I'm stiff and sore anyway. It just suits me fine.
The shepherd arranged things for his friend's comfort, and putting things in readiness for his noonday meal, and showed him the spring to get water. Then, taking his own lunch, as his custom was, he went to the corral, and then released the sheep. The doctor watched until the last of the flock was gone, and he could no longer hear the tinkle of bells and the bark of a dog. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38. I Ain't Nobody No More. With the coming of the evening, the shepherd returned to his guest. Dr. Conflin heard the bells on the leaders of the flock and the barking of the dogs coming nearer and nearer through the woods. Soon the shepherd appeared, tromping out of the twilight shadows into the clearing, and then came Brave, followed by his master. The countenance of the old scholar wore again that look of calm strength and peace that had marked it before the coming of his friend. Have you had a good rest, David? Or has your day been long and tiresome? I fear it was not kind of me to leave you alone in this wilderness. The doctor told how he had passed the time, reading, sleeping, and roaming about the clearing in the nearby woods.
And you?
He said, looking the other over with a professional eye.
You look like a new man. A new man, Daniel. How do you do it? Some secret spring of youth in the wilderness? Blast it all, wish you'd show me. Fool Sarah and the girls, I'd fool 'em for sure.
David, have you forgotten the prescription that you gave me when you ordered me from the city? You took it, you remember, from one of our favorite volumes. The shepherd bared his head and repeated, If thou art worn and hard beset with sorrows that thou wouldst forget, if thou wouldst read a lesson that will keep thy heart from fainting and thy soul from sleep, go to the woods and hills, no tears dim the sweet look that nature wears. David, I never understood until the past months why the master so often withdrew alone into the wilderness. There's not only food and medicine for one's body, there's also healing for the heart and strength for the soul in nature. One seems to get very close to God, David, in these temples of God's own building. Dr. Conflin studied his friend curiously.
Change. It's a remarkable change in you. Just remarkable. Never seen a thing like that in all your life before. Never.
The shepherd smiled. It was your prescription, doctor, he said. They retired early that evening, for the physician declared that his friend must need the rest.
We'll talk tomorrow, he said. All day and with nothing else to do.
He promptly enforced his decision by retiring to his own bunk, leaving the shepherd to follow his example. But not until the doctor was sure that his friend was sleeping soundlessly did he permit himself to sink into unconsciousness. It was just after midnight when the shepherd was aroused by the doctor striking a match to light the lamp, and as he awoke he heard Pete's voice.
Where's Dad? Pete wants Dad.
Dr. Conflin, thinking it was some strange freak of the boy's disordered brain, and not wishing to break his friend's much-needed rest, was trying in low tones to persuade the boy to wait until the morning. What does Pete want? Asked the shepherd, entering the room.
Pete wants Dad and the other man. They must be sure to go with Pete real quick."
Go where with Pete? Who told Pete to come for Dad? Asked Mr. Howard.
"He told Pete. Right now, he said, and Pete, he must come. Course, I come with him, and Dad must go, and the other man too, 'cause he said so."
In sickness and in trouble of any kind, the people for miles around had long since come to depend upon the shepherd of Mutton Hollow. The old man turned now to the doctor. "Someone needs me, David. We gotta go with the boy."
"But Daniel, blast it all! The boy's not responsible. Where would he take us? Where do you think he wants us to go?" Not me. Nobody can't go nowhere, can they? You go with Pete, mister." "Well, yeah, we'll go with Pete, but where's Pete going to take us?"
persisted the doctor.
"Oh, Pete knows." Now look at that, Daniel. Just look at that. Blast it all, we ought not to go, not in the night this way. What would Sarah and the girls say?"
Notwithstanding his protests, the doctor was ready even before the shepherd.
"Take the gun, Daniel. Take the gun at least," he said.
The other hesitated and then asked, "Does Pete want Dad to take a gun?" The youth, who stood in the doorway, waiting impatiently, shook his head and laughed.
"Oh, no, nothing can get Dad where Pete goes. God, he's there just like Dad says."
"It's all right, David," said the shepherd with conviction. "Pete knows it's safe for us to trust him tonight." And the boy echoed as he started forward,
"It's all right, mister. Pete knows."
"I wish you had your medicine case, though, with you, David," added Mr. Howard, as they followed the boy out into the night.
"Oh, I got one, Daniel. I got one. I always got a pocket case. It's just habit."
Pete led the way down the road and straight to the old cabin ruins below the Carrel. Though the stars were hidden behind the clouds, it was a little light in the clearing, but in the timber under the shadow of the bluff it was very dark. The two men were soon bewildered and stood still. "Which way, Pete?" asked the shepherd, and there was no answer. "Where's Pete? Tell Pete to come here," said Mr. Howard again, and still there was no reply. Their guide seemed to have been swallowed up in the darkness. They listened for a sound. "Well, this is strange," mused the shepherd. A grunt of disgust came from the doctor.
"Crazy, man, just crazy. There's three of us. Which way is the house? Blast it all, what would—"
A spot of light gleamed under the bushes, not 50 feet away.
"Come, Dad. Come on, Pete's ready."
They were standing close to the old cabin under the bluff. In a narrow space between the log wall of the house and the cliff, Pete stood with a lit lantern. The further end of the passage was completely hidden by a projection of rock, and the overhanging roof touched the ledge above, while the opening near the men were concealed by the low growth of ferns and vines and the thick branches of low cedar. Even in daylight, the place would have escaped anything but a careful search. Dropping to his knees and to one hand, the shepherd pushed aside the screen of vines and branches with the other, and then on all fours crawled into the narrow passage. The doctor followed, and they found their guide crouching in a small opening in the wall of rock. Mr. Howard uttered an exclamation. "The lost cave! Old Man Dewey!" The boy laughed.
"Pete knows. Come on, Dad. Come on, other man. Ain't nothing can get you here."
He scrambled ahead of them into the low tunnel, and some 20 feet from the entrance the passage turned sharply to the left and opened suddenly into a hallway along which the shepherd could easily walk erect. Pete walked briskly forward, as one of very familiar ground, his lantern lighting the way clearly for his two companions. For some distance their course dipped downward into a gentle angle where the ceilings and sides dripped with moisture. Soon they heard the sound of running water, and entered a wider room, saw sparkling in the lantern's light a stream that came from under the rocky wall, crossing their path and disappearing under the other wall of the chamber. "Well, that's Lost Creek," ejected the shepherd as he picked his way over the stream on the big stones, and the boy answered,
Pete knows. Pete knows.
From the bank of the creek the path climbed strongly upward, and the footing grew firmer, and the wall and ceiling drier. And as they went on, the passage too grew wider and higher, until they found themselves in a large underground hallway that echoed loudly as they walked. Overhead, pure white stalactites and frost-like formations glittered in the light, and the walls were broken by dark nooks and shelf-like ledges here and there, openings leading to who could tell where. At the farthest end of the hallway, where the ceiling was the highest, the guide paused at the foot of the ledge against which rested a rude ladder. The shepherd spoke again. "Dewey bald?" he asked. Pete nodded and began to climb the ladder. Another room, another ledge, and then a long, narrow passage, the ceiling of which was so high that it was beyond the lantern light, and then a series of ledges, and they saw that they were climbing from shelf to shelf on one side of an underground canyon. Following along the edge of the chasm, the doctor pushed a stone over the brink, and they heard it go bouncing from ledge to ledge into the dark heart of the mountain.
No, Daniel, blast it all. There's no bottom to it. What would Sarah and the girls say?
They climbed one more ladder, and then turned from the canyon into another great chamber, the largest they had entered yet. The floor was perfectly dry. The air, too, was dry and pure, and from what seemed to be the opposite side of the huge cavern, a light glimmered like a red eye in the darkness. They were evidently nearing the end of their journey. Drawing closer, they found that the light came from the window of a small cabin, built partially of rock and partly of log. Instantly, the two men stopped, and Pete said in a low tone, as one would speak in sacred presence,
He's here. Come on, Dad. Come on, other man. Don't be scared.
Still the boy's companions hesitated, and Mr. Howard asked, "Who, boy? Who's there? Do you know who it is?"
No, not me. Nobody can't know nothing, can they? Oh, it's a hopeless case, Daniel, hopeless. Oh, it's too bad,
muttered the physician, laying his hand upon his friend's shoulder, and the shepherd tried again. "Who does Pete say it is?"
Oh, Pete says it's him. Just him. And who does Pete say he is?
suggested Dr. Coughlin. Again the boy's voice lowered to a whisper.
Sometimes Pete says it must be God 'cause he's so good. Dad says God is good and that he takes care of folks, and he sure does that. 'Twas him that scared Wash Gibbs and his crowd that night, and he sent the gold to you, Dad. God's gold it is. He's got heaps of it, and he killed that panther, too, when he was going to fight young Matt. Pete knows. You see, Dad, when Pete is with him, I ain't nobody no more. I'm just Pete then, and Pete is me. Funny, isn't it? But he says that's the way it is, and he sure knows."
The two friends listened with breathless interest.
And who does Pete call him?
asked the doctor.
Oh, Pete calls him Father, like God calls God. He talks to God, too, like Dad does. Do you reckon God would talk to God, mister?
With a cry, the shepherd reeled, and the doctor caught him.
Be strong, Daniel, be strong.
Pete drew away from the two men in alarm. The old scholar's agitation was pitiful. David, tell me, what is this thing? Can it be my boy Howard, my son? Can it be my God, David? What am I saying? He's dead, I tell you. Can the dead come back from the grave, David? He broke from his friend and ran staggering towards the cabin, but at the door he stopped again. It was as if he longed yet feared to enter, and the doctor and the boy came to his side. Without ceremony, Pete pushed open the door. The room was furnished with a cupboard, table, and small cook stove. It was evidently a living room, and through a curtained opening on the right, a light showed from one apartment, and a voice called, "Is that you, Pete?" A look of pride came into the face of the lad.
"That's me," he whispered. "I'm Pete here, and Pete is me. It's always that way with him."
Aloud he said,
"Yeah, Father, it's Pete. Pete and Dad and the other man."
As he spoke, he drew aside the curtain. For an instant the two men paused at the threshold. The room was small, nearly bare of furniture. In the full glare of the lamp, so shaded as to throw the rest of the room into deep shadow, hung a painting that seemed to fill the rude chamber with its beauty. It was the picture of a young woman, standing by a spring of water, a cup brimming over, full in her outstretched hand. On the bed, in the shadow, facing the picture, lay a man. A voice faltered.
"Father, Dr. Coughlin."
End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. A matter of hours. Father, can you forgive me? The man on his knees raised his head. Forgive you, my son? Forgive you? My dear boy, there's have never been in my heart a thought of anything but love and sympathy. Pain there has been, I can't deny, but it has helped me to know what you have suffered. I understand it now, my boy. I understand it all, for I too have felt it. But when I first knew, even beneath all the hurt, I was glad to know, I mean. It's a father's right to suffer with his child, my son. It hurts most when the secret stood between us, and I could not enter into your life, but I understand that too. I can understand why you couldn't tell me. I too came away from because I wasn't strong enough. I thought it would be easier for you if you didn't know, said the son as he lay on his bed. I'm sorry now. I'm glad that you do know. But I must tell you all about it just the same. I must tell you myself, you see, so that it'll all be clear and straight when I go. He turned his eyes to the picture on the wall. When you go? Howard laid his hand upon the gray head. Yes, Father, I'm going. It was an accident, but it was a kindness. It will be much better this way, only I'm sorry for you, Father. I thought I could save you from all this. I intended to slip away quietly without your ever knowing, but when Pete said that Dr. Coughlin was here, I couldn't go without. The little doctor came forward.
"Oh, I'm a fool, Howard. An old fool, blast it all. No business to go poking into this, no business at all. Daniel, he would have sent if he had need of me. Ought to have known old native can give me lessons on being a gentleman every time. Blast it all, what's wrong, Howard? Did you get hurt? I'm here now, I might as well be useful."
Indeed, Doctor, it's right that you did come. You'll be of such a help to Father. You can help us both, just as you always have done. Will you excuse us, Father, while Dr. Coughlin looks at this thing on my side? The physician arranged the light so that it shone full upon the man on the bed, and then carefully removed the bandage from the ugly wound in the artist's side. Dr. Coughlin looked very grave.
When did this happen, Howard?"
I can't exactly tell. You see, I thought at first I could get along with Pete to help, and I did for a week, I suppose. And then things didn't go so well. A fever come, I think, and then for she came. He turned his eyes towards the picture again, and then I lost track of all the time. It was night of the 18th. Father will know.
"That's 2 weeks,"
muttered the physician. A low exclamation came from the shepherd. It was you who brought the horses to the ranch that night. The artist smiled gravely.
"Well, the officers, they saw me and thought that I was one of the men they wanted. It's all right, though."
The old scholar instinctively lifted his hands and looked at them. He remembered the saddle, wet with blood. Making a careful examination, the doctor asked more questions, and when he had finished and had successfully replaced the bandages, the wounded man asked, "What about it, Dr. Coughlin?" The kind-hearted physician jerked out a volley of scientific words and phrases that meant nothing, and busied himself with medicine case. When his patient had taken the medicine, the doctor watched him for a few minutes and then asked,
Are you feeling any stronger, Howard?
The artist nodded. "Tell me the truth now, doctor. I know that I'm going, but how long do I got?" "Wait a minute first. Where's Pete? Come here, my boy." The lad drew near.
Father?
Mr. Howard seated himself by the bed. "You'll be strong, father. We're ready now, Dr. Coughlin." "Yes, tell us, David," said the shepherd, his voice steady. The physician spoke.
Well, matter of hours, I would say. 24, perhaps, not more. Not more.
"There's no possible chance, David?" asked the shepherd. Again the little doctor took refuge behind a broadside of scientific terms before replying.
No, it's not possible.
A groan slipped from the bearded lips of the father, and the artist looked at the picture and smiled, and Pete looked wonderingly from face to face. "Oh, poor father," said the artist. "One more thing, doctor. Can you keep my strength up for a while?"
Well, reasonably well I could, Howard.
"I'm so glad of that, because there's much to do before I go. There's so much that I gotta do first, and I need you both to help me." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. The Shepherd's Mission. During the latter part of that night and most of the day it rained. A fine, slow, quiet rain with no wind to shake the wet from a burdened leaf or blade. But when the old shepherd left the cave by a narrow opening on the side of the mountain near Sammy's lookout, the sky was clear. The mists rolled heavily over the valley, but the last of the sunlight was warm on the knobs and the rolls. The old man paused behind the rocks and bushes that concealed the mouth of the underground passage. Not 100 feet below was the old trail. He followed the little path with his eye until it vanished around the corner of Old Dewey. Along that way he'd come into the hills. Then, lifting his eyes to the faraway lines of darker blue, his mind looked over the ridge to the world that is on the other side, the world from which he had fled. It all seemed very small and meaningless now. It was so far away. He started at the sharp ring of horses' iron hoofs on the flinty rocks that came from below the lookout, and safely hidden, he saw a neighbor round the hill and pass on his way to the store on Ozark. He watched as horse and rider followed the old trail round the rim of the hollow, watched until they passed from sight into the belt of timber. Then his eyes were fixed on the fine thread of smoke that curled above the trees at the Matthews place, and leaving the shelter of rock and bush, he walked along the old trail towards the big log house on the distant ridge. Below him, on his left, Mutton Hollow lay submerged in the drifting mist, with only a faint line of light breaking now and then where Lost Creek made its way, and on the other side Compton Ridge lifting like a wooden shore from the sea. A black spot in the red west shaped itself into a crow, making his way on easy wing towards a dead tree on top of Boulder Bald. The old shepherd walked wearily. The now familiar objects wore a strange look. It was as though he saw them for the first time, yet had seen them somewhere before, perhaps in another world. As he went, his face was the face of one crushed by shame and grief, made desperate by his suffering. Supper was just about over, and young Matt was on the porch when Mr. Howard entered the gate. The young fellow greeted his old friend and called back into the house, "Here's Dad, Father." As Mr. Matthews came out, Aunt Molly and Sammy appeared in the doorway. How like it all was that other evening. The mountaineer and the shepherd sat on the front porch, while young Matt brought the big sorrel and the brown pony to the gate, and with Sammy rode away. They were going to the post office at the Forks.
Ain't had no news for a week,
Said Aunt Molly as she brought her chair to join the two men.
and besides, Sammy, she needs that ride. There's gonna be a moon, so it'll be light by the time they start home.
The sound of the horses' feet and the voice of the young people died away in the gray woods, the dusk thickening in the valley below, and as the light in the west went out, the three friends saw the clump of pines etched black and sharp against the blood-red background of the sky. Old Matt spoke. "Reckon everything's all right at the ranch, Dad? How's the little doctor? You ought to brung him up with you." He watched the shepherd's face curiously from under his heavy brows as he pulled out his cob pipe.
Oh, he's probably just tired tramping over those hills, I reckon,
ventured Aunt Molly. Mr. Howard tried to answer with some commonplace, but his friends could not but notice his confusion, and Mrs. Matthews continued.
Well, I guess you'll be leaving us pretty soon, I suppose. Well, I can't say I blame you. Oh, you've been a God's blessing to us here in the woods. I don't reckon we're much 'longside the fine folks and friends that you got back from where you come from in the city, and we can't do nothing for you, but
The good soul could say no more. "We've often wondered, sir," added old Matt, "how you stood it here, an educated man like yourself. I reckon there's something deep under it all that's keeping you up, something that us ignorant folk with no education can't understand." The old scholar could have cried out aloud, but he was forced to sit dumb while the other continued. "Your going won't make no difference, though, with what you've done. This neighborhood, it won't never go back to what it was before you come. I can't now, with all that you taught us, and with Sammy staying here to keep it up. I reckon it'll be mighty hard, though, to have you go. It sure will, Mr. Howard." Looking up, the shepherd said quietly, "I expect to live here until the end, if you'll let me, but I fear that you will not want me to stay when you know what I've come to tell you this evening." The mountaineer straightened his huge form as he returned. "Dad, there ain't nothing on earth or in hell that could change what we think of you, and we don't want to hear nothing about you that you don't want to tell us. We ain't scared what sent you into the hills. We're taking you for what you are, and there ain't nothing that can change that." "Not even if it should be that grave under the pine tree yonder?" asked the other in a low voice. Old Matt looked at him in a half-frightened way, as though, without knowing why, he feared what the shepherd would say next. Mr. Howard felt the look and hesitated. He was like one on a desperate mission in the heart of enemy territory, feeling his way along. Was the strong man's passion really tame? Or was his fury only sleeping, waiting to destroy the one who should wake it? Who could tell? The old scholar looked away to Dewey Bald for strength. "Mr. Matthews," he said, "you once told me a story. It was here on this porch when I first came to you. It was a sad tale of a great crime. And tonight, I know the other side of that story, and I've come to tell you." At the strange words, Aunt Molly's face turned as white as her apron, and old Matt grasped the arms of his chair as though he would crush the wood as he said shortly, "Go on." At the tone of his voice, the old shepherd's heart sank. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. The Other Side of the Story. With a prayer in his heart for the boy who lay dying in that strange underground chamber, the artist's father began. It is the story, Mr. Matthews, of a man and his only son, the last of their family. With them has perished one of the oldest and proudest names in our country. From his childhood, this man was taught the honored traditions of his people and thus trained in the pride of ancestry. Grew up to believe that the supreme things of life are what his kind call education, refinement, and culture. In his shallow egotism, he came to measure all life by that standard of his people. It was in keeping with this that the man should enter the pulpit of the church of his ancestors, and it was due very largely, no doubt, to the same ancestral influence that he became what the world calls a successful minister of the gospel. But Christianity to him was but little more than a culture, and his place in the church merely an opportunity to add to the honor of his name. Soon after leaving the cemetery, he married. The crowning moment of his life was when his firstborn, a boy, was laid into his arms. The second child was a girl, and then there was no more. For 10 years before her death, the wife was an invalid. The little girl, too, was never strong, and 6 months after they buried the mother, the daughter was laid beside her. You, sir, can understand how the father lavished every care upon his son. The first offspring of the parent's love and the sole survivor of his home, and the last to bear the name of the family that was centuries old, his only hope of a proud man's ambition. The boy was a beautiful child, a delicate and sensitive soul in a body of uncommon physical grace and strength, and the proud father loved to think of him as the flower of long ages of culture and refinement. The minister himself jealously educated his son, and the two grew to be friends. Constant companions they were, sir. This also you will understand with you and your boy. But with all this, the young man did not follow his father in his choosing profession. He became an artist. Old Matt started from his seat, and Aunt Molly uttered an exclamation, but the shepherd, without pausing, continued. When his schooling was completed, the boy came into the Ozarks one summer to spend the season painting. The man had expected to go with his son, and for months they had planned the trip together, but at last something prevented, and the father could not go. No, he couldn't go. The speaker's voice broke, and the big mountaineer was breathing hard, and Aunt Molly was crying. Presently, Mr. Howard went on. When the young artist returned to his father, among many sketches of the mountains, he brought one painting that received instant recognition. The people stood before it in crowds when it was exhibited in the art gallery. The papers were extravagant in their praises. The artist became famous, and wealthy patrons came to his studio to sit for their portraits. The picture was of a beautiful girl, standing by a spring, holding out a dripping cup of water. At this, a wild oath burst from the giant, and springing to his feet, he started towards the speaker, and Aunt Molly screamed, "Oh, Grant, no! Think what Dad has done for us!" The mountaineer paused. "Mr. Matthews," said the shepherd in trembling tones, "for my sake will you not hear me to the end?" The big man dropped back heavily into his chair. "Go on," he said, but his voice was as a growl of a beast. "The boy loved your daughter, Mr. Matthews, as it was as though he had left his soul in the hills. Night and day he heard her calling, and the more his work was praised, the more his friends talked of honors and planned his future, and the keener was his suffering. And most of all, there was the shadow of that to come between him and his father, breaking the old comradeship and causing them to shun each other, though the father never knew why. The poor boy, he grew morose and despondent, giving way at times to spells of the deepest depression. He tried to lose himself in his work, and he fled abroad and lived alone. It seemed a blight had fallen upon his soul. In the world they called him mad. Many times he planned to take his life, but always the hope of meeting her again stopped him. At last he returned to this country, determined to see her at any cost, and if possible, gain her forgiveness and her father's consent to their marriage. And he came into the hills only to find that the mother of his child had died of a broken heart. And then came the end. The artist disappeared, leaving a long, pitiful letter saying that before the word reached his father that he'd be dead. The most careful investigation brought nothing but convincing evidence that the unhappy boy had taken his own life. The artist knew that it would be 1,000 times easier for the proud man to think his son dead than for him to know the truth. And he was right. Mr. Matthews, he was right. I can't tell you of the man's suffering, but he found a little comfort in the reflection that such extravagant praises of his son's work had added to the honor of the family, for the lad's death was held by all as the result of a disordered mind. There was not a whisper of wrongdoing. His life, they said, was without reproach, and even his sad mental condition was held to be evidence of his great genius. The minister was weak, sir. He knew something of the intellectual side of his religion and the history of his church, but he knew little, very little, of the God that could sustain him in such a trial. And he was shamefully weak. He tried to run away from his trouble, and because the papers had made so much of his work as a preacher, and because of his son's fame, he gave only the first part of his name, thinking thus to get away from all of it for a season. But God was to teach that proud man of culture and religious forms a great lesson, and to that end directed his steps, and he led here. Here, sir, to your home, and you told him the story of his son's crime. The shepherd paused. A hoarse whisper come from the giant in the chair. You, Dad, your name is... The other threw out his hand as if to guard himself and shrank back. Oh, hush, hush, hush. I have no name but the name by which you know me. The man who bore that name is dead. In all of his pride of intellect and position, he died. Your prayers for vengeance, they were answered, sir. You killed him. Killed him as truly as if you'd plunged a knife into his heart, and you did well. Aunt Molly moaned. Is that all? Growled the mountaineer. All? God, no, I must go on. I must tell you how. The man you killed stayed in the hills and was born again. There was nothing else for him to do but stay in the hills with the shame and horror of his boy's disgrace in his heart. He couldn't go back to the city, his friends, and his church, to the old life. He knew that he could not hope to deceive them. He was not skilled in hiding these such things. Every kind word of praise of himself or in praise of his son would have been of the keenest torture. He was a coward. He dared not go back. His secret would have driven him mad, and he would have ended it all just as his son had. His only hope for peace was to stay here on the very spot where the wrong was done, and to do what little he could do to atone for that crime. At first it was terrible. The long, lonely nights with no human friend near, the weight of shame, and memories, and the lonely wind. Always the wind in the trees. Her voice, Pete said, calling for him to come. God, sir, I wonder the man didn't die under that punishment. But God is good, Mr. Matthews. God is good and merciful. Every day, out on the range with the sheep, the man felt the spirit of the hills, and little by little, their strength and their peace entered into his life. The minister learned here, sir, what he had not learned in all of his theological studies. He learned to know God, the God of these mountains. The hills they taught him, and they came at last to stand between him and the trouble from which he fled. The nights were no longer weary and long. He was never alone. The voices in the wilderness became friendly voices, for he learned their speech, and the poor girl ceased to call in the wailing wind. And then Dr. Coughlin came, and again the shepherd stopped, and he couldn't go on. The light was gone from the sky, and he felt the blackness of the night, but against the stars he could still see the crown of the mountain where his son lay. When he had gathered strength, he continued, saying simply, Dr. Coughlin came, and last night we learned that my son was not dead, but living. Again that growl, like the growl of a wild beast, came from the mountaineer, and silently Mr. Howard prayed. Go on, came the command in hoarse tone. In halting, broken words, the shepherd faltered through the rest of his story as he told how, while using the cabin under the cliff as a studio, the artist had discovered the passage to Old Dewey Cave, how since his supposed death he had spent the summers at the scene of his former happiness, how he had met his son roaming the hills at night and been able to have the boy with him much of the time, how he had been wounded the night Jim Lane was killed, and finally how Pete had led them to his bedside. He's dying yonder. Dr. Coughlin is with them, and Pete is there too. I came for you. He's calling for you. I came to tell you. All that a man may suffer here, he has suffered, sir. Your prayer has been doubly answered, Mr. Matthews. Both father and son are dead. The old name, has perished from the face of the earth. And for Christ's dear sake, forgive my boy and let him go. For my sake, sir, I can bear it no more. Who but he that looked upon the heart of men could know the battle that was fought in the soul of that giant in the hills? He uttered no sound. He sat in his seat as if made of stone, save once when he walked to the end of the porch to stand with clenched fists and passion-shaken frame, facing the dark clump of pines on the hills. Slowly the moon climbed over the ridge and lit upon the scene. The mountaineer returned to his chair. All at once he raised his head, leaned forward, and looked long and earnestly at the old shepherd, where he sat crouching like a convict awaiting a sentence. From down the mill road came voices and the sound of horses' feet. Old Matt started, turned his head a moment to listen, and the horses stopped at the lower gate.
It's the children, said Aunt Molly softly. The children, oh, Grant, oh, Sammy and our boy.
Then the shepherd felt a heavy hand upon his shoulder, and a voice that had in it something new and strange said, Dad, my brother, Daniel, I ain't got no education, and I don't rightly know how to say it. But Daniel, what these hills have been to you, you have been to me. It's sure God's way, Daniel. Let's go to the boy. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. The Way of the Lower Trail. Fix the light as it was, please. That's it. Thank you, Doctor. How beautiful she is. How beautiful. He seemed to gather strength and look carefully into the face of each member of the little group about the bed, and the shepherd, old Matt, Aunt Molly, Pete, and the physician. Then he turned his eyes back to the painting. To the watchers, the girls in the picture, holding her brimming cup, seemed to smile back again. I loved her. I loved her. She was my natural mate, my other self. I belonged to her, she to me. I can't tell you of that summer when we were together, alone in the hills. The beautiful hills, away from the sham and the ugliness of the world that men had made. The beauty and the inspiration all I put into my pictures, and I knew because of that they were good. I knew they would win a place for me, and they did. Most of all, I put it there. He pointed to the painting on the wall. And the crowd saw it and felt it, but did not know what it was. But I knew. I knew all the time, I knew. Oh, if that short summer could have been lengthened into years, what might I not have done? My God, that man could be so blind, so blind. For a time he lay exhausted, his face still turned toward the picture, but with eyes closed as though he dreamed. Then suddenly he started up again, raising himself upon his elbows, his eyes wide, and on his face a look of wondering gladness, and they drew near. Do you hear? She's calling again. Yes, my sweetheart, yes, dear, I'm come. Old Matt and Aunt Molly led the shepherd from the room. In this way runs the trail that follows the lower level, where those who travel as they go look always over their shoulders with eyes of dread, and the gloomy shadows gathered long before the day is done. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. Poor Pete. They buried the artist in the cave as he had directed, close under the wall on the ledge above the canyon, with no stone or mark of any sort to fix the place. The old mine which he had discovered was reached by one of the side passages far below in the depths of the mountain. The grave would never be disturbed. 2 weeks longer Dr. Coughlin stayed with his friend, out on the hills with him all day, helping to cook their meals at the ranch or sitting on the porch at Matthew's place when the day was gone. When the time finally come that he must go, the little physician said as he grasped the shepherd's hand,
Oh, you're doing just right, Daniel, just right. Always did, always did. Blast it all, I would say too, but what would Sarah and the girls do? I'll come again next spring, Daniel, sure, sure. If I'm alive, don't worry. No one's ever going to know. Blast it all, I don't like leaving you, though, Daniel. Don't like it at all, but you're right. You're right, Daniel.
The old scholar stood in the doorway of his cabin to watch the wagon as it disappeared into the forest. He heard it rattle across the creek bottoms below the ruined cabin under the bluff. He waited from away up on Compton Ridge, the sound of the wheels come to him on the breeze that slipped down the mountainside, and still he waited, listening, listening, until there was only the voices of the forest and the bleating of sheep in the corral. Slipping a book into his pocket, and taking a luncheon for himself and Pete, he opened the corral gate and followed his flock to the hills. All that summer, Pete was the shepherd's constant companion. At first he seemed not to understand. Frequently he would start off suddenly for the cave, only return after a time with that look of trouble upon his delicate face. Mr. Howard tried to help the boy, and he appeared gradually to realize the part. Once he startled his old friend by saying quietly,
When are you going, Dad?
Going where? Where does Pete think Dad is going? The boy was laying on his back on the grassy hillside watching the clouds, and he pointed upwards.
There, where he went, up into the White Hills. Pete knows.
The other looked long at the lad before answering quietly. Well, son, Dad doesn't know when he'll go, but he is ready any time now.
Pete says better not wait long, Dad, 'cause Pete, he's a-going, and of course when he goes, I've got to go along.
Do you reckon Dad can see Pete when he's up there in them White Hills? Some folks used to laugh at Pete when he told them about the White Hills, the flower things and the sky things, and the moonlight things that play in the midst. And once a fella called Pete a fool, and young Matt whipped him something awful. But folks wasn't really to blame, 'cause they couldn't see him. That's what he said, and he knew, 'cause he could see them too. But Aunt Molly and Uncle Matt and you all, they don't never laugh. They just say, Pete knows. But they don't see the flower things or the tree things neither. Only he could see. The summer passed, and when the blue-gray haze took on the purple touch, and all the woods of the hills were dressed with clothes of gold, Pete went from the world in which he never really belonged, nor had never been at home. Mr. Howard, writing to Dr. Coughlin of the boy's death, said, "Here and there among men, there are those who pause in the hurried rush to listen to the call of life that is more real. How often have we seen them? David, jostled and ridiculed by his fellows, pushed aside and forgotten, as incumbent or unworthy. He who sees and hears too much is cursed for a dreamer, a fanatic or a fool by the mad mob, who, having eyes, see not, ears, and hear not, and refuse to understand. We build temples and churches, but will not worship in them. We hire spiritual advisers, but refuse to heed them. We buy Bibles, but will not read them. Believing in God, we do not fear him. Acknowledging Christ, we neither follow nor obey him. Only when we can no longer strive in the battle for earthly honors or material things do we turn to the unseen but more enduring things of life, and with ears deafened by the din of selfish war and cruel violence, and eyes blinded by the glare of passing pomp and folly, we strive to hear and see the things we have so long refused to consider. Pete knew a world unseen by us, and we, therefore, fancied ourselves wiser than he. The wind in the pines, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the brook, the growl of thunder, the voices of the night, were all understood and answered by him. The trees and the flowers, the rocks, the hills, the clouds were to him not lifeless things, but living friends, who laughed and wept with him as he was gay or sorrowful. Poor Pete, we said. Was he in truth, David, poorer or richer than we? They laid the boy beside his mother under the pines on the hills, the pines that showed so dark against the sky when the sun was down behind the ridge. And over his bed the wild vines lovingly wove a coverlet of softest green, while all his woodless friends gathered about his couch. Forest and hill and flower and cloud sang the songs he loved, and all day the sunlight laid its wreath and bars of gold at his feet, and at night the moonlight things and the shadow things, they came out to play. Summer and autumn slipped away, and the winter passed. Spring came, with all the wonder of the resurrection of flower, leaf, and blade. So peace and quiet came again upon the shepherd's life. When no answer to his letter was received, and the doctor did not return as he promised, the old man knew that the last link connecting him with the world was broken. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. The Trail on the Sunlit Hills. When young Matt first knew that Sammy had sent Olly back to the city with no promise to follow, he took to the woods, and returned only after miles of tramping over the wildest and roughest part of the country. The big fellow said no word, but on his face was a look that his father understood, and the old mountaineer felt his own blood move more quickly at the sight. But when Sammy with her books was fully established in the Matthews home, and young Matt seemed always, as the weeks went by, to find her reading things that he couldn't understand, he was made to realize more fully what her studies with the shepherd meant. He came to feel that she was already crossing the threshold into that world where Mr. Howard lived, and thinking that himself could never enter, he grew lonely and afraid. With a quickness that was so marked in her character, Sammy grasped the meaning of his trouble almost before young Matt himself knew fully what it was. Then the girl, with much care and tact, set about helping him to see the truth which the shepherd had revealed to her. All through summer and fall, when the day's work was done or on a Sunday afternoon, they were together, and gradually the woods and the hills, with all the wild life that was in them, began to have more for the young man a new meaning, or rather, he learned little by little to read the message that lay upon those open pages. First a word here and there, and then sentences, and then paragraphs, and soon he was reading alone, as he tramped the hills for stray stock, or looked and worked in the mountain field. The idle days of winter and the long evenings were spent in reading aloud from the books that had come to mean most to her. So she led him on slowly, along the way that her teacher had pointed out to her, but always as they went, he saw her going before, far ahead, and he knew that in the things that men called education, he could never hope to stand by her side. But, he was beginning to ask, are there not, after all, things that lay deeper still in life than these? Often he would go to his old friend in the hollow with some thought, and the shepherd, seeing how it was, would smile as he helped the lad on his way. The shepherd looked forward with confidence to the time when young Matt would discover for himself, as Sammy had found for herself, that the only common ground whereupon men and women may lay in safety is the ground of their manhood and womanhood. And so it was, on that spring morning when the young giant felt the red life throbbing strongly in his great limbs as he followed his team to and fro across the field. And in his voice, as he shouted to his horses at the end of the furrow, there was something under the words, something of a longing, something also of a challenge. Sammy was going to spend the day with her friends on Jake Creek. She had not been to see Mandy since the night of her father's death, and as she went, she stopped at the lower end of the field to shout a merry word to the man with the plow, and it was some time later when the big fellow again started his team. The challenge in his tone had grown bolder. Sammy returned that afternoon in time for the evening meal, and Aunt Molly thought, as the girl came up the walk, that the young girl had never looked so beautiful.
Why, honey, she said, you're just bubbling over with life. Your cheeks are rosy and your eyes are sparkling. Oh, you're fairly all shining all over. Your ride, it sure did you good, honey.
The young woman replied with a hug that made her admirer gasp.
Oh, child, you're as strong as a young panther, and you walk like one, too. So strong and easy like.
The girl laughed.
I hope I don't impress everyone that way, Aunt Molly. I don't believe I want to be like a panther. I'd rather be like... Like what, child? Like you. Just like you. The best. The very best woman in the whole world, because you got the best and biggest heart.
She looked back over her shoulder, laughing as she ran to the house. When young Matt came in from the field, Sammy went out to the barn while he was unharnessing his team.
Are you tired tonight?
She asked. The big fellow smiled. Tired? Me? I never get tired. Where do you want to go? Haven't you ridden enough today? I should think you'd be tired yourself.
Tired? Me tired? Said the girl. I don't want to ride. I want to go for a walk. It's such a lovely evening, and there's going to be a moon. I've been thinking that I'd like to walk
over to home after supper if you'd care to go."
That night, the work within the house and the chores about the barn were finished in a reasonably short time. The young man and the woman started down the old trail like two school children, while the father and mother sat on the porch and heard their voices die away in the moon's light below. The girl went first along the little path, moving with that light, sure step that belonged only to perfect health, the health of the woods and the hills. The man followed, walking with the same sure, easy step, strength and power revealed in every movement of his body. Two splendid creatures they were, masterpieces of the Creator's handiwork, made by Him who created man, male and female, and bade them to have dominion over every living thing that moved upon the earth. Kings by divine right. In the belt of timber, where the trail to the ranch branches off, they met the shepherd on his way to the house for an evening visit. The old man paused only long enough to greet them, and pushed on up the hill, for he saw by their faces that the time had come. Sammy had grown very quiet when they rounded the shoulder of Dewey, and they went in silence down to the cabin on the southern slope of the mountain. The girl asked young Matt to wait for her at the gate, and going to the house, she entered alone. A short time she remained in the familiar rooms, and then slipping out through the rear door, ran through the woods to the little glen back of the house. Dropping beside the mound, she buried her face into the cool grass as she whispered,
"Oh, Daddy, I wish you were here tonight. This night means so much to me. Do you know how happy I am, Daddy? Do you know? I wonder."
The twilight deepened.
"I gotta go, Daddy. I must go to him. You told me you'd trust me anywhere with him, and he's waiting for me now, but I wish you were here tonight, Dad."
Quickly she made her way back to the cabin, and passed through the house and rejoined young Matt. The two returned silently up the mountainside, to the higher levels where the light still lingered though the sun was down. At the lookout they stopped.
"Let's wait for the moon here,"
she said, and so seated on the big rock, they watched the last of the evening go out of the west. From forest depth and mountainside came the myriad voices of nature's chorus, blending softly in the evening hymn. And rising clear above the low breath tones, yet in perfect harmony, came a whippoorwill's plaintive call, floating up from the darkness below, the sweet cooing of a wood dove in a tree upon the ridge, and the chirping cricket in a nearby crevice on a ledge. Like shadowy spirits, the bats flitted here and there in the glittering gloom. The two on the mountain shoulders felt themselves alone above it all, yet still part of it. Then the moon looked over the mountain behind them, turning Mutton Hollow into a wondrous sea of misty light, out of which the higher hills lifted their heads like fairy islands. The girl spoke.
"Come, Matt. We must go now. Help me down."
He slid from his seat and stood beside the rock with uplifted arms, and Sammy leaned forward and placed her hands upon his shoulders. He felt her breath upon his forehead. The next instant he held her close. And so they went home along the trail that nobody knows how old, and the narrow path that was made by those who walked one before the other, they made wide enough for two. Dad Howitt, returning to the ranch, saw them coming in the moonlight and slipped aside from the path into the deeper shadows. And as they passed, the old scholar, the shepherd, the poet, stood with bowed, uncovered head. And when they were gone, their low voices were heard no longer. He said aloud, "What God has joined, what God has joined." And this way runs the trail that leads along the higher sunlit hills, where those who journey see afar, and the light lingers even when the day is done. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45. Some years later. A wandering artist searching for a new field found his way into the Ozark country. One day, as he painted in the hills, a flock of sheep came over the ridge through a low gap and worked slowly along the mountainside. A few moments later, the worker at the easel lifted his eyes from the canvas to find himself regarding an old man in the dress of a native. "Hello, uncle. Fine day," said the artist shortly, his eyes again upon his picture. "The god of these hills gives us many such, young sir, and all his days are good." The painter's hand paused between piety and canvas, and his face was turned toward the speaker in wonderment. Every word was perfect in accent of the highest culture, and the deep musical tone of the voice was remarkable in one of the speaker's snowy hair and beard. The young man arose to his feet. "I beg your pardon, sir. I thought—" He hesitated as he again looked toward the rude dress of the other. The brown eyes under their shaggy white brows lit with good nature. "You mean, young sir, that you do not think 'tis the privilege of youth, and make the most of it. Very soon old age will rob you of your freedom and force you to think whether you will or not. Your greeting under the circumstance is surely excusable. It is I who should beg pardon, for I have interrupted your study, and I have no excuse. Neither my youth nor my occupation will plead for me." The charm of his voice and manner was irresistible. The painter stepped forward with outstretched hand. "Indeed, sir, I am delighted to meet you. I'm here for the summer from Chicago. My camp is over there." The other grasped the offered hand cordially. "I'm Daniel Howitt, young sir, from the sheep ranch in Mutton Hollow. Dad Howitt, the people call me. So you see you're not far wrong when you hail me as uncle. Uncle and Dad are sure close kin, as Preacher Bill would say." Both men laughed, and the painter offered his folded easel chair. "Well, thank you, no. Here's the couch to which I am more accustomed to. I shall rest here, if you please." The old man stretched himself upon the grassy slope. "Do you like my hills?" he asked. "But I sure do," he added, as his eye dwelt fondly upon the landscape. "Ah, you're the owner of this land, then? I was wondering who—" "No, no, young sir," the old man interrupted, laughing again. "Others pay the taxes. These hills belong to me only as they belong to all who have the grace to love them. They'll give you great treasure, that you may give again to others who do not have your good strength to escape from the things that men make and do in the restless world over there. One of your noble craft could scarcely fail to find the good things God has written upon these pages in his great book. Your brothers need the truths that you will read here, unless the world has greatly changed." "You are not a native of this land?" "Oh, I was a native of that world over yonder, young sir. Before your day they knew me, but long since they've forgotten. When I died there, I was born again in these mountains, and so," he finished with a smile, "I am, as you see, a native. It is long ago since I met one from beyond the ridges. I will not likely meet another." "It's a wonder that others have not discovered the real beauty of the Ozarks," remarked the painter. The old shepherd answered softly, "One did." Then, raising to his feet and pointing to Rourke Valley, he said, "Before many years a railway will find its way yonder, then many will come, and the beautiful hills that have been my strength and peace will become the haunt of careless idlers and a place of revelry. I am glad that I'll not be here. but I won't keep you any longer from your duties. I shall see you again, shall I not?" The painter was loath to let him go. "More often than will be good for your pictures, I fear. You must work hard, young sir, while the book of God is still open, and God's message is easily read. When the outside world comes, men will turn the page, and you may have lost the place." After that they met often, and one day the old man led the artist to where a big house looked down upon the ridge encircling valley. And though built of logs without, the house within was finished and furnished in excellent taste. And to his surprise, the painter found one room lined with shelves, and upon the shelves the best things that men could have written for their fellows. In another room was a piano. The floors were covered with rugs, and draperies and hangings softened the atmosphere, and the walls were hung with pictures, not many, but good and true, pictures that had power over those who looked upon them. The largest painting hung in the library and was veiled. "My daughter, Mrs. Matthews," said the old shepherd as he presented the stranger to the mistress of the house. In all his search for beauty, never had the artist looked upon such a form and such a face. It was a marvelous blending of physical with the intellectual and spiritual. A firm step was heard on the porch. "My husband," said the lady, and the stranger rose to greet the woman's mate. The children of this father and mother were just like them, or as the visitor afterwards said in his extravagant way, like young gods of beauty and strength. The next summer, the painter went again to the Ozarks, and even as he was greeted by the strong master of the hills and his charming wife, there fell upon his ears a dull report, as of a distant cannon, and then another, and another. They led him across the yard, and there to the north and the other side of Ozark, men were tearing up the mountain to make way for the railroad. As they looked, another blast sent the rocks flying, and while the sound rolled and echoed through the peaceful hills, the artist turned to his friends with questioning eyes. "Mr. Howard said this would come. Is he well?" Miss Matthews answered softly. "Dad left us while the surveyors were at work. He sleeps yonder." She pointed to Dewey Bald. Then they went into the library where the large picture was unveiled, and when the artist saw it, he exclaimed, "Mad Howard's lost masterpiece? How? Where did you find it?" "It was Father Howard's request that I tell you the story," Sammy replied, and then she told the artist a part of that which I have set down here. End of chapter 45. End of Shepherd of the Hills.